Hello YouTube, I'm Kishan and in this video we are going to create this amazing full stack WhatsApp clone using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Socket.io, Node.js, Firebase, Prisma and Postgres for database, Express and many more other technologies. We'll also be using tons of reusable components, tons of React hooks and the industry standard practices. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. So this clone has features like voice call, video call, sending voice messages with audio waveforms just like WhatsApp, online offline feature, unread messages. You can also send images. You can have message status. So without further ado, let's get started and let me give you a demo of the clone. So this is the basic UI. It's just like WhatsApp. So whenever any chat is not selected, you can see that this empty component is here with a WhatsApp animation. Now here we have the unread messages with the time. You can also scroll down the messages. Now you can also see the type of the message, that it's an audio message, this is an image message, this message was sent by us and it was audio, this is text, and this was also read, this was delivered. Now when we click over this, you will see that this will disappear because the message is read, and you can see that this user is online, so online status is there. If we click over here, you can see that offline because this user is offline. And this is the amazing chat UI just like the WhatsApp. You can do voice calls and video calls from here. You can search the messages. You can send the messages from here. Send the emojis. Now let me give you the demo of it. So this is the live time messages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink the screen and you can see that this user is also online, which is us. Now let's send a message. Hi, send, and you can see that the message was received. And by the way, when you open up the contact and when the messages are loaded, you can see that the messages are automatically scrolled. Let's send an image, this one, and you can see that image was received and it was read. After this, let's video call this user. So you can see that we have this amazing UI here, and whenever a call is received, we have this incoming video call or voice call here. So we can reject the call or accept the call, and when we reject the call is also ended here. Now let's call this from this user, and you can see that we have reject and accept, and as soon as we accept, the video call would be started. So this right here is our video and this is the incoming video. So let's end the call, and you can see that the call was ended on both the sides. Now I will message this user with a different user. So you will be able to see that I'm going to send a message from this user and it will come at the top. It will swap its position. So hi, send, and you can see that it was on top now. Now as soon as I will read the message, you can see that the message was also read. Now let's send an audio message to this user. So this is the audio message UI. We have this awesome animation here. We can stop the recording from here or just delete the recording. So I'm going to pause it, and you can see that we have live audio waveforms, and you can also play the audio. Amazing. So now let's send this audio, and you can see that the audio was sent, and we also have the live waveforms here, and you can see that the audio was also received here. Now you can also search the messages. So I'm going to search awesome, and you can see that it's here. If I search for hi, so we have multiple messages. So now I'm going to log out the user, so you can see here that it will change to offline. So it's real time using sockets, logout, and you can see that it was changed to offline. Let's maximize this. Now you can also search for chat from here. So I'm going to search for Megatron, and we have that here. Now you can also search for some new chats, and this is just like WhatsApp, sorted with the first letter. And when we click over this, it will open up the chat. You can also send in emojis. You have multiple emojis just like WhatsApp. Send, and it was sent. Now let's log in with a new user to show you the onboarding process. So I'm going to log in with this new user. Log in with Google. This uses Firebase and it will use your Google account. So now here the name was automatically fetched from your Google account. You can change your profile picture. This is the default profile picture, and when we click over this, a context menu will open. So we have developed this context menu using React. We have not used any library. We can take the photo from our camera, choose from our library, upload a photo or remove the photo to have this default photo, And when we click over this library, we have this awesome 9 avatars. I'm going to select this. And if I click this remove, this will remove the photo. And if I click upload photo, I can select the image from my PC. The profile was created and I'm going to send a message to Kishan. And you can see that the user is online. I'm going to send him a hi, send, and you can see that the message was received here. We have also used Prisma. You will also learn Prisma Studio throughout the entire video. Now, if you want to get the source code, you can just head over to the buy me a coffee link given in the description of the video and you can get this source code from here. So there's an early bird offer for the first 200 users. After the first 200 users, I'm going to increase the price of this clone, and if you don't want to purchase this clone, you can just watch the entire video and clone it by yourself. So this WhatsApp clone would be the best addition to your resume. Also, if you want to support me, you can head over to my channel and join memberships from here. I have multiple plans. You can support me if my videos have helped you in any manner. So without further ado, let's get started. So our WhatsApp video call and voice call is powered by Zegocloud, which is the ultimate solution for all your video call and voice call needs. Zegocloud is a revolutionary communication platform that offers seamless and crystal clear video and voice calls. Whether you are a business professional, a remote worker, or just someone who loves staying connected with friends and family, Zegocloud has got you covered. With Zegocloud, you can say goodbye to choppy video calls and unreliable voice calls. Its cutting-edge technology ensures minimal latency, exceptional video and audio quality, provides you with the best communication experience. But wait, there's more. Zegocloud offers an incredible 10,000 free minutes to get you started. That's right, you can enjoy hours of high quality calls without worrying about the cost. It's perfect for individuals and business alike. And that's not all. Zegocloud also provides SDKs and UI kits, making it easier for developers to integrate Zegocloud's powerful communication capabilities into their own applications. It's a game changer for those looking to build innovative and reliable communication solutions. The best part, Zegocloud is compatible with all your favorite devices, whether you are on your smartphone, tablet, or laptop. You can enjoy seamless video and voice calls everywhere, anytime. Stay connected and never miss an important conversation again. And here's the best part. Creating a project with Zegocloud is incredibly easy. With its user-friendly interface and intuitive features, you can set up and manage your communication projects effortlessly, whether it's for personal use or business purposes. Zegoclouds provide you with a hassle-free experience from start to finish. So, what are you waiting for? Join the thousands of satisfied users who have already made the switch to Zegocloud. Elevate your video and voice calls, enjoy the freedom to connect from any device, and experience the simplicity of creating projects with Zegocloud. So now, let's get started. Okay, so now let's get started. Head over to this repository. You can find the link of this in the description of the video. So this is nothing, just the basic stuff. I've already created the app and created all the files and the component. So we are not going to waste time in that. You can see that all of the components, just the components are created. So now I'm going to download this repo and I'm going to open this inside a VS Code instance. So extract the zip file and open up in a new code editor. Okay, so here it is. Now open up a new terminal by Ctrl-tilde, or you can open it by here. Now what I'm going to do is cd client and I'm going to write yarn to install the dependencies. Yarn. Now I'm going to open up a new terminal from here. cd server. Again hit yarn. Wait for this to install the dependencies. Okay, so while this is being installed, I am going to show you the package.json. So this is the package.json of client. So we have used Axios for API calling, then emoji picker react package for emojis, then Firebase for login. This next post CSS and everything is installed by Next.js application. Now we also need React image file resizer for resizing our images. Then we need the Socket.io client library, And for audio waveforms we are going to use wavesurfer library, and again for video call and audio call we are going to use this Zego Express Engine WebRTC library by Zegocloud. Now that was for the client, and you can also see the next config, nothing special here. Let's head over to the server and head over to the package.json, and here you can see that I have installed many libraries here. So I have used Prisma for database management, then course package, crypto for token generation, .env for environment variables, express, multer, and multer is used for handling files, saving it to the disk and serving. Then nodemon, that's just for starting our server, Prisma, and socket.io for sockets, and this is ts node and TypeScript. I think we can remove this dependencies because we are not going to use TypeScript in this project, so let's remove them. Now open up the terminal, and you can see that client was installed successfully, so I will start it by yarn dev. Wait for it to start. So .next has been generated. I can open up the localhost 3000 now. And it is opened here. So we have our index page here. Let's close all of this and head over here. And now we cannot start the server because I haven't written any code here. We have to write the code, because and the front end application was started because Next.js automatically set up things for us, and for server we have to do the things. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Firebase, and we are going to create a new Firebase project first. So head over to firebase.google.com, head over to console, create a project. Project name would be WhatsApp clone. You can name this anything, accept the terms, continue, continue, and accept, continue. Also, we are using Firebase just for the login stuff. So we are getting the user's email, the display name, and the ID, just that, nothing more. So wait for this to create the project. Okay, so the project was created, hit continue. Now we are going to click this web button and going to write WhatsApp. We don't need Firebase hosting. Register the app. And we already have installed Firebase. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this Firebase config, head over to our VS Code, and inside the source, inside the utils, I have already created this Firebase config file, and I'm going to paste this here, Firebase config. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to get the initialize app, so we can copy that from here, paste it here, and we also need the get auth. So get auth from Firebase/auth, and after that I'm going to write const app is equals to initialize app Firebase config export const Firebase auth is equals to get auth. pass in the app. That's it. So our Firebase was set up, and now we are going to head to the console of our project, and now inside the build, head over to authentication, and we want to enable the Google authentication from here. So get started. We are going to click this Google enable and select an email, save. Okay, so this was set up successfully. You can close this. So our Firebase was set up successfully. Now, what I'm going to do next is we are going to set up Prisma for our application. So let's head over to this server, and I'm going to write npx Prisma init, and when we hit this command, .env file was created, and inside that you can see that we have this database URL, and we also have this Prisma folder. Inside that we have the schema.prisma. Inside of this, we have our provider here, and for DB we have selected PostgreSQL here. You can select from these many options. So if you want to use MongoDB or MySQL, just select that parameter. But for this project, we are going to use PostgreSQL. And after that, you want to change the DB. You don't have to change any queries. That would be migrated automatically. You just have to change this database from here. So that's it. So I'm going to select PostgreSQL, hit save, and head over to .env. Inside of this, what we will be doing here is this needs to be Postgres user, or if you have used any other user or password, you have to use that. So mine is Postgres and admin. Now this is going to be localhost 5432, and instead of my DB, I'm going to write here WhatsApp, and next what I'm going to do is head over to schema.prisma, and I'm going to create a new model here. The model would be user, ID would be integer. We are going to denote this with an ID, and the default would be the auto increment. So that's it, and after this we'll also have email of string, and this is going to be unique. That's it. And what error do we have here? At ID, at default. Okay, so after this step, what we are going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal and write npx prisma db push. Before that, we have to do one more thing. So we are going to generate the Prisma client. So for that, npx prisma generate, that would be inside the node modules, but you have to run this step. Okay, so it was generated. Now I'm going to run npx prisma db push. Okay, so I already have a database, so I just have to reset this. Yes, yes again, and it is working. So in your case, this would not be there because I have already created this DB WhatsApp. So I just had to drop the columns and again create the tables. So nothing or an issue. So that's it. Now I'm going to open up Prisma Studio by npx Prisma Studio. and you can see our database there. So head over to this URL localhost 5555 and you can see that our models are here. So we created this user model with ID and email. So we have an issue here. Email has this L as small l, and again we are going to write npx prisma db push to make the changes. Yes, and now npx prisma studio, and you can see that this was updated automatically. Let's close all of this, and our Prisma was also successfully set up. Now next up is the Node.js server. So we are going to create the Node.js server inside index.js. So all of the files are created. We just need to set up the server. So let's do that. So now first what I'm going to do is const app is equals to express. We have to manually import it. Import from express and express here. Now we also need to import .env from .env. We need the course package. So course is equals to import course, not equals to, but from course package. And before this we are going to have .env .config to load up the environment variables. After this we are going to use app.use, have the course here first, then we are going to have app.use express.json. Now after this we are going to start our server, which is const server is equals to app.listen, and we need to pass in a port here. So for that we'll head over to our environment variable files, and I'm going to add a port here which is going to be 3005. You can do anything here. Now I'm going to load it by process.env.port, and now we have a callback function here. So inside of that I'm going to write console.log server started on port process.env.port process.env.port. That's it. And now I'm going to start my node server. So I'm going to open up a new terminal and write yarn start, and for yarn start head over to package.json and make sure that you have a script here for start. So that would be nodemon index.js. We are using nodemon because it automatically restarts our server whenever any of the files are changed, so we don't have to restart our server every time. Nodemon automatically handles that for us. So yarn start, and okay, we need to cd inside the server directory, and now yarn start. Okay, our server was started. So our Next.js app was set up successfully. Our Firebase was set up successfully. Our Prisma was set up successfully, and our Node.js server is also set up successfully. So all of the basic stuff for this setup is complete. Now let's get started to create the UI of the application. So let's start with the login page. Okay, so now let's head over to login.jsx, and I'm going to write some class names here. So class name, flex, justify center. Also, if you want this tailwind intelligence of classes, then head over to the extensions, and we want to install this tailwind css intelligence. So this is an official extension by tailwind css. So install it and you can have the intelligence like me. So That's pretty helpful. And now item center. Now I'm going to write bg panel header background. So you can also see that we have defined the colors inside the tailwind config file. So I have already written all of the colors that we are going to use inside our application here. So you don't have to remember the hex code of all the colors. So now I'm going to write this bg panel header background here, then edge of screen, which is height of screen and width of screen. Then we'll give it a flex call and a gap of 6. Now let's save this, and I'm going to shrink this. So you can see what are we doing here. So let's head over to login, and you can see that styles are applied. I'm going to shrink this a little bit. Head over to login again and head over to login. And now inside of this we'll have another div with a class name of flex item center, justify center, gap of 2, text of white. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the image component from next images, this one, and I'm going to write source as /whatsapp.gif. Again, this GIF file is already included inside the public directory. All the assets that we need are already here, so you don't have to download it from anywhere. And after this, I'm also going to have an alternative text, which is going to be WhatsApp. And after this is going to be height. We want height of 300 units and width of 300 units as well. And you can see that we have our beautiful GIF here. So make sure that you use the image component from Next.js. It handles image optimization very well. And after this, I'm going to have a span tag, which would have WhatsApp as text, and we have our text here. Now I'm going to move this over here, give this a class name of text dash 7xl. So this increases the text. Again, if you want to install some another class names, then you can head over to Tailwind CSS and you can search for the class names here. So I'll just open text sizing, okay, the font size. So you can see that we have our sizes here. So I have grabbed those classes from here. You can also use that from here. Now after this span tag and after this div, will have a button. Inside of this we'll have FC Google, and this is an icon from React icons package. So make sure that you import it. Import FC Google from React icons FC, and after this we'll also give this a class name of text for Excel, and we have that over here. And after this we'll have an span with a class name of text white and text to Excel, and this would have login with Google as text, login with Google. And now let's give some styles to the button. So class name, flex, item center, justify center, then gap of 7, background would be bg search, and that would be input container background, that's correct, and padding of 5 and rounded lg for the border radius. And we have our beautiful button here. Now we want to add an on click listener for this button. So what I'm going to do over here is add an on click. So this would be handle login, and I'm going to create that function over here, const handle login equals to this. Let's write an alert login. Let's click this button and we have our alert. So that's successful. Now I'm going to maximize this because we are not going to write any styles anymore. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the provider is equals to new Google Auth provider. Then this Google Auth provider, by the way, should be imported from Firebase Auth, and then we'll get the data, not the data, we'll get the user from await sign in with pop-up. We need this method, and we are going to pass in the Firebase auth that we created initially and pass in the provider. Also make sure that this function is async because we are going to use await here, and that's pretty much it. Let's console the user now. So I'm going to head over here, open up my console, going to click this button, select my account, and I have this. Yeah, this is working. We have this error. We'll solve this afterwards. So now what we are going to do is we have the user, but from the user we just need the display name, email, and photo URL. So that should be display name, email, and the photo URL. I think we are going to skip the photo URL, or let's just do it. So we are going to replace this with user display name and rename that to name, grab the email, grab the photo URL and name that as profile image. And what I'm going to do is now I will check if there is an email, because we are going to call an API, wrap that inside try catch, because whenever you are calling any API we want to handle the errors as well. So wrap that around try catch block. So that's it. Now we want to check if this email user is already exists inside our database. So for that we have to write a backend query. So let's do that. So now let's create our server, not the server but the API. And before that I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to increase the size of my editor so you can see things clearly. Okay, now let's save this and let's head over to index.js inside our server directory. We want to head over to this index here, and oh, I'm very sorry, we don't want to move that here. We have to go to auth controllers first, and we have to create a controller. So export const check user equals to request response and next, try, catch. Make sure that you wrap everything here in try catch block, and we'll get our email equals to request dot body. And to check email inside our Prisma, what we are going to do is first we will need to create a Prisma client. So let's head over to Prisma client, and we are going to create a reusable Prisma instance. So every time we don't have to call the Prisma instance, so we'll just create it once. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable which is Prisma instance, and initially this is going to be null, and I'm going to create a function which is get Prisma instance, and I'm going to check if there is this Prisma instance. If there is not a Prisma instance, then we want to create a new Prisma instance by new Prisma client. Make sure that Prisma client is imported from add Prisma client, and if there is already a Prisma client, we want to return that Prisma client. So Prisma, not Prisma client, Prisma instance. And at the end, I'm going to export default the get Prisma instance. Save it. Now let's head over to auth controller, and inside of the auth controller, after this, first we'll check if there is an email. If there is not, then we are going to return response.json, and the message would be email is required, and we'll pass in the status as false. Now, if there is an email, then we'll get our Prisma instance by get Prisma instance, and after that we'll have const user is equals to await. Make sure that this is an async controller. So this is going to be await Prisma dot user dot find unique. Okay, so after this Prisma dot user dot find unique, so this is going to be Prisma dot user dot find unique, and I'm going to pass the where clause as the email. Okay, so after this we'll check if the user was created, then we want to return response.json as message user not found, and the status is going to be false, and if the user was found, then we want to return response.json with a message as user found, and status as true. Status is going to be true, and data would be the user. So that's it. So this is created. Now let's head over to the API routes file, not API routes but auth routes, and we need to create the auth route here. So for that, first we need the router. So router is equals to router. Make sure that this router is imported from Express. Now router dot post will have check user, and make sure that check user is imported from controllers, auth controllers, and also make sure that you add .js here. Now after this we are going to export default router, and head over to index.js, and we are going to use that route over here. So app.use slash API and auth. So whenever we are having this API auth prefix in any of our route, then we want to execute the auth routes. So auth routes, let's head over to here and export default routes, and this is going to be auth routes, and we have to import that as well. So import auth routes from, this is going to be /routes and auth routes.js. Make sure that you write js. Let's open up this, and we have an error. So auth controller.js was not found. Let's head over to auth route, auth controller.js. I think it's working. Index, auth routes.js. Let's remove this .js. Give me a minute. Okay, so the error is regarding this Prisma client. So we have to append .js here inside the auth controller, and let's see. Now this is working. Now let's head over to the API routes file. This is inside our client source utils in here inside our next app, and we are going to write all of the routes in here. So first we'll write the host here, which is going to be http://localhost colon 3005. This is going to be the URL of your server, Node.js server. If you are using that on another port, then you have to write this another, or if you have hosted this application, then you have to grab the host from process.env. You have to pass in the environment variable of your server URL, and it would use that. Now I will write const auth route equals to host and append with /API/auth, and okay, so after this I will write export const, and this is going to be check user route, and this is going to be auth route, this thing auth route, this one, and slash will write check user. That's it. Now let's head over to our login.js6 again, and we are going to call that route from here. So const data, we need the data from inside, await axios dot post check user route, and we are going to pass in our email in, so that gets inside the request.body, and I'm going to console out the data from here to show you the stuff. Now let's click login with Google, and we have the data. So the user is not found, and now we have to create that user. So inside our code base, what we will be doing is now after this, if the data dot status is false, then we want to push the router. So first we'll have to grab the router. So const router is equals to use router. This is going to be from use next router. So router dot push, and this is going to be the onboarding page. So onboarding. Now let's see, login with Google. So user is not found. So we are redirected to the onboarding page. So onboarding page is already created inside the pages directory. So onboarding, this one. And now we have to write the code for here. So we'll be doing that. So now for the onboarding, what I'm going to do first is inside this div, I'm going to provide some class names. So first is the BG panel, header background, this one. Then we want the height of the page to the screen size, which is 100 viewport width, and same goes for width. Then we'll give it a text of white. After that, give it a flex call, item center, justify center, and after this, what we will be doing is we'll remove this onboarding text, and instead of that, I will have a new div with class name as flex, items center, justify center, gap of 2, and inside of that I'm going to use the image component of Next.js and pass in the source as whatsapp.gif, alternative text would be WhatsApp, height would be 300 units and width would be 300 units. Let's save this, and I'm going to minimize this, and we have our WhatsApp logo here. Now after this, what I'm going to do next is, let's minimize this. Have this here. I'm gonna take this side, and after this image we'll have the span with class name as WhatsApp, and I'm going to, not the class name, the content as WhatsApp, and the text would be text 7XL. After this div right here will have h2 with text 7XL. Inside of it I will write create your profile. This is 2XL, not 7XL. Okay. After this we'll have another div with flex, gap of 6, margin top of 5, not 5, 6, and inside of it we'll again have another div with flex call, items center, I'll do one thing, I'll just have this like this and switch the tabs so you can see properly. Justify center, margin top of 5, gap of 6, and now inside of here we are going to use our custom components of input. And before that, what we are going to do is we want to save the user info that we got from here inside our reducer. So we also need to create the reducer. So for that, what we are going to do is I have already created the reducer files. So that would be inside context here. So let's head over to the state context and let's create our context here. So first we'll write export const state context equals to create context. After this we'll export const state provider equals to pass in initial state reducer and the children. After this we'll return state context dot provider, and inside of this we'll have the children, and again here we'll pass in the value inside of this value. Inside of this we'll use reducer. Make sure that it is imported from React. Then we'll pass in the reducer and the initial state, and made a mistake here. This is provider, and save it. And after this, the last step would be export const use state provider equals to arrow function. Use the context here. So use context, make sure that is imported from React, and pass in our state context here, and that's it. So this is done, and now we need to head over to our give me a minute. Okay, so let's head over to our app.jsx. That should be inside the pages directory underscore app.jsx, and inside of here what we are going to do is, instead of just returning this component, we are going to use the state provider which we wrote inside the state context file, and give this an initial state. So we do need to import the initial state from the state reducers, and also we have to create the reducer there. So we'll do that in a minute. And after this we'll have the head tag here from next head. This is because we want to write the title tag here. So that is for the title inside the browsers tab. So we want that to be WhatsApp, and again we want a favicon here for the WhatsApp logo inside the tab. So link relation would be shortcut icon, and href would be slash favicon.png. Favicon is already provided inside this public directory. You can check it out here. This is the favicon. And now we need to have this initial state and reducer here. So for that we need to head over to our state reducers. So let's head over to state reducers. That's inside the context here beside the state context file. So what we are going to do here is export const initial state equals to an object, and in here we are going to have a user info as undefined. So this is going to be our global state. So now to manipulate the state we are going to use a reducer function. So reducer, and pass in the state. So the state would be our current state, not the initial state but the current state, and action would be passed whenever we use the dispatch method, and we get the current manipulation state. Now this is that, and we'll have a switch with an action dot type. And for now we are just going to return a default case. So default return state, and after this I'm going to export default reducer. That's it. Now let's head over to our app.jsx. I'm going to import the initial state as well as the reducer from the state reducer that we just defined. So we have wrapped our app component inside the state provider, and after this what we'll be doing is we will get this component and have this beside the head tag. So that's it. Now let's head over to our browser, and you can see that we have the favicon and the WhatsApp here. I'll just change this to random text, and you can see that it is working here. I'll just revert it back, save it. That's working. Now what's next is I think now let's set the state of this user inside our reducer. So for that what I'm going to do is const array destructure the user info. I think we don't need the user info. I'll just grab the dispatch method. Dispatch is equals to use state provider. So we define this inside our state context, use state provider, this one. And now I'm going to create a constant here. So this would be export const reducer cases. So all of the cases inside our reducer, the switch one, so we will be not hard coding them, but we are going to create the constants file. So this is kind of a constant file. So we use this because if we just hard code it, then it would sometimes mess with our code if there is any kind of spelling mistake. So for that we are using this constants. So set user info equals to set user info. So you can see that here that it's both the names are the same, but now we can just add something like reducer cases dot set user info. So that's much more good option. And now let's head over to our state reducer, and what I'm going to do here is have a case. This is going to be case, and yeah, case. So case would be reducer cases dot, you can see that we have the set user info here, so there is no chance of mistake. And make sure that it is imported from constants. So after this we'll return the destructured state and add in our user info, which we will be getting from action dot user info. And that's it. We have set the user info inside our global state. So we just have to call that inside our login here. So for that we have dispatched this, and before pushing the router to the onboarding, we are going to dispatch type as reducer cases. Make sure that you import the reducer cases, then reducer cases dot set user info, and now we will pass here the user info. So that would be action dot user info. So user info, and pass in the name, the email, the profile image, and we will also be passing status as available. Let's not write this. And before this we'll also do one thing. We'll mark this before proceeding to the onboarding as it's a new user. So what it will be used as, like when we head over to onboarding directly, we want to know that it's coming from a new user only. If we hard code to onboarding route, then we want to redirect it to the login page or the main chat page. So we'll maintain that by new user property. So for that, what I'm going to first do is head over to our constants in context, and I'm going to create a new type here, which is set new user, and this would be set new user. And let's head over to state reducers, and we'll be adding the case for that here as reducer cases dot set new user and return dot state. And we also have to add that new user here. So initially the new user would be undefined, so not undefined, it's a boolean value, so it would be false. So initially that would be false, and we will be setting this from here. So new user as action dot new user. That's it. Now let's head over to our login.jsx, and we are going to call this before setting our user info. So dispatch type reducer cases dot set new user and new user as true. That's it. Now what we will be doing is, let's head over to our state reducer, not state reducer, the onboarding.jsx. So I'll just have to go to login again and set the data. So login with Google, and we'll be having the data here. So if you want to see that, let's grab the state by const user info equals to use state provider, and let's write user info dot name here, and it isn't defined. I don't know why. So let's do one thing. Let's head over to our, not that, but I'm just going to console out the user info to see what's the error. Inspect console cannot read properties of undefined, so user info is undefined. Now let's head over to login.jsx, and we are setting user info, and let's do one thing. Let's head over to state reducers, check it here, user info, action.user info. This is perfect. Now let's do some debugging here. Console log user info. I'm going to head over to login with Google. Okay, user info is not defined, and other is user info is not defined. Give me a minute, I'll just check out what's the issue here and let you know. Okay, so I don't know why, but it has started to work. I haven't made any changes in the code. So I just had this console.log user info, action.user info, and it is working. I haven't made any changes. So that's working. Now let's remove this console, and you can see the Harvey Specter here. So this is the onboarding page. So let's proceed further in the onboarding page. So now onboarding, what should be done is we'll remove this userinfo.name, and now I'm going to create a new component which is input for displaying the display name and the about. So that would be a reusable component. So that's already created inside input. So let's head over to input, and input, this is going to have name, state, set state, label equals to false, and instead of this we are going to give this a class name of flex, gap of 1, flex call, and we'll check if this has a label, and if it has a label we are going to show a label, and the content would be name. HTML for property would be the name as well. Let's give this a class name, and we are going to give it a text teal light, this one, and text of LG, text LG, and padding X of 1. After this thing will have a div. Inside of the div will have the input tag, and the type would be text. The name of this would be name, and value would be the state value from the props, and the on change listener would have e set state e dot target dot target dot value. So that's pretty simple React component, and we will also give it a class name as well. So class name would be bg input background, then we'll give it a text sm, we'll give it a focus. Whenever this is focus we want to give that an outline of none, so focus outline none. After that we'll give it a text of white, text white, height of 10, rounded large, this thing, and we'll give it a padding left of y, padding left and right both are y, so I can give this a padding x of 5, padding y of 4, and width of full. And that's it, our reusable component is ready. We have the label here, the input. If we are providing the label, then only we want to show the label, and the name of our input, state value would be value, and on change would be set state. So let's use this reusable component inside our onboarding page. So in here I'm going to call the input here, input from components common input. So you can find that from the common page, common input, not the page but components common input. So input, and we want to pass in the props. So name would be display name. After that we'll have state as name, not name, but yeah, we have to create a state variable first. So for that, above here I'm going to remove this and write use state snippet, and make sure that you import the use state, and we'll write this as name, and this is going to be set name, and this is going to be an empty string. And what I'm going to do is we'll just check if there is user info dot name, then we want user info dot name, or it should be an empty string. And now I'm going to use that again, use state snippet, and this time it is going to be for about, set about, and it's going to be empty. And let's do one thing, we'll also have one state for the image. So use state snippet image set image, and the default image would be the default avatar, default avatar dot png. You can find the default avatar from client public. This is the default avatar, it's already included. And now after this, what I'm going to do here is state as name, set state as set name, and label would be true, we want the label. And I'm going to use the input again, input, and now name equals to about, state equals to about, and set state is going to be set about, and we also do need the label here, so that's true. Now let's head over here, and you can see that we have this beautiful inputs here of display name and about. We can write the text here, and that's pretty much it. Now let's have the image here, so let's do that. Image. For image we need to create a big component which is going to be an avatar component that is going to be used in the entire application. And also for the image component we are going to use an custom context menu. So we are also going to create a context menu, models for selecting images from image libraries and everything. So that's going to be a pretty large process, so let's get started. So first let's head over to avatar component, that is inside the source components and common, this thing avatar. And now first what we are going to do here is type image and set image. And now inside of this div, first we'll just show the image. So inside of this, what I'm going to do is remove this and make sure that it's a fragment. And now I'm going to have a div with flex item center, justify center, and inside of this I'm going to have if the type triple equals to small, we are going to include three types: small, large, and XL. So if the type is small, then we want to return image tag, image, this thing from next, and pass in the source as image. Then this is going to be avatar, and the class name would be rounded full. And I'm going to do one more thing here. So I'm going to have a div around here and give this a class name of relative, and give this fill property, not full. So we'll provide the height and width of the image inside of this. So we'll give this a height of 10, a width of 10 as well. And what we will do after this, let's do one thing. I'm going to wrap the div around the image inside the type. So now I'm going to copy this, paste it, and do the same for type as large, and the height and width property would be 14 for the large. Now I'm going to use that inside our onboarding. So after this input, what we will do, so ending this div, so after this div we'll have another div which would have avatar, and avatar would have type as we are going to use the type as Excel, but for testing we'll use the LG image, and image is going to be image, set image is going to be set image. That's it. And now let's check it out. We have our image here, so that's the large one. We can use the small one as well, the small one. And now we are going to use the Excel size, so that's going to be a massive image, and for that we have to write very much code, because it's not just the size of the image, but when we click over the image we want to show the context menu also. So for that, let's head over to our avatar, and first I'm going to just copy this, paste it, and this is going to be Excel, and the height and width of the image would be 60. So 60, and let's check it, because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. Okay, this is perfect. Now let's give this a cursor pointer. Okay, that's perfect. Now inside of this we are going to have something like, whenever we hover over this we want to show an camera icon, so we'll do that. So I think I made a mistake here. So first inside of this we'll have a div like this, and wrap this around this div. Give this div as relative, and cursor of pointer and z of 0, and I'm going to remove this relative and this cursor of pointer, and now I'm going to use the state variable here. So use state snippet. So this is for hover and set hover. Initially the hover would be false, and what we are going to do here is, when we hover over this div inside the Excel, so on mouse enter event listener, on mouse enter, we want to set hover as true. Copy this, and on mouse leave this thing. Oh, we have this error, and that's an error function completed. Now inside of this, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have another div which would have FA camera, so this is FA camera, and we need the FA camera from React icons, FA, that's it. And now we'll give this FA camera a class name of text to Excel, and we'll also give this an ID of context opener. We are going to include this ID everywhere, because whenever we click on this ID thing, the context opener, we want to open up our context menu. So let's see, use state is not defined, so we need to import that from React package. And we have the camera icon here. Now we just want a class name to be displayed there. So div class name is going to be brackets and this tilde string, template strings. So bg photo picker overlay background is the background at 60 with 60 absolute, and the top would be 0, left would be 0. So top 0, left 0, flex, item center, rounded full, and we'll give this a justify center, and we'll also give this a flex call. So flex call, then we'll give it a text center and a gap of 2. That's it. Now after this, what we are going to do is we'll check now if the hover is true, then we'll give this a visible class name, or else we'll give this a hidden class name. Let's check it. So this is still on top, I don't know why. So whenever we hover over this, Z0, let's do one thing. Let's give, okay, absolute is there, and let's, after this FA camera, let's have a span which would have change profile photo. So change profile photo. Okay, the text is here, but it's besides the image. So for that, let's do one more thing. I'm going to have flex, item center, justify center, and now I'm going to use Z10 here. We have this here, but okay, we want this on mouse leave, we want this to be false. Yeah, this is only visible when we hover over the mouse. So change profile photo, and I'm going to use the break tag here. So change profile photo, and it's looking amazing. Now when we click over this, and this, we want to show the context menu. So for that, first we'll have to create a function named as show context menu. So for that, what we will do is, first we'll have use state snippet, and we are going to have is context menu visible and set is context menu visible. So initially this is going to be false, and again when we want to open up our context menu, we want to store the clicks location. So whenever we have clicked, we want the x-axis and the y-axis. If I'm going to open up my context menu here, if I click here, then I want to locate this point. So I'm going to store this location and I'm going to open up my context menu from here. So x and y would be there. So we are going to also store that. So use state snippet, that would be stored in our state. So for that, context menu coordinates, and initially the coordinates is going to be, I think, 0 0. So x is going to be 0 and y is going to be 0. That's it. Now I'm going to create, and I'm going to create a function as show context menu e dot prevent default behavior and set context is context menu visible, and this is going to be true. And make sure that set context C is capital and set context menu coordinates, and this is going to be x as e dot page x and y as e dot page y. That's it. And now we are going to call this function. So when we click over this div, on click e set context menu, not set but show context menu, and pass in the e. I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and paste that here as well. I'm going to copy this ID, paste it here, and also I'm going to paste that inside of the span context opener. Now we have to open up a context menu. When we click over this, we have stored the coordinates, so let's do that. So now let's head over to context menu component, context menu. And if you don't know how I'm switching this components, so you can press Ctrl plus P to open up this, and I'm going to search context menu from here. It's inside the common components. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to destructure the things that we are going to need. So we need the options, then we need the coordinates, then context menu and set context menu. And after this, first we'll create a ref. So const context menu ref equals to use ref. Initially this is going to be null. I'm going to explain why we are using it. Will be using the ref for closing the context menu. So I'll explain that when we'll do that. So dev class name, and this is going to be background drop down background. Then this is fixed and padding y of 2, z of 100, z of 100, and we are going to pass the ref as context menu ref. After this, we'll have a style here, and instead here we'll do one thing. We can do this. Instead of applying these styles, we could use this. And we'll specify top as coordinates dot y, and left as coordinates, again template string coordinates dot y, not y this time, this is going to be x. Save it, and we'll also give this a shadow. So shadow would be Excel. Remove this style, and instead of this context menu, we'll use an UL here, and we are going to pass an array of options, and we are going to map it here. So we'll have a name and a callback function here. So whenever we click on that value, we want to run that. So this is just that. Now we want to return a li, not ul, and li. Li, and we'll pass key as name, and on click we will be calling the callback. So callback with e, and not that, we'll just use handle click e and callback, e and callback. We have to create this handle click, so const handle click, so e and the callback. So now inside this li we'll also need the e, and we are going to have a span here, and inside of that span we'll have the name, and I think we have some error. Span name, okay, that's it. And now let's give this a class name as well. So this is going to be text white, and that's it. Now we have created the basic styling, and the markup for our context menu will handle this function afterwards. So now let's head over to avatar and use our context menu here. So after this image div at the end, this thing will check is after this, is context menu visible, and context menu, pass in the options as context menu options. We have to create this option, so sorry for that. Options, and coordinates would be context menu coordinates, and context menu would be is context menu visible, and set context menu is set is set is context menu visible. That's it. Def let's remove the space, and we have to create this context menu options. So const context menu options is going to be an array. Yeah, that's an array. So we have an object which has the name property as take photo, and we'll pass in a callback which is going to be an arrow function. Now let's context menu options is not defined, we just defined them. Refresh this page, click it, and we have our context menu here, take photo. So that's working, but the coordinates seems to be not working, I think. Let's inspect this, and yeah, the top thing is not working perfectly, so let's fix it. So head over to context menu, and I'm going to have a bracket here. Refresh this, it's still not working. I think we have to do this using the styles because Tailwind compiler won't support it. So style, and top would be coordinates.y, and left would be coordinates.x. That's it. Now let's refresh it, and yeah, it's working. You can see that context menu is changing its places, so this is working. Now we have to work on the padding also. So the padding is not working perfectly, so head over to context menu, and yeah, we haven't passed any classes to this li. We have to add some classes. So padding x of 5, padding y of 2, cursor pointer. Then we will do one thing, and we hover over this, we want to change its background color. So hover, and bg background, and this is default hover, so that's it. Now let's check it. Yeah, this is looking great, and the color is also changing when we hover over this, so that's working. Now let's add some more properties here. So let's head over to our avatar, and in here context menu options, I'm going to copy this, paste it 3 more times, and these would be changed. So this is going to be choose from library. This is going to be upload photo. This is going to be remove photo. That's it. Now let's go here, and you can see that this context menu is looking beautiful. Now what we are going to do is, whenever we click over any of these options, we want to close this context menu. So let's do that. So head over to the context menu here, and remember this handle click. So we are going to use that here. So first we'll do e dot stop propagation, stop propagation, and call in the callback. So after this, what we will do is we'll have set context menu as false. So set context menu as false, take photo, close, Yeah, this is working. Now we also want to do one thing. Whenever we click outside of this context menu, like here, we want to close the context menu as well. So for that, we did use the use context menu ref. So we are going to use that. So we are going to register an event listener when the component is loaded. Not the component is, yeah, when the component is loaded. So we'll have this function handle outside click is event, and first we'll check is event dot target dot id not equals to context opener. Remember that we added this context opener everywhere here, context opener. So this is that if we click on any of this thing, we don't want to close the context menu, but when we click outside of any of these IDs, we want to close it. So we are getting the ID and checking if the context opener, the ID is context opener. It's not the context opener, then only we want to go forward. And now we'll check if the context menu ref dot current has a value and context menu ref dot current dot contains event dot target. I'll explain this, give me a minute. Then we'll have set context menu as false. So what we are doing is we are checking if the click, so if the click is outside of the context menu or inside of the context menu. So what we are doing is, give me a minute. Yeah, we are checking if this is inside of this context menu from any of this buttons. So we don't want to close the context menu. So for that, this is that. And now we are going to use this in an event listener. So that's the function. Now, after this, as soon as the component mounts, we want an event click event listener, click event listener, and we'll have this handle outside click. And whenever the component is destroyed, whenever the component is unmounted, we want to remove the event listener, click handle outside click, and boom, that's working. When we click inside of this, it's also working, but our callback was run. So you can see that if I click here, that's inside the context menu, it's not closing. So our logic is working perfectly. Now when we click over any of this, it will close. Here it will not close, here it will close. So that's working. Now what we will do next is our context menu code is completed. We can close this. It's a reusable component you can use in any of your projects. Now inside the avatar, when we click on any of this, we want to open up the relative thing. If we want to take the photo, then a model should be opened, and we can capture the photo with a button. Then choose from library is a component where all the default photograph is there. Then upload photo is just a file picker. You can upload the photo from your computer. And remove photo is just setting the photograph to default. So let's do one thing. I'm going to write the remove photograph first. So inside the callback, we are going to have the set image as default hyphen avatar dot png. So for remove photo is that, and for upload photo we are going to have a state variable. So that is going to be use state snippet grab photo, set grab photo, and initially this is going to be false, and we whenever we click over this upload photo, we want to set grab photo as true, and whenever we have this grab photo to true, then we want to run our photo picker thing. So for that, after the context menu here, we'll check if the grab photo is true. Then what we will do is we want the photo picker component. We are going to create this, and we are going to pass an on change here. So photo on change listener is going to be photo picker change. Let's create this over here. Const photo picker change, and amazing. Now let's head over to photo picker, and this is going to use the create portal of React. So what we are going to do is we are not going to open up the this inside the root. So for that, what we will do is first, before this, we'll have component equals to input type is of file. This is going to be hidden, and ID would be photo picker. On change would be on change. On change, we have to destructure this from props. So like this. Now we have this component here, and we are not going to return this component, but instead we are going to use the React DOM package and make sure that React DOM is imported. So React DOM dot create portal, pass in our component, and we'll pass where we want to render this component. So get dot document dot get element by IT, and this is going to be photo picker element. So photo picker element, that's it. Now we also need to add this ID with a new div in our app.jsx. So that's how the portals work. So it's just a basic concept that all of the React components are rendered inside the root, or in the Next.js it's underscore next. But while using the portals, we tell Next.js that we want this inside not the root div, but inside the other custom div. So here we'll have a div inside the document, not the app, and the ID for the same would be photo picker element. And now let's open up the console, and you can see that we have this next div and we have this photo picker element. And when I will click over this and select upload photo, okay, React DOM is not defined. So head over to the photo picker and import React DOM, not from React, from React DOM. Let's refresh this, select this and upload photo. You can see that we have this input here, and this should be photo picker. That's it. Now what we are going to do is, now we'll head over to our avatar, and above here will create a use effect, and this effect would run whenever grab photo is changed to true. So if grab photo, then const data is equals to, will get this by document dot get element by id photo picker, and we got the element and we are going to click on it. So data dot click, and when the file picker is closed, so document dot body dot on focus will get the event and will set grab photo to false. So that's pretty basic stuff. Equals to this. Now let's check it. Upload photo, and we have this. So that's working. Now we have to handle this handler. So when we get the image, we want to store that image in our image variable, in the state image variable. So for that we need to write the code. So we created the photo picker, change this thing, and this should be async. We need the event from here. So const file is equals to e dot target dot files of 0. Now we'll get the reader. So const reader is equals to new file reader. Const data is equals to document dot create element of image, and reader dot onload property as this function event data dot source equals to event dot target dot result, and data dot set attribute data src as event dot target dot result. And now we'll have after this we'll have reader, not this, outside of this, reader dot read as data url file. I'll explain the code, give me a minute. Set timeout and set image data dot src. Yeah, so now I'm sorry for that. Okay, so what we did here is whenever we get any image inside this photo picker change element, so we get that file from e.target.files. So what this code will do is we want that file's base64 code. So just for your learning purposes, I'm just demonstrating how you can get the image as base64 and store it inside the database. It's not the best practice, I know. You should not be storing the image like this, but you should be storing the image as a file inside the server's directory, not in the database. But just for the learning purposes, I'm showing that this is also a way. So if anyone asks you in any interview that how to store the image inside the database, then you can follow this method. You can get the file, get a new reader, which is file reader, and create an image document dot create element image tag and get the data, and set that that this file's image inside of this new created element, and you can set the attribute as event.target.result, and then we can read the this data's reader dot read as data URL, so that would work. And after that, what we'll do is we'll set the data.src as set timeout. So this would have uh, the image in base 64. If you want to see, I'm going to show you data.src console.log just for learning purposes. So this is also the way. Upload photo, and I need a photo, give me a minute. Download, I'm going to have this, and that seems strange, we didn't have any console. I'm going to refresh this. Upload photo, this thing right here, still not working. Let's see if this function is actually being run. Console.log e console.log file, and upload photo, solid color, inspect. I think this function is not being run, so let's head over to our photo picker, not the photo picker, on change. Okay, so this is on change. Avatar, what we give here on change. Let's do one thing. I'm going to alert here if this is run. Upload photo. Okay, that is not being run. That seems strange. We pass this, the on change, input, type file, hidden ID, photo picker, on change. Still seems strange. Let's do one thing. Instead of this, I'm going to alert out here. Alert demo. Is there a mistake? No. Refresh this. Okay, so I have found the issue. So I'm going to clear out this alert from here, and here I'm going to add and set timeout, and this is going to be 1 second. Now let's upload the photo, and boom, it's working. Now we also have this base 64, we also have this file. So that's it. So that's pretty much it. This is working. Now these both options are working. Now we'll create this choose from library. So for that, choose from library, we have to create the photo library first. So photo library, also we need to enable this from here, so we'll also be doing that. And yeah, so we'll first create a use state value for that. So use state snippet, and this is going to be show photo library, and set show photo library. Initially this is going to be false, and this S is capital, and From here we'll just have set show photo library as true, and here we'll have if the photo library is true, then we want photo library component, and inside the photo library component we'll be passing the image and set image, not that but just the set image. So set image would be set image, and we'll also pass hide photo library equals to set show photo library. That's it. Now let's head over to photo library component, and what we will do here is first I'm going to have an array here of images. So this is an array of images, so those all images are from public avatars, these images, and make sure that you have this kind of URL slash avatars and the number and .png. Save this, and now we are going to have it. Also let's head over to avatar one moment, and I'm going to remove this. Okay, I think I saw an semicolon somewhere around here. It's not from here. Let me check. Inspect. Next. Yeah, we have this semicolon. I don't know from where this is coming on. Let's head over to app.jsx, and yeah, it's from here. Remove that, and the page length is fixed, so that was creating the issue. So that is that. And now let's head over to photo library and have our class name here, fixed top of 0, left of 0, max height would be 100 viewport height, and max width would be 100 viewport width. After that we'll provide height of full, width of full, and what's next is justify center and item center. So justify center, item center, that's it. And after this we'll have another class with a div with a class name of hmax with max background gray of 900, gap of 6, rounded LG and a padding of 4, and inside of this we'll have a div with IO close, and this icon should be imported from React icons. So import IO close from React icons IO5. So IO close, class name, height of 10, width of 10. I'm gonna show you this. Okay, so that's here. Let me refresh this. Okay, it's still showing. I'm not sure why. This should be only visible, and this has fixed. we'll deal that afterwards. So fixed, did we give this a flex? No, we didn't. Flex, and yeah, now this is at center and that's looking great. Let's add some class names to this. So this is cursor pointer, and when we click over this, on click, we want to hide this. So on click, hide photo library. Oh, we also need to have this from above. So set photo and hide photo library. We are going to use this, and let's do one thing. Instead of on clicking here, we'll have that here, hide photo library, and the class name, what should we give here? So padding top of 2, padding right of 2, cursor pointer, flex, items end, and justify end. And I think that should work. When I click over this, not working yet. Let's head over here, and okay, so we messed things here. So this is show photo library, refresh this, and when we click over this, choose from library, we have this, and this is not working yet. Hide photo library, set show photo library. So hide photo library, head over to photo library, and will not do this. Instead of yeah, that's working. Now we just have to map the images, so let's do that. And after this div right here, we'll have another div which would have class name of grid, grid calls of 3, justify center, item center, gap of 16, padding of 20, and we'll give it the width of full. Then what we'll do is we'll map the images. So images dot map will get the image and the index as well, and we are going to return a div. The div would have on click listener, and this is going to be we'll just set photo, not yeah, set photo as images of index, and after this we'll have set hide photo library to false as well. Why is this not working? Oh, we have to pass an arrow function. That's it. And now inside of this div we'll have the next image. So first we'll have a div, and then inside of it we'll have image from next image. Source would be image. Alternative text would be avatar. Class name, we don't want to give any class name, and I think we'll give this, that's it. And now we'll give this a class name of height of 24 and width of 24, and I think we'll also give this a class name of cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. Now let's check this out. Choose from library. Okay, we also have to pass in the fill property here. Let's head over to avatar, and this is set image. Okay, so we'll use the set image here. So this is going to be set image, save it, and we also have to give this div a class name, not this div, but this one to relative, and the image should be here. Yeah, we have the images. So height is 24 and width is 24. Yeah, the images are here, looking pretty, right? So when we click over any of this is working. When we remove this, the default image, upload photo, this thing, choose from library, this thing. Now we want the take photo functionalities to take the photo from the camera. So let's do that. So for that, so now let's head over to avatar, and we are going to create a new state here first. So use state snippet, and this time this is going to be show capture photo, and set show capture photo. Initially this is going to be false, and when we click over this, we want to set show capture photo to true. That's it. And now at the end here, after this, we'll see show capture photo and capture photo, and set image is equals to set image, and hide would be set show capture photo. And now let's head over to capture photo, and inside of here what I am going to do is remove this capture photo, give this a class name of absolute, height of 4 by 6, width of 2 by 6, and we'll give it a top of 1 by 4. Make sure that there are spaces here. Top 1 by 4, left is 1 by 3, background gray of 900, and we'll have a gap of 3. So at the end here, gap of 3, rounded large, padding top of 2, flex item center, and justify center. That's it. And now inside of this, we are going to have a div with flex, flex call, gap of 4, width of full, and inside of this I'm going to head over to our photo library and I'm going to copy out this div of IO close, paste it out here, head over to it again, copy the import of IO close, paste it here again, and now let's see if we have, yeah, this is here. Now this is going to be padding right of to cursor pointer, flex, items end, justify end, and this is from here we have the hide and set image. So this is going to be hide, and after this div right here we have div with class name as flex, justify center. Inside of this we'll have a video tag, video, and id would be video, width would be 400. After that we'll have autoplay, and ref equals to video ref. So we have to create a ref, const video ref is equals to use ref from React. Initially this is going to be null, and after this div right here we'll have a button which will have an on-click listener and a class name. So class name would be height of 16, width of 16, background of white, rounded full, cursor pointer, border of 8, and we'll have border teal light, this one border teal light, then we'll have padding of 2 and margin bottom of 10. Now let's check it out. Yeah, we have this here. Now let's have the on click equals to capture photo, and we have to create that const capture photo. That's it, and justify center, flex call, and let's give this as not items but justify center to check if things are in the center. They are still not. We'll deal with that afterwards. So now inside of our capture photo, what we are going to do is we'll create a canvas first. Canvas is equals to document dot create element and canvas, and now we'll have canvas dot get context. This is not canvas dot get context. We'll pass in the 2D parameter and draw image from the video ref. Draw image from video ref dot current 0, 0, 300 and 150. Make sure that these values are the same, and set image as canvas dot to data URL, pass in type as image JPEG, and now hide as false. Now we'll also have a use effect that would be run initially, and what we'll be doing here is we'll initializing this video with the camera. So let stream, so const start camera equals to async stream equals to await navigator dot media devices dot get user media, passing video as true and audio as false, because we just want to capture the image, we don't want to get the audio. And we'll have video ref dot current dot source object equals to the stream, and after this we'll start the camera function, and when the component is destroyed we'll get stream dot get tracks dot for each, not this, for each track dot stop. So now I will just explain you the things. So first, whenever this component is loaded, we are starting our camera by navigator.mediadevices.getUserMedia and setting the live video feed inside our video ref, and the video ref is this video element right here. So that is that. And now this return would stop the camera from recording whenever the component is unmounted, and when we click on this capture button and this capture function is run, and when what we are doing is we get the current video and get a shot of it and store it inside a canvas and convert that image into a data URL. So that would be again in base 64 and storing it. So let's check it out now if this works. Okay, cannot read undefined if there is a stream. So let's check this out. Okay, take photo, and yeah, this is working, but these things are not. I'll click over this and we have our photo here. So that's working, but the alignment is not proper, so we need to fix that. So this is a div. Inside of this div, flex call, width is of full. Let's do items center and justify center to this. Let's check it out again, and yeah, this is looking perfect. So it's working. So yeah, great. So that's completed. Now what we are going to do is create a button here and send this value to the server. So let's do that. So now I am inside the onboarding page, and after this inputs I'm going to create a new div here, give it a class name of flex item center, justify center, and inside of this div I'm going to create a button. Button would have text as create profile, and I'll head over to the login page and copy the styles of this button from right here and paste that over here, and let's check this out. And we have this beautiful button of create profile. Now on click of this we want to onboard the user, so let's create a handler onboard user handler. this should be an async function, and let's call that on the click of button. So on click, onboard user handler, and inside of this what we will be doing is we'll check if validate details. So first we need to create a validate details function. So I'll write const validate details equals to this, and we'll check if name dot length is less than 3, then we will return false, and or else will return true. So what we are doing is we'll check here by validate details. If validate details returns true, so when it will return true is if the length of the name is greater than 3, then we want to return it. So that's it, and call this function here. So if this would return true, then we'll proceed further. We'll get the email equals to user info dot email, and wrap this around a try catch block, console log error, and we are going to send this to server and set the details there inside the server. So for that, first what we will do is inside our schema.prisma, we have to make some changes. So inside the user here, we'll add the name as string, then we'll add profile picture, which is going to be string, and the default would be an empty string. About would be string, at default would be empty string, and that's it for now. Now let's push this to our Prisma. So not this one, and we are going to write npx prisma db push, hit enter. Okay, that's done. Now npx prisma studio, done. And now let's head over to auth controller and create a controller for the user onboarding. So that is going to be pretty simple. Export const onboard user is equals to async request response and next. So I forgot to explain this. So we are adding our schema to this user table. We need the ID, email, name, profile picture, and about in the user table. So that is just that we are changing the schema Prisma, and now this auth controller will act as an API and get the data from the front end and save it to the database from here. So we'll wrap this around try catch error, next error. We'll get email, name, and about, and the image would be profile image, not profile image, profile picture equals to request dot body, and if there is not the email or there is not the name or there is not the profile picture, then we'll return with response.json, not JSON, we'll just send that email, name and image are required. After this if block, now we'll have const Prisma is equals to get Prisma instance, await Prisma dot user dot create, and data would be email, name, about and profile picture. That's it. And after this is successfully completed, we'll return response.json message as success and status as true. That's it. Now we'll add this inside our auth route. So let's head over to auth route, and this is again going to be router dot post onboard user. This is going to be onboard user. Now let's head over to API routes and do the same here inside the API routes. So export const, this is going to be in caps, on board user route auth route slash onboard user. Now let's use that inside our onboarding page, and inside this try we'll get the data equals to await axios dot post onboard user, not handler, this is going to be onboard user route, and we'll pass the body as email, name, about and the image. That's it. Now we'll check if data dot status is true. If that is inserted into the database, then we'll dispatch set new user and set user info. So let's head over to login again, and I am going to copy that from here. So I'm going to copy this, head over to onboarding, and inside of here, so our new user is set, so this would be false because the user is already set, and user info would be name, email, profile image would be as image, and status would be about. That's it. User info is set, and after it is set, we'll push over the current route. So for that we need the router. So const router is equals to use router, and after this right here we'll use router dot push to the chat page, and that's pretty much it. And we'll do one more thing. Above this we'll have a use effect. So we have used this property new user inside the reducers, but we haven't used it anywhere, so we are going to use it here. So as soon as the page is loaded and we need the user info, the new user property, that's it. And what we are going to see is we'll see if new user is changed and user info is changed, or the router is changed, because these are all are used. We'll see if the new user is false and there is not user info dot email, then we want router dot push /login, else if there is not the new user and there is user info dot email, then we want router dot push to slash. So what we are doing is, if the user if it is not a new user and there is not a user info email value, so this is going to have this, then we want to push it to the login page because there is no user here. And if it is not a new user and there is the email, then we want to push it to the chat page. So this component is only displayed when the new user property is true. So that is initially set as false in our reducer state reducers. You can see that here. So initially it is false, and when we log in and the user is not present in the database, then this property would be true and we would be able to see the onboarding page. And as soon as our user is onboarded here, we are setting this to false and redirecting it to push. So this page is somewhat protected. Now let's head over to here and let's refresh this, and you can see that Prisma is updated with ID, email, name, profile picture and about. And let's try to head over to onboard first, and you can see that it redirected us to the login. Now let's log in with Google. The user is not in the database, so we will be redirected to the onboarding page. We have this name here. We'll choose from the library, select this photo, and I am rich. Create the profile, and there is an error, internal server error. So let's head over to this tab and see. Email name is not defined, so let's head over to auth controller, and we have messed something. Okay, there is now comma here, and let's create the profile. Still an error. Okay, there is still an error. This time unknown argument and data.name. Data.name. So we are using prisma.user.create. I think I need to regenerate the Prisma. So npx prisma generate, and now I will yarn start. Let's see if this works now. Okay, dispatch is not defined now. Okay, so our user was created, I think. Yeah, it is created now, and we have to import up the dispatch from here inside the onboarding. So the dispatch, and let's log in again, and this time, okay, so the user was already in the database, so we also have to add the code for that. So this is the login page, and if the data dot status and this is not there, then we'll have the else block, and use this dispatch again, dispatch, and this time we'll push it to router dot push to the chat page, and the name would be data dot name, ID would be data dot id, Email would be data dot name. Let's do one thing, we'll destructure this. That's a good practice. Is equals to data, and we need the ID. Let's destructure, the data is destructured already, so ID is there. Name, email, profile image, not profile image, this is profile picture, and profile picture should be renamed as profile image, and after that we'll have the status. Now let's have it here: ID, name, email, profile image, and the status, and I'll save it, and this should work. And now let's head over to onboard thing, and this time we have to have the ID here as data.id as well. Let me check. Perfect. Now let's check it again. Log in with Google. And we are redirected to the index page because the user was there. Now let's try to head over to the onboarding page, and we are redirected to the login, and from the login I think we should write redirection logic here as well. So we'll do that here inside the login. So login, and what we'll do is, before this handle login, we'll have a use effect here, and this would be run whenever we have the user info and the new user. So user info and the new user, and we'll check if the user info dot id is there and it is not the new user, then we want to push it to the chat page. And now let's log in again. We are inside the chat page, and now I will go to the login page, and it's still not working. So userinfo.id is here. Let's do one thing, console out the user info and the new user property. User info is undefined and new user is false, so log in with Google. Head over to the login page. Okay, so our context is not maintained, I think. Yeah, that's it. We are explicitly going here, so context is not maintained. So that's the issue. So we'll just console remove this, and what we will do next is, our login process is complete. Now let's do this chat page. So now let's create this chat page. So now let's head over to main.jsx, this file right here, and inside of this, what I will be doing is, I don't want this divs inside here, and now I will have a div, inside of here with a class name as grid. Grid calls main, height of screen, width of screen, max height of screen, and max width of full and overflow hidden. That's it. And inside of this div we'll be having the chat list component. So inside of this div we'll have chat list component, and another component is the empty component. And let's check it out here. Refresh this. There's no change here. Refresh. I did save this. Okay, so inside the index page, so client source pages index.jsx, we have to import the main component here. Main, and now cannot destructure property. Okay, index main. We'll head over to main.jsx, and what error do we have here? Cannot destructure property. Inspect console. Don't know why this error is popping up. Let's restart this and head over to localhost 3000. Close this, and we still have this error. Chat list and empty are here. Let's see if I can comment out this. This too. And let's head over to index.jsx and revert this to this div. Refresh, and let's do one thing. Have main inside of this. Main. Okay, I think I know the issue. So we have this main component, but that should be imported from components main. So I think that might causing the issue. Yeah, that was. Now let's head over here, and we have the chat list and empty. So this part would have the contacts and this part would have the chat component. So let's design this empty component first. So let's head over to empty, which is inside source components. I'm going to close all of these files, head over to empty again, and close the open editors. Inside the empty we'll just have an image tag from next image, and source is equals to /whatsapp.gif. Alternative would be WhatsApp. Height is 300 units, width is again 300 units, and this is going to have a class name of border conversation border 1, width of full, BG panel header background. And what sort of other classes do we need? We need the flex call. I'm gonna save this and let's check it out here. Yeah, we have everything. We just have to center it here, and we need a bar at the bottom. So let's do that. So flex call, and height is 100 viewport height, border bottom of 4, border bottom of icon green, items center, justify center, save it, and yeah, it is here. And we also have the border here at the bottom. You can see that this border, so that's looking great. This is the empty component. Whenever any chat is not selected, this component would be shown. Now let's do the chat list component. So let's head over to chat list, and chat list, what we'll be doing here is we'll give this a class name of bg panel, header background, flex call, max height of screen, z of 20, that's it. And inside the chat list we'll have the chat list header component, the search bar component, and the list component. That's it. Save it, and we have all of those component here. BG panel header background. Now what should we do next is let's head over to the chat list header component, and what I'm going to do here is I'll just have it styled. So class name would be height of 16, px of 4, py of 3, flex, justify between, and item center. This won't have any changes because we don't have any component. Now let's have the components. So div with a class name of cursor pointer, and let's use the avatar component, and this time we are going to use the type as small, and image would be user info dot image, not image but profile image, and we'll grab this user info from useState provider. So user info equals to use state provider, and we also will need the dispatch method. So dispatch. Now after this we'll have another div with a class name of flex. Let me show you it here. We don't have the avatar because I think we need to log in again. Whenever the page is refreshed, the data is lost. So we'll use Firebase to have that data. What's the issue here? Console. Okay. Type is source, image is userinfo.profile image. Let's console out the user info. User info. It's undefined. And now what, before doing this further, let's head over to our main component, and what we'll do is we'll check for the user info first. So whenever there is a refresh, we don't have any problem. So inside the main, we'll use an on a auth state change function, which is from Firebase. So this is like an use effect hook. Whenever the page is loaded, this would run. So that's provided by Firebase, and it would give If the Firebase is currently logged in, it would give us the current user from it. And what we'll do is, if there is not current user, then we'll use a use state snippet first and create a state of redirect login. Initially this is going to be false, and if there is no current user, then we'll have set redirect login as true. And if there is no user info and then current user dot email is there, then what we'll do is we'll await axios dot post check user route, pass in the email current user dot email, this should be inside of this, and if data dot status is false, I'll explain this code in a minute, we'll push it to the login. So we also need the router, const router is equals to use router, and router dot push login, and we need the use state provider too. So use state provider const date, not data, but the user info, and the dispatch. So dispatch type as reducer cases dot set user info, and I'm going to grab this from login, and we destructure this data. I'm going to copy all of this, paste it over here. So now I'll just explain the code. So this is on auth state changed hook by Firebase. So it will run on the page whenever the page is loaded, and it will check if there is an Firebase auth present. So Firebase user is logged in, and if it is logged in, it will return it in the callback function, and we have this and the current user. So first we'll check if there is no current user, then we'll set redirect login to true, and whenever this is true, we'll write a use effect, and it should be redirected to the login page. So let's do that also. Use effect hook, I want to run this when redirect login is there, and if redirect login is true, then I want router dot push as slash login. So that's done. Now if there is not the user info inside our state global state, and the Firebase has the current user dot email, then we'll use our check user route to check the user if it is in the database. If it is not in the database, then this is a new user, or the user might be deleted. So we want to push it to login again. And if the user is already here, then we want to dispatch and store that user into our global state. So I'm going to refresh this again, and let's check. Use state is not defined. Let's use state. I think use effect is not there also. Okay, use effect is there. Refresh the page. and the data is not defined. So this is the data, and this everything should be inside this if. That's it. Let's refresh this page, and user info is still undefined. Let me console out this data here. Data user found, and we have this user, and it is being set as undefined. So I think this should be from data.data, and let's refresh the page again. Yeah, we have it here, and we have to do the same for login. This would be from data.data, and let's check in onboarding user. It's inside the data.status. Let's head over to our auth controller and check inside the onboarding. We are just sending the status as true. We are not sending any data from here, and we are sending this from data, and inside the onboarding, okay, we are getting the data.id. I think we will not be having that. Let's remove this, and let's do one thing. We'll be needing this ID. So head over to auth controller and const user is equals to await, and we'll pass in the user here. Head over to onboarding, and we'll have this as data.user.id, and I'm going to test it out. I'm going to delete this record. So refresh and delete this record. Refresh this page, and ID is undefined. So this is inside the main.jsx, and data.data doesn't have the ID. Console log data. Okay, so we'll check if data.data is there, then only we want to proceed further. Refresh, login with Google. User onboarding, choose from library. So this is Next.js lazy loading. This is like create profile, internal server error, and unique constraint failed on the field's email. Why did that happen? Let's head over to login with Google. Let's refresh this page and see why there are so many errors. Okay, that is working. I think that was because the React strict mode, and because of the strict mode is true here, this would run the application twice. So that would work now. So now let's head over to the chat list header again. We have the user image here, and what should we do next after this, inside our this flex, we also want to give it a gap of 6, and we are going to use bs fill. I don't know the name, but let's import it from here. Import from react icons bs, and we need the bs fill chat left text field, this one, and we need the bs 3 dots vertical, bs 3 dots vertical. So we are going to use it, bs fill chat this thing, and after this we'll have fragments, and inside the fragments we'll have bs 3 dots vertical. That's it. Refresh the page. I think we need to restart our application. Yarn dev. Okay, I think because we had the strict mode change, we have to refresh the page. We have to restart our server. Okay, this is working perfect. We have the buttons here. Now let's close this, and let's give this the class names. So the class name would be text panel header icon cursor pointer and text of Excel. I'm going to copy this class name, do the same in here, and we'll also give a title here for the tooltip. So title is new chat, and here title would be menu, and this is looking great. So after this we'll have a context menu when we click over this, but this would be completed at the end of the video because this is not necessary. And for this, when we click over this, we want to show the contacts page, but we'll do that afterwards. Now let's do the search bar first. So let's do that. Okay, so I also did a mistake here. We have to have a line here. So for that, head over to this empty component, and instead of border 1 we have to write border L here, and we have this line here. Great. Now let's do the search bar. Head over to search bar, and inside of here give it a class name, and the color would be bg search input, bg search input container background flex py of 3 pl of 5 item center gap of 3 height of 14, and we'll remove this. We'll have another, let's have the div only, class name as bg panel header background flex item center gap of 5 px of 3 py of 1 rounded lg flex grow. Save this, and inside of this we'll have another div. We'll have bi search alt2. Copy this and import that from bi react package from react icons. BI and BI search L2. That's it. We'll give this the class name. So let's head over to chat list header. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, not this. Copy this class name, paste it here. This is going to be text large, and after this div will have another div which will have an input, have text placeholder. Placeholder is search or start a new chat. Class name would be bg transparent, text small, focus outline and none, focus outline none, text white, width of full, save it. And after that we'll have an on change listener for the search and everything. We'll do that afterwards, we don't need that for now. And after this div will have another div with a class name of pr5 and pl of 3. We'll use bs filter inside of this, so bs filter. Okay, so this is the bi package, we need that from bs, so import from react icons bs. So now inside of this we'll have that bs filter. We are gonna copy the class name, copy, paste it here, save it. Now let's check it. Yeah, we have our search bar here with the filter button. Now all that is left to do the list here, so let's go to the list, this component right here. And in here what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to give it a class name of bg search input, contain a background, flex of auto, overflow auto, and max height of full, custom scroll bar, I think we have to add this custom scroll bar class. So custom scroll bar would be inside global.css. So custom scroll bar is WebKit scroll bar. So height here is 8 pixels with important, and width is also 8 pixels. Then custom scroll bar WebKit scroll bar thumb is background color of FF3B. Save it. And now let's head over to here. We have this, and I'm going to remove this list, and for now this is going to be just like this. We'll have the contacts here afterwards. So now what we'll do next is, instead of this component right here, we'll have the chat component, or we will do the contacts. So let's do one thing, let's grab all the contacts from here first. So let's do that. No, let's do, yeah, I'm a little bit confused here. So let's do one thing. We'll just set up the message container here to have all the messages, because when we click over the contact, we also need to load all the messages also. So we'll do that afterwards. We'll have the chat container first. So let's do that. Sorry for the confusion. Okay, so now let's head over to chat.jsx. Chat.jsx. It's inside source components chat. And now in here, I'm going to give it a class name of border conversation border of left, width of full, and then I'll give it a BG conversation panel background, then give it a flex call, also give it a height of 100 viewport height, and after that I think we'll give it a Z index of 10. This Z index is to maintain the what it is, the context menu. So for that we will have the exit chat function and the logout option. So in here we have the Z10, and after this what we'll be doing is we'll be having inside of here the chat header. Give me a minute. Okay, this is this one, chat header. Then after that we'll have chat container. After that at the end we'll have the message bar to send the messages. This one right here. Close this, and now let's head over to the main.jsx, and in here instead of the empty component I'm going to import up the chat component. Save it here, and let's head over to the UI, and we have our chat header, chat container, and the message bar. So now let's do that. Now I'm going to first design the chat header, so let's do that. So let's head over to chat header, and inside of this I'm going to remove this, give it a class name, and what should be here is I'll give this a height of 16, px of 4, py of 3, then py of 3. After that we'll give it a flex, then it's a justify between, item center, background panel, header background, and the Z index of 10 as well for stacking. After this we'll have a div with flex, give it item center and justify center, item center, justify center, and gap of 6. Tailwind CSS should make a class name for including the flex, item center, justify center. This is commonly used everywhere, so if any guys over Tailwind is watching this video, I'll suggest them to add a class name that includes all of this in a single class name. Then after this we'll have the avatar. So we have already made this component reusable, so that helps. We'll give this a type of small, then we'll give the image as current chat user dot profile picture, but currently we don't have that, so this is going to be some text slash profile. Let's give this that, I think, yeah. So we have this kind of thing. We'll fix that. Whenever any user is selected, we will have its image and name here. For now, let's just have this. After this avatar, we'll have another div with flex, then we'll give it also flex call, Inside of this we'll have uh, a div, not a div but a span with a class name of text primary strong, and inside of here we'll have the name of the current chat user. So uh, I'll just write demo here so we know this has to be changed after the chat is selected. After that we'll have another span with class name as text secondary and text small. Inside of this we'll have online offline. We'll write this demo here, online offline demo. So this is done. We'll fix this after the chat is selected. So that's done, and after this, ending this divs, another div with flex and gap of 6. Inside of here we are going to use some icons, so let's import that first. So import from React icons, and I'm going to copy this syntax. Now we need MD call, so that is going to be from MD. So we need the MD call, this one. After this, the next package is IO5 because we need the IO video cam. So IO video cam. After that, we'll have a package BI. We need the BI search alt2, BI search alt2. After this, we'll have BS, and this is going to be BS 3 dots vertical, and that's it. So these are the icons that we are going to use. So I'm going to now use them here. So MD call, and MD call has a class name of text panel header icon, this one. Then we'll give it a cursor of pointer and a text of Excel. This one, text Excel, and let's copy this class name. So after this we will have the IO video cam, IO video cam, and let's paste that class name as well. Then we'll have BI search L2. Let's paste the class name, and we'll have BS 3 dots vertical. Paste the class name. That's it. Let's head over to UI, and we have the buttons for voice call, video call, search, and this one open up the exit. So that's it. This is styled. We'll fix this functionality after step by step. So the icons are here. Now let's proceed further to have the message bar. Then we'll have the chat container. So let's do that. So now let's head over to the message bar components. It's inside the source components chat and message bar. I'm going to get rid of this message bar. Instead of that, I'm going to give it a class name of background panel, header background. Give it a height of 20, padding top and bottom, not top and bottom, left and right of 4. Give it a flex, item center, gap of 6, and we'll give it a relative position. Inside of this, what should be next? I'm going to have an fragment. Let me check. Is it a fragment or anything else? Yeah, we need a fragment here. So inside a fragment, I'm going to have a div with a class name of flex and a gap of 6. Inside of this, I'm going to have a icon from React icons. So let's import it. Import from React icons. This is going to be from BS package. We need an emoji from here. So BS emoji. This is smile, emoji smile, and let's use it here. BS emoji smile. Close it, and let's give this a class name, which is going to be text panel header icon. Text panel header icon. Then let's give it a cursor pointer. Give it a text of Excel, and we are going to provide a tooltip here by title property. We'll give it an emoji. That's it. After this, we are going to have an pin, attachment pin. So that is going to be from im package. So import from react icons im, and this is going to be im attachment. This one, let's use that here. Im attachment. Provide the same class name, and let's give it a title of attach image, or you can set it to file, attach file. After this this div, we are going to have an input bar. So div with a class name. This is going to be width of full, rounded large. Also give it a height of 10 and flex and item center. Inside of this, we'll have an input tag of type text. The name is not necessary. ID is also not necessary. We'll give it a placeholder that type a message, and let's give this a class name. We'll handle its value and on change afterwards, not now. We're just working on the UI. So bg input. This is going to be bg input background. Text is small. Focus outline none. After that, we'll give it a text of white, height of 10, rounded large, padding left of 5, padding right of 5. Okay, so padding left and right both are 5, so we can use padding x of 5, not x, px of 5. Then we'll use padding y of 4. Afterwards, we'll also give it a width of full. Let's check the UI now. Head over here. We have the message bar, and now we'll have the send button. So let's do that. After this input, let's end this div. I have another div with flex. Give it a width of 10. Item center, justify center, and inside of it we'll have an md send. So that should be inside a button, and we'll use md send. Okay, it has been auto imported, md send. And after md send, we'll use the fa microphone. Not microscope, it is microphone. Fa microphone, this one, and it should be imported from fa, this one. And let's copy the class names from here, and title would be send message, and the title here would be record. The S is capital here. That's it. Now let's check the UI. Okay, so currently this looks perfect. What we are going to do is, I'm going to comment out this microphone for now, and now it looks perfect. So when we'll click over this microphone, then we'll get the microphone. So we'll use a conditional there. For now, that's not necessary. We'll do that afterwards. Now let's work on the middle chat container. So let's head over to chat container. That's inside source components chat and chat container. You can see over here source components chat. Close this, and inside of this what we will be doing is uh, let's get rid of this chat container. Let's give this a class name of height of 80 viewport height, width of full, relative, flex grow, not zero, just flex grow, overflow auto, and custom scroll bar class that we created inside our global.css. After this, we'll have another div which will have bg chat background. That's it. So we have defined this bg chat background in tailwind config. So we have this background image property, and inside of it we have this chat background class name, and we have used the URL as chat bgpng. So that's included inside the public. If you go over there, and we have this chat bg, so that's from the WhatsApp. Let's close it. We are going to have this image as the background of this container right here. So this is set. So here we'll have that image, and we'll decrease its opacity so that would look like the WhatsApp. So now let's give this background fixed, give this a height of full, width of full as well. After that we'll give it a opacity of 5. We are decreasing the opacity, and give it a fixed, then left of 0, and top of 0 as well, and let's give it a z index of 0. And now you can see that we have this beautiful background here. So all is set. We just have to add some more divs here. For the messages, we'll just set up the UI. So not inside of this. After this div, we'll have another div with a class name of flex and width of full. Inside of this, we'll have another div with flex again, and let's give it a flex call, give it a justify end, give it a width of full, gap of 1, and overflow auto. Now we'll map all the messages that we get from the server inside of this div. So our basic is set. So that's it, I think. Now let's proceed further. Let's save this, and we have our basic UIs set up correctly. Now what we are going to do is, when we click over this button, we want to show all the contacts in our DB here. So let's do that. So for that, first we are going to set up our API, then we'll do the component thing. So let's proceed to do that. So now I have added multiple users from the Prisma Studio. You can log in via other Google accounts, or you can just add accounts from here in the Prisma Studio by add record. But make sure that when you add from here, you would not be able to log into that user because it's not connected with Google. So if you want to log in with that user, you have to log in with Google, not this process. So I have added these users. Now let's write our API. So let's head over to auth controller.js, and I'm going to create a new controller. So export, this is going to be export const get all users, export const get all users equals to request response next. and wrap that in try catch. Next error, and inside the try we'll get Prisma is equals to get Prisma instance const users equals to await Prisma dot user dot find many, and this is going to be an async function, and we'll use order by here. So order by, we want them to be in ascending order by their names. So name should be in ascending order from A to B to C, like from A to Z we want in that order. Then we want, so which fields we want, we have to select that. We want the ID, then we want the email, we want the name, we want the profile picture, we want about, and that's it. Now we'll have the users. Now we want to group all the users by their initial letters. So like my name is Kishan, and so my initial letter is K. So I want to group all the users by letter K inside an object. So we are going to do that. So first we'll create an object of users grouped by initial letter equals to an empty object. After that, so now after this we have this users, which is an array. So we are going to loop it with for each loop, and callback function will get the user, single user from here. And now what we'll do is we'll get the first letter, so initial letter of the username by user dot name dot char at 0 dot to uppercase. We want all the letters in uppercase. So A is capital, B is capital, C is capital. So we get from Kishan. So if the name is like this, Kishan, so I want to get this first letter, which is triggered by caret of 0, and we are changing that to uppercase. If this is in small, then we are getting the capitalized version. So we are getting that. So now we have initial letter K now here. So now we'll check if not users group by initial letter and initial letter. So currently this is empty, and if this condition triggers, then it is proceeded by not. So this returns false, and now we have not here, so this reverts back to true, and we get inside the if, and now we will have users group by initial letter of initial letter and specify that with an empty array. And outside of this if, now what we'll do is users group by initial letter and get the initial letter dot push user. So now what we did here is after this step we'll have an K here with an empty array inside of this. Now after that what we did is we get that K here, that we get this array and push the user, the Kishan user, inside of this K. So we loop over this and it repeats for all the user. Now if I have another user like Cool Kishan inside of this users, then we have this array of K which has the Kishan, and it also pushes the Cool Kishan inside of this. Now this is only going to have the K at the first, and now if I have another name like Jimisha, then it will see that if this has a letter J. So if it isn't, if it has not, then it will initialize it by an empty array, and then we push that into inside of that. So that's pretty simple JavaScript. I hope it was easy to understand. And now what we are going to do is we are returning the send users group by initial letter, and now we are going to call this API from the browser. So localhost 3005 slash API slash auth slash we also have to write a route for this. So let's head over to auth routes, and in here I'm going to write router dot get, and this is going to be get contacts, and we'll have get all users controller here. Now let's get contacts here, and you can see that we have this array of users here. So you can see that we have this users array. Inside it we have h, which is an array here, array of objects. So we have Haley Stanford inside of it, and we have another user which is Harvey Specter inside of it. So that's pretty simple. Then we have another object which is J, and which has an array. So that's pretty simple, and it's working. Now let's close this, and now our API is all set. Now what we'll be doing is we want to call that API from front end. So what we are going to do is when we click over this page, we want the contacts page here. So for that we have to create a reducer first and a global state for that. So let's do that. So initially let's head over to the state reducers, and in here I'm going to add a contacts page state, and initially this is going to be false. And now what we will be doing is I'm going to add a new case for that. Let's head over to this cases and set all contacts page, and this is going to be the same. Paste it, and if you're wondering how I use that shortcut to copy all of this, I use Control D first to select the highlighted stuff, and Control C and Control V. So Control D helps it select. Now let's head over to state reducers, and I'm going to add a new case here. So case reducer cases dot set all contacts page, and inside of this I'm going to return the destructured state and contacts page, and we're going to revert the contacts page. So state dot contacts page, not state of contacts page here. So if the contacts page is false, then when we call this reducer we want to set it as true, and if it is true then we want to set it as false. So that's pretty simple. Now let's after this let's call this reducer inside our chat header, not chatter header but the chat list header, and inside out of this we have this this new chat icon. So let's call it here. Now here I'm going to add an on click listener, on click, and this is going to be handle all contacts page. Copy this and let's remove this console, and I'm going to create that function over here, handle all contacts page, and dispatch type reducer cases dot set all contacts pages. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is whenever this contact page state is set as true, we will head over to our chat list, and whenever it is true, we will get the state first. So const is equals to use state provider, and we will get the contacts page from here. And what we will do is we'll also maintain a use state snippet or local state of page type. So initially the page type would be default, and we'll have a use effect hook, and we also have to import the use state, and this use effect hook will run whenever the contacts page is changed. So first we'll check if the contacts page is true, then we'll set the page type to all contacts, else we'll set the page type to the default, that's it. And now in here what we are going to do is we will check the page type. If the page type triple equals to default, then we are going to show this component right over here, and let's click this, and you can see that the component is no longer visible because the page type was set as all contacts. Now we'll have page type triple equals to all contacts, and then we want to render out the contact list component, and you can see that we have the contacts list text that is from the contact list component. So now let's head over to the contacts list, and what I'll be doing from here is as soon as this component is loaded, I want to get all the contacts from our API. So use effect, we are going to call it by use effect, so empty dependency array. So this means that as soon as this component is loaded, we want to run this hook. So we have this function get contacts, which is an async function, and we'll use that to get the contacts. Now equals to await axios dot get. Now we also have to add it to our API routes. So export const get all contacts equals to auth route slash get contacts. I want to make sure that it is the same route. Let's head over to the auth routes, and this is get contacts. Yeah, it is get contacts. Save it. Let's head over to contact lists and get all contacts. Make sure that it is imported from API routes, and we don't have to pass any body. And after this, I'm going to use a local state use state snippet, and this would maintain our contacts. So all contacts use state, and initially this is going to be an empty array, and we will get the data from here, and inside of data we want the users, and we'll set the all contacts as users. That's it. Also make sure that you don't forget to wrap this inside a try catch block because we are calling an API. So our contacts were set successfully. Now let's render it out here. So class name is height of full, flex, flex of call, and inside of here we'll have another class name with height of 24, flex, flex items end, and px of 3, py of 4. Now after this we'll have arrow back and everything, so flex item center, gap of 12, text of white, and inside of here we'll use the bi arrow back that is imported from React icons bi, and let's give this a class name of cursor pointer text excel, and after this we'll have an on click listener, and on the click of this will dispatch, so we need the dispatch event. So for that let's use our useState provider const empty and dispatch equals to useState provider, and now let's use that dispatch over here, and I'm going to write type as reducer cases dot set all contacts page. Now let's test it out. I'm going to click this over here, and useState is not defined. useState, I'm going to click over here, and we have this. When we click over here, this would cancel out and show this default page. So that's working. Now after this bi arrow black we'll have span, and this would have text as new chat. Let's save it and check it. New chat, yeah, this is working perfectly. Now after both of these divs, what I'm going to do is we are going to copy the search bar from the chat list header, this component, I think, not chat list header, we want that from list header, chat list header. I'm not sure. Let's head over to main.jsx. Inside of this we have chat list. Okay, chat list header. Okay, the component was search bar, I'm sorry for that. So we are going to copy out this component from here. We know we don't need this BS filter, so we are just going to copy this thing from over here, copy, and we'll head over to our contacts list, paste it over here, save it, and let's check. We have to import this from React icons bi. We have the search bar, but the color should be changed. So now I think we also need to change some classes from here. This is perfect. BG panel header background. So this is not BG panel header background. This is going to be BG search input container background. This is perfect. Okay, so I'm a little confused here. That was BG panel header background only. We need to wrap this inside a div. I'm sorry for that. So this div, we'll give it a class name of BG search input container background. We'll give it a height of full, flex of auto, overflow of auto, and I think we also need to give it a custom scroll bar. So after this, we'll give it a custom scroll bar, and inside of this we are going to have our flex py of 3, item center and gap of 3 and height of 14, and we are going to wrap this div around here. So let's end this, and we want that on this div right here. So cut it, paste it, and let's check it. Yeah, this looks perfect now. Still, there's something that we have to fix. I think we have to give it a margin or something like that. Let's give it a margin mx of 4. Yeah, this is looking perfect now. Perfect. And this is not this thing. Instead of that, inside the input, we'll change the placeholder to search contacts, and the thing, yeah, everything remains the same. And now after this div right here, we'll have this, and we'll have object dot entries, and give it the search contact. Where is the search contact? Not the search contact, but all contacts. I'm sorry, all contacts, and map. Now we have the initial letter here, initial letter, and we have the user list, and we'll return div with a key as date dot now, and inside of this, let's give it a date dot now plus initial letter, and inside of this we'll have div with a class name of text teal light, padding left of 10 and padding y of 5, and in here goes our initial letter. Save it, and now let's check, refresh. Are we getting the letters from here? Let's check the API call, console and network. The API call is not being created. Let's check why the API call is not being created. We are inside the use effect here. Let's alert it out in effect. Okay, we are inside the effect. Alert in API call, in effect in API call. Okay, I think we failed to import the Axios package. Yeah, now that should work. Okay, we have the letters here. You can see that. Let's remove all of this alerts. And now what we are going to do is, we have all the initial letters, and we also have the users inside of it. So instead of mapping just the user, here we'll create a chat list item component which would be reusable here as well, and on the main sidebar here as well. So the user would have the image and the name and the status, and in this component right here it would have its image, name, the time when the last message was set, the total unread messages, and the last message that was sent, the read status and everything. So we'll create a reusable component for that, and we will use that here now. So let's head over to our component here, and after this div, what we are going to do is we'll use user list dot map get the contact yeah, so this returns a contact and contact. Then we are going to return chat list item, this component right here, and will provide the data inside of it as the contact. Will have a prop as is contact page. If this is a contact page, then we'll provide that as true because it's a contact page. Then we'll provide a key as contact.id. Now let's head over to chat list item, and we are going to first destructure the data is contacts page, and if it is not provided, then we want to use a default value which is going to be the false. And inside of this, what we will do is have a class name, and this is going to be the template strings, and flex cursor pointer items center. And what we will do is we'll add hover property of hover bg background default hover. That's it. And after this, inside of here we'll have a div with class name as min width of fit. We'll give it a px of 5, padding top of 3, padding bottom of 1, and inside of here goes our avatar component. Give the type as large, give it an image of data dot profile picture. Let's save this, and you can see that this is also scrollable, and we have all the user here with all the avatars. So isn't it looking great? And when we hover over this, we have this nice hover layout as well. Now let's have the name of the user inside of here. So after this div, we'll have another div as min height of full. Give it a flex. Give it a flex of call. Justify center. Margin top of 3. Padding right of 2. Width of full. And inside of this goes our flex and justify between. And inside of this goes a div and goes a span which has a class name of text white, not too white but text white. And in here goes our data dot name. The names are here. Now we need the statuses. So after this, what should we do? Okay, after this div right here, we'll have another div which would have flex, which would have border bottom and border conversation border, padding bottom of 2, padding top of 1, padding right of 2, and in here goes flex with justify between, also width of full, and we'll have a span, not span with a class name of text secondary, and line clamp of 1 and the text small, and here goes our data dot about, save it, and we have about here. But you can see that for the users who don't have an about, the UI is messed up. So what we'll do is, if there is a data dot about, then we want to render it, or if there is not, then we'll use this character code for an empty space. So this is going to be U00A0, save it, and now you can see that we have this beautiful layout. Isn't this looking great? Now what we'll do is, when we click over any of this user, we want that user as our current chat user, and we want to show that user here. So now let's handle that. So now what we'll be doing is, we are going to have an on-click listener here. So that is going to be handle contact click. So const handle contact click, and what we will do here is on click handle contact click. Now we will need the useState provider. So useState provider, and what we will be doing from here is, we'll grab the user info and the current chat user. We have not set this. Let's set the current chat user. So let's head over to state reducers, and first we'll head over to state context, and from here we are going to add a new not context, state constants. I'm sorry, I messed up. So we are going to have a new constant here named as change current user. So change current chat user. Copy this, paste it here, set it. Now let's head over to state reducers, and we are going to add a new reducer of change current chat user. So in here, after this, case reducer cases dot change current chat user, and we are going to return dot state, and we also have to use current chat user here. So initially the current chat user would be undefined, current chat user undefined, and from here we'll set it current chat user as action dot user. That's it. Now let's head over to our chat list item, and what we will be doing here, chat list item, first we will see if current chat user dot id triple equals to data dot id, yeah, this, then we'll dispatch we need to grab the dispatch event. Dispatch type is going to be reducer cases dot change current chat user, and user would be uh, I think we should pass in the data. Yeah, we'll pass in the data, and I don't think we need the condition for now. We'll just close this condition, we'll do that afterwards. Now let's head over here and we'll do one thing. When we click over this, we'll also close the current chat page. So not current chat page, but the contacts page. So type is going to be reducer cases dot set all contacts page. Test it. I'm going to message Jumesha Mashru, and that closed. Now we have to set the user from here to current chat user. So let's head over to our chat header, and in here we are going to use that. So const user info is equals to use state provider. Oh, we don't need the user info, we need the current chat user, and from here we'll just use that here, remove this, and current chat user dot, make sure that you add question mark profile image. Let's check it here. Is it profile picture? Profile picture. What did we set? Let's check it. Current chat user, and let's head over to state reducers and current chat user action.user. Let's go to chat list item, and I think we need to destructure this like this and refresh it. Let's select this again. Yeah, we have it now, so it's working. Now let's do the name also. Let's head over to the chat header, and here is the name, current chat user dot, make sure that you use question mark, so when this is undefined we don't get any error. So we have the name Jimesha Mashru, so that's working. And now you can see that when we reload it, as the current chat user is not selected, we don't want to show this page, instead we'll show the empty component. So for that we need to go to the main component, main, and in here let's grab the current chat user, and let me check what was the condition. And yeah, after this chat list, I'm going to check current chat user. If there is a value for the current chat user, then we'll have the chat component, or else we are going to use the empty component. Let's remove both of these components, save it, and now you can see that as we have not selected any user, so this is empty component. And now as soon as we select any user, you can see that we have this chat component, so we can use multiple users. And now we also have to do this online offline, we'll do that afterwards. Now what should we do is we'll start doing the sending of messages and receiving the messages. So we are using two-way approach for this. We are using sockets and API also. So what we'll do is, when I send a message from here, send, so what we'll do is we'll store that message first in the database, and after it is stored, then we are going to use these sockets to send the message to this user if the user is online. So what this means is we are having double security. So if the user is offline, then we want to store that message inside the database. So when the user gets online, then they have the messages, and this way it also stores the message in the database. So that's useful. And again, if for some reason the message was not able to get delivered using sockets, then also the message would be stored inside the database. So that's a two-way security. So let's do that. So now let's head over to the message bar component, and in here what I'm going to do is, when we click over this MD send, we want to send the message. So I'm going to create an controller here, not controller but handler. So this is going to be const send message. This is going to be an async function. Also will import the user info and current chat user from useState provider. useState provider will also be needing the dispatch. After this, let's add this handler here. On click, send message. That's it. Now what should we do is, we'll have the when we type in this, we want to set the message. So we'll use useState snippet, and this would be message set message, and initially this is going to be empty. Make sure that you import the useState from React, and in here I'm going to have an on change event. Get the event, set message, e.target dot value, and the value is message. That's it. Now let's check something. When we click the send button, we want to check the message. Okay, so there's an error. This is not set but set message. Alert, we have the message. Now let's store that into the DB, and for storing that into the DB, we have to create the schema for it first inside the Prisma schema, and we also need to create the controller for that. So inside the Prisma schema, I'm going to create another schema named as messages. We'll have ID as integer, at ID at default. Make sure that it is auto increment, and after this we'll get the sender of this message, get a relation, new relation of sent messages. We'll mark this with fields, sender ID and references as ID. If you are not able to understand this, I'll explain this in a minute. Just let me complete this. I'm going to add the sent messages as messages at relation sent messages. Okay, this is done messages, and this is going to be an array here. That's it. Now let's do the same for receiver and received messages. So receiver ID, receiver ID. This is going to be received message, received messages. Receiver ID, ID, and references the ID. Let's copy this received messages, paste it here, messages array, add relation, and this is that. Now we want to maintain a sender ID and the receiver ID of a message. So if a user 1 sends a message and the user 1 sends that message to user 2, so we want to maintain that, and we are as we are using this relations here, so this is type of a foreign key, so we need the sender ID, so this is the foreign key, so we are maintaining a relation, so we are denoting it with at a relation, and we are also naming from which model we have this relation, and we are having a relation name. This is sent messages and received messages, and for this fields we have the sender ID, and this references the ID of this user. This sender ID references the ID of this user, and same goes for the received messages. So that's that. Now after this we want to maintain a type of message. So for default it is going to be text. We have three types: audio, video, not video, audio, text, and images. Now the main message is going to be in here in a string format. Then we have message status, which is going to be string, and default would be sent, and created at property, which is going to be date time at default, and going to now use the now value of this, so it will store the when was the message created. So that's it. Now let's push this to our Prisma. So npx prisma db push, wait for it. That's done. Now let's start our server, yarn start. Done. Let's reload the Prisma Studio, and let's check it out if that is working. And let's close this, discard the changes. We have our messages, you can see here, so that's working. Let's close this, and let's close this as well. And now we have this messages controller here, and before going there, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to have a global map here. It was something like that for maintaining the sockets and the users. So I'm going to have global dot online users equals to new map. This is useful when we are using the sockets, so we'll maintain the online offline of the users from this. So head over to message controller, and in here we are going to add a new controller for adding the message. So export const add message equals to async request response and next try and catch error next error. And in here first we'll get the Prisma instance by const Prisma is equals to get Prisma instance, and make sure that you append .js here. We were facing the issue in the auth controller. Then we'll get the message from and to property from request dot body, and after that we'll check if the user is online. Currently it would be offline only because we have not maintained that functionality, but for sending the messages we are going to use it, because if the user is online, then we want to set the message status as delivered, not sent. I'll show that in a minute. Now if there is a message, the from and the to id, then we are going to send that message to the db. So const new message is equals to await prisma dot messages dot create, and we'll pass in the data. So message sender is going to be connect, and we'll pass in the id as parse int, and we'll pass in the from. We'll do the same for receiver, connect id parse int, and to make sure that you don't forget to write this parse int, because if that is in a string format, then this will not match. The IDs are always in the integer format. Now we'll set message status. After this, message status. So first we'll check if the user is online from here. If the user is online, then we want it to be delivered, or else we'll just have the sent. So if the message is delivered, then we will have two ticks, and if the message is sent, then we have a single tick. So whenever the user is offline and we send the message, then message has only one tick. And if the user is online and we send the message but user has not seen the message, then it will show the delivered status and will have the two ticks. And if the message was read, then we will show the user the blue ticks. So that's for that. Now after the creation, we want the sender object and the receiver object of the user. So we are including that details. After this is created, we are going to return response.status as 201, as this was a created. Then we'll pass in the message as new message. That's it. Now if we don't have message from or to any of this value, we want to return an error. So what we are going to do is return response dot status 400 dot send from to, and message is required. So that's it. This controller is complete. Now let's head over to message routes and let's set up this. So first we'll get the router is equals to use router, not use router, this is just the router. Make sure that it is imported from Express. Now we'll have router dot post add message, and we'll get the add message from our controllers. Make sure that you append .js here, and after all of this we'll export default router. That's done. Now let's head over to our index.js, and after this we are going to use app.use/api/messages, and we'll use message routes, and we have to import the message routes from message routes file. So import message routes from ./routes/message routes.js. That was a long content. Now let's head over to API routes. In the front end API routes, and let's set up the route for adding the message here. API routes, and after this we are going to have a main route. So this is going to be messages route equals to host slash API slash messages, and after this let's use it, export const add message route equals to messages route slash add message. That's it. Now what's next is let's head over to our message bar and use the API and send the message from here. So what we will do is, okay, inside of here let's remove this alert and try const data is equals to await axios dot post add message route. 2 is going to be current chat user dot id, because we want to send the message. So we want to send this message to this user. So this is the current chat user. So we are getting the ID from current chat user dot id, and we are getting the from ID. So we are sending this message to Jamie Shade. So the to ID would be this Jamie Shade's ID, and from ID would be our ID, and we'll be getting that ID from user info global state. So to is current chat user dot id, and from is going to be user info dot id, and after this we'll send the message comma here, and make sure that you also use the catch block console log error, and I think this is it. Now let's send the message, hi Jamie, and send, and let's head over to our user here, reload this messages, let's send it again. We still don't have the message. Let's open up our server. We don't have any error. Let's open up the console. Do we have any error? Oh, I think we have some errors. Axios is not defined, and let's import Axios from here. Also, after the message is sent, we want to set message as an empty string. So send, it was sent. Let's reload this, and boom, we have our message here. So now let's log in with Jamie Shade, and I'm going to have this message. I don't think we will be having this Jamie Shade user, so I'm going to write a different message to a different user. So let's do that. Okay, so now I'm going to select this Jamisha Mushroom and send this message to them, and now I'm going to load up this chat Jamisha Mushroom, and now we want that message to be appeared in here. So let's write the get messages API. So let's head over to the message controller, and now in here we'll write a new route, a new controller for get messages. So export const get messages async request response and next. Now try catch error console log, not console log, we want to use the next error, next error. Now in here in the try block, what we are going to do is const first get the Prisma. So get Prisma instance. After this, we'll get the from and to from request.params, and we'll write our message query and execute it. So const messages is equals to await Prisma dot messages dot find many, and I will write a where condition here. Inside of where we'll have an or operator, and that's an array, and we'll pass an object where sender ID is parse int from ID, and receiver ID comma and receiver ID as parse int, and this is 2. Now I'm going to copy this object, paste it, and change here 2 to from, and after this we'll specify an order by clause, order by ID, which is going to be ascending. Save it. So we have get the messages, and now I'll explain this. So we are using the find many, we want all the messages, and we are specifying the conditions with where, and we are also using or here. So we want messages based on these two conditions, where the sender ID is from and receiver ID is to. So let's write one is the sender ID, not sender, from, and 2 is let's write this 5 equal to 2. So from and 2 is, so in our case, so if I am Jimisha Mashru, this user, then from is Jimisha Mashru and 2 is Harvey Specter. So that is current chat user and user info. So this is Jimisha Mashru and this is Harvey Specter. So I want messages from Jimisha Mashru to Harvey Specter, and the or condition is we also want to revert this. So I also want messages from Harvey Specter to Jimisha Mashru. So I want both the cases of messages. So and also we are going to order by ascending. So that's it. Now we'll have an unread messages array. So we want to have an array which has the status of unread messages. So what we will do is messages dot for each equals to messages and index. Also I need to delete this, that could cause the error. And now I will check if message, not messages, and here is message, if message dot message status not equal to red, and message dot sender ID triple equals to parse int 2, then we want messages of index dot message status equals to red, and unread messages dot push message dot ID. Now I'm just writing the code. I will explain you everything. I'm going to write await prisma.message.update many where id in operator unread messages and data is message status as read, message status as read. This is not an array, this is object. Save it, and now I will explain you. So we have created this unread messages array, and we are checking that we want to loop through all the messages that we got from this query, and we are checking if the message status is not read, so it is sent or delivered, and the message dot sender id is from 2. So message dot sender id is from Harvey Specter. If the message is from Harvey Specter and it is not read, then we want to mark that message as read because we are getting the message. So the user Jimisha Mashru is getting the message. So I'll just explain you by writing here. So user 1 is Jimisha Mashru and 2 is Harvey Specter. Now this is the 2. This is again, I'll write from and 2 here. So this is 2. So Harvey Specter send a message hi to Jimisha Mashru, and Jimisha Mashru has not read it for now. The status is delivered or delivered or sent only. You can see that from here, delivered or sent only in the add message. So when the Jimisha Mashru is getting all its messages, what we are doing is we are checking that the messages that are received from Harvey Specter and whose status are unread. So we are pushing that message inside our unread messages and marking that message inside our messages. This one where we got it from the database, we are marking that as read. And we have this unread messages array where the messages are still not read. So what we will do is, now we have this array and we know that we have the IDs of the messages inside this unread messages, and we just have to mark those messages as read. So what we are doing is, before sending it to the user, we are having a query that prisma.message.update many, and where we are specifying the where condition where the ID of the message is one of the following in the unread messages. So this is the in operator. Whenever we are passing an array here, we can use the in, so it will loop through all of the IDs and mark that message status as read. I hope you were able to understand that. That was a pretty complex logic. And now we are going to send it to the user by JSON messages, and that's done. Now let's add the route in message routes. So router.get/get messages, and remember that we use here this one to get the ID is from params, not the body. So for the params, from and to variables, we are going to denote them here. So get messages slash the ID, and this thing here would be the from variable, and after this we'll have to, so this is the to variable, and we'll get the message controller here. That's it. Now what we are going to do is we'll head over to main.jsx, and inside of here we will get the current chat user. You can see that current chat user and the user info. And what we will do here is we'll write an use effect hook use effect, and we want to run this use effect as soon as any current chat user has changed. So when we click here and we click on any of this user, then it would be set as current chat user. So when I click over this current chat user, this use effect will run and get the messages for me. So get messages equals to async, and what I'm going to do is I'll write that if condition afterwards, but we'll get the messages for now, and this is going to be data await. Also we have to write an API route for this. I totally forgot about this. So API route export const get messages route equals to message route slash get messages. Now let's head over to main again and await Axios. Make sure that you import Axios, don't forget like me. Axios dot get, and we are going to use the template string because we are going to pass the from and to inside the URL, so we have to use that. So now after this we are going to use get messages route slash, now the from ID is user info.id. So from is from our user info.id, and slash current chat user.id, that is the to ID, current chat user.id. Now we'll get the messages from here, and we want to store those messages inside our DB, not DB but the global state. So first I'm going to just console out the messages. Now we have error, update many cannot be there. So let's head over to our message controller, prisma.messages dot find many, or this is okay, this is messages not message, prisma.messages dot update many. Let's refresh it, and now cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. So let's head over to our main.jsx, and okay, I only want to run this when current chat user is changed. Refresh it, and we have to write the if conditions. So if current chat user dot id is there, then only get the messages. Okay, question mark here. Now it will work. RV inspector, inspect console, and we have this object of messages, and this is the message that we send. Message send. Let's try to send a different message. So I'm going to send hello Misha and send. Let's refresh now, and okay, that was not the console, and we have two messages. Second message is this, message status is sent, and that's it. Now let's reload this. And I think our message status thing of sent is not working properly, because it should be marked as red. Now let's head over to our message controllers, and let's console out the unread messages, and let's refresh this, and let's head over to console of server. This is an empty array, message.status not equal to read, and message.sender id triple equals to parsent 2. So the 2 id, let's console the 2 id as well, and this is 2, and let's console out here in if user id is 2. So from 2 is 2. So let's check in our Prisma, refresh it. So we were checking the sender id. So sender id is 2 and not equal to read, then it should be going inside of this. Not sure why. Is it looping over the messages? Let's check it. In the loop, and we'll have the message here and the index. Refresh it, head over to Harvey Specter, and no, we are not heading inside this. I'm not sure why. Give me a minute, I'll check it. Oh, I have made a silly mistake here. So where we are, yeah, here this is not equals to, but this has to be encapsulated inside a bracket. Let's check it out now. And the message was read here, and let's check this out also, and the messages were read, so it's working perfectly. Now let's remove the consoles that we wrote. Now let's head over to our main, and what we are going to do here is we are going to store this messages inside our reducers. So first we'll set messages, so set messages constant, set messages. Let's head over to state reducers, and in here what are we going to do is, first we'll have messages as an empty array, and then what we will be doing is so case reducer cases dot set messages is return state messages action dot messages. That's it. Now let's head over to main.jsx and set the messages. So inside of here, instead of this, we'll dispatch type as reducer cases dot set messages, and we'll pass in messages, and let's destructure the messages from this data. That's it. Now we'll be having the messages here, and now what we are going to do is we are going to have the messages here. So let's do that. Now let's head over to chat container this file, and inside of here we are going to map our messages. So first we'll get the messages from our context. So const array messages. We also need the dispatch equals to use state provider. I think we don't need the dispatch. Yeah, we don't need the dispatch, and we'll be needing the current chat user and the user info as well. Now inside of this, what we will be doing is we are going to map it. So messages dot map, we are going to have a message and index, and we are going to return a div from here. Div has a key of message dot id, and we'll give this a class name. So we are going to give this a class name of, first we'll check the message dot sender id triple equals to current chat user dot id. Then we want to justify that, justify start, or else we want to justify at end, justify end. So we are just determining that message should be on this side or on this side. So that is from that. Now we'll check if message dot type triple equal to text, and then we'll have this div, and this div will provide this a class name. Again, this is going to be dynamic, and text white, px of 2, py of 5 pixels, text small, then rounded medium, then we'll give it a flex, gap of 2, item center, and this is not item center, items it as at end, items end, max width of 45%, and after that what we'll do is message dot sender id triple equals to current chat user dot id. After this is going to be message, and if this is like this, then we'll have bg incoming background, or else we'll have bg outgoing background. Save it, and inside of this we'll have the message itself. So, and here span dot break all, and inside of here we'll have message dot message. Now let's save it, and you can see that we have the message here, but still it's not looking that good. Why is that? Width max is of 45%, max width 45%. Let's check this, is that working? Max width, okay. this also has the flex. So in here we also have to pass in the flex class, and yeah, it's working now, but still this doesn't have any padding, so I have to fix that. So I think I have missed a div after this. So we have a div which has a class name which is mx of 10, my of 6, relative, bottom of 0, z of 40, and left of 0, and we have to wrap this div around all of this. So make sure that you paste it here, and yeah, this is looking perfect now. Now after this, what we will do is we will have the uh, time here and the status of the message. So let's do that. So after this span, we'll have another div which has a class name of flex, class name flex, gap of 1, items end. Let's remove this, and inside of this we'll have a span which will have a class name, and this is going to be text bubble meta, and text is of 11 pixels, and padding top is of 1. Then we'll have min width of fit. That's it. And now we are going to use the calculate time function from calculate time. I'll show you that. So this is message dot created at, save this, and we have the time here. So this thing calculate time is inside source utils calculate time. I have already written this inside the starter. So it takes the time string and converts that into the time. So we have conditions here. If this is for today's, tomorrow, or more than one day ago, then we have AM PM time, or yesterday, or just show the weeks, or just show if it is more than 7 days ago, show the date in date month y format. I've already also written comments here so you can understand everything. So that's pretty simple, and it's not that complex. It's basic JavaScript. I'm going to close this. So make sure that you import it above like this. Now after this we have an custom component of message status. So after this span right here, we'll have another span, and we'll check first that message dot sender id triple equals to user info dot id, and we need the message status component here, and we'll have message status as message dot message status. Now let's head over to this message status component and quickly create this. Message status is inside source components common message status, and inside of here we are going to get rid of this divs, and we are going to have conditions here. If message status triple equals to sent, then we want to display bs check. Make sure that it is imported, and we'll give it a class name of text lg, and after this I'm going to copy this, paste it 3 times, and this is going to be delivered, and if the message is delivered, then we want to display bs check all text is LG again, and copy this, paste it here, and if the message is red, we want to display BS check all, but with a color which is text icon acknowledgement color. And now let's head over to this Harvey Specter user, and I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to have this user, and we are not able to see the messages. Why is that? Sent, delivered, and read. Let's alert the status. Okay, I have to get the message status as a props. I forgot to do that. Message status, copy this, paste it here, and let's head over to the Harvey Specter user, select Misha Mushroom, and we have this red. Now let's send a different message, and let's refresh it, and this time it should be delivered. Okay, it is sent, and we have not set the user as online, so it's not yet delivered. So that is working. Now let's do one thing. Let's do the messages in real time. So let's do the sending and receiving of the messages through sockets. So now let's head over to here, and let's head over to our index.js inside our server, and let's create the socket connection there. So after this, I will have IO. So make sure that IO is defined first. So after the server, I'm going to have IO is equals to new server, server is imported from socket IO, and pass in our server this thing here, pass in that here, and I will have course as origin http ://localhost: 3000. Make sure that when you host this application, you should change this also, the origin. So after this, I will have io.on connection event, connection. Then we'll get the socket, we'll have global dot chat socket equals to socket. This is socket, not socket, socket. And then we'll have socket dot event that add user. This would be emitted from front end side, and we will add the user ID here, and we'll set online users dot set user ID with the socket dot ID. That's it. So what we are doing here is we established a socket here with this. So this server is from socket.io library. Then we set the origin here. Then we have this global.online users. This is a map data structure. So it ensures that there each entry is only one time, no repeated things. Then we have this event here, io.on connection. So whenever there is a new connection request, we want to run this and get the socket in a callback function, and we'll set the socket in a global chat.socket like this. And now we have another event. Whenever this socket user just calls on this add user event, we get the user ID which is passed from the front end whenever we are calling this socket, and setting that user ID and the socket ID inside our online users. So we are maintaining this socket.id for whenever we want to send the messages from here or pass on any event to any user. So for that we are maintaining this, and now the backend connection is successful. Now let's head over to our main.jsx and create the connection there. So what we are going to do is, before this get messages, we'll have a use effect, and this use effect will run as soon as we have the user info, so the current user info. And if we have the user info, then we also need to create a socket ref. So const socket ref is equals to use ref, and yeah, in here we'll have socket dot, what did we name that here? Okay, let's name this socket only. Socket, and what we will be doing is, in here is socket dot current is going to be IO. Make sure that IO is imported from socket.io dash client, like this. Import IO from socket.io dash client IO, and pass in the host, which is from API routes. And what we'll do is socket.current.emit. Now we are going to emit that add user event that we wrote inside the backend. So add user and user info dot id. So we are adding that user inside our global users with the current user info id. And then what we are going to do is, we are going to store that socket inside our reducers. So for that, let's head over to state reducers, and first what we are going to do is set socket as string set socket, save it. Let's head over to state reducers. I'm going to have a socket here. Socket is going to be undefined, and we'll have case reducer cases dot set socket and return dot state, and we will be storing the socket. So socket is action dot socket. So we are storing it because whenever we want to use the socket in any different location, if we want to emit an event, then we'll just get the socket from here. So when we want to send the message from the message bar component, when we hit the send message function, then we want the socket to emit the event. So we'll use that from our reducers. Now, where were we? Let's head over to main.jsx and set the socket with the dispatch method. So dispatch type reducer cases dot set socket, and we'll pass in the socket here. That's it. Now what we will do is, we'll have another use effect which will be run when the socket dot current changes, and we want to run this only once. So for that, we are going to use an useState hook to maintain a local state. So useState snippet socket event set socket event, and initially this is going to be false, and Now what we will be doing here is at the end, inside this hook, we will check if socket.current has a value and socket event is false. Then only we want to execute this, and at the end of this condition, when everything is run, we'll write set socket event as true, so that this only runs once, and after this we'll have socket dot current dot on. So this is going to be when this is going to be emitted from backend. So RECIEVE. So whenever this event is emitted from backend, so we'll catch this event here, and we want to add that received message inside our global state. So what we'll do is dispatch type reducer cases, and I think we haven't created this add message functionality. So for that, let's head over to constants and add message. Let's head over to our state reducers, and this is going to be case reducer cases dot add message, and we'll return dot 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 state and messages as action. Will spread the action dot messages, and will not action dot messages, this is going to be state dot messages, and we'll have action dot message here. So that's it. Now let's head over to main.jsx, and we'll use the reducer cases dot add message, and we'll have the new message. This is going to be the new message. So new message, and new message, and we are going to spread the data dot message here. Now what we'll be doing is we'll head over to our message bar, and from here what I'm going to do after this API, I'm going to grab the socket from useState provider. So socket dot current dot emit. Now I want to emit a message of send message event, and I'm going to pass in some parameters here of to, from, and a message. So I'm going to copy this, and the to is current chat user.id, from is userinfo.id, and message is data.message. So we are sending the message received from the backend with the message ID. So we are sending it. Now we have to add this send message event in our index.js file, which is server. So I'm going to have this add message here, not add message, send message. So after this right here, I will have socket dot on send message event, get the data, and const send user socket equals to online users dot get the socket of the online users from data dot to, and if the user is online, Then in the real time, we will be emitting the event to the user, the message received, and after this we'll have object data dot from and message as data dot message. Save this, and now let's try this. I'm going to split this, reload, and let's select Harvey Specter here. Let's select Jamisha. I'm going to send an hi message, and you can see that we have received the message in real time, but we have not added the message on our end because we have to add that. Now you can see that these things are working, but we have to add that message on our end. But when we refresh the page, you can see that we have that message, and that's delivered but not marked as read. So we have to fix those things also. Now let's head over to our message bar, and we will be dispatching the message inside of our message bar. So after this we'll have dispatch, type as reducer cases dot add message, and we'll have the new message as spread data dot message, and we'll also pass in one thing which is from self to denote that message is from the current logged in user. This is not useful now, but we'll implement that afterwards. So that's it. Now I think we need to refresh it again. Let's select Harvey Specter, let's select Jamisha, test 1, and the messages are on the both side. So that is working. And let's write hello. So yeah, that is working. So our sending message and receiving message functionality is completed. Now let's do this emoji picker thing. So let's work on that. So now, before the emoji messages, let me explain what we did with the sockets. So the first step, we did the connection, added the user, and we emitted this add user from front end. So let's head over to main.jsx. We whenever we get the user info on the initial load, we emit the add user with the user info.id, store the socket, and then inside the index.js, this event is run. We set the online user with the socket.id, this one, and the user ID inside of here. Now in the message bar, what we do is when we send the message, we also emit an event with the send message, so the server catches it, the send message, and what it will do is it will check if the user is online. If the user is online and we have that inside the online users, then what we'll do is we'll send that user an event that is message is a new message is received from this user and the message content. So inside the main.jsx, from here we are registering this message.receive event handler. So when we receive this kind of event, we want to dispatch that message to our store. So that was pretty much it. I hope you guys understand it. And now let's head over to our message bar. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state first, that is use state snippet. This is going to be handle emoji, not handle emoji model, but show emoji picker and set show emoji picker. Initially this is going to be false, and now we'll have an handler. This is going to be handle emoji model, handle emoji model, and we'll have another event which is handle emoji click. That's it. Now what we are going to do is, when we click on this emoji, first we'll give this an ID of emoji open, and now when we click over this emoji, we want to handle emoji uh, model, and inside the handle emoji model, what we will be doing is we'll set show emoji picker as not show emoji picker. That's it. And after I think this right here, we'll check if show emoji picker is true. Then we want to render a div. We'll give this a class name, and it is absolute with a bottom of 24 and a left of 16. Then z-index of 40, and inside of here we'll have our emoji picker, and let's have on emoji click event here, which would have handle emoji click, and we'll pass in the theme as dark. Now let's check it. Let's resize this. Open. It's not working. Did we import the emoji picker? We did. Is anything this is left? Let's see that are we inside this function. Alert true. Yeah, okay, it loaded. So I think there was some issue. Okay, so this is there. Now when we click over this, we want that emoji to append it to our text message here. So let's do that. So handle emoji click would have an emoji here, and we'll set the message, this thing here, set message, get the previous message, and have previous message plus equals to emoji dot emoji. Save it. Now let's check it. We have the emojis. Let's write some text, and emojis text, and we don't want to search anything. Let's use this. Okay, so this is working, and close it. Yeah, so this is working. Now what we want to do is, when we click outside of this model, we want to close it. So this is being closed by when we click here, but when we click outside of this, we want to close it. Like if we click this and we go over here, we want to close this model. So for that we have to fix it. Now we'll use an ref here for that. So this is emoji picker ref is equals to use ref. Initially this is going to be null, and we are going to reference it with this div right here. Yeah, this one, ref equals to emoji picker ref, this one. Now what we'll do is we'll use an use effect hook, use effect, and we are going to have this use effect run at the start, and we are going to have an handle const handle outside click event, handler not event, and we check event dot target dot id not equals to emoji open. So we have passed this emoji open id here. This is open. I'll explain the code. This code is very similar to the context menu closing code that we wrote. Still, I'll explain this after writing. Current and then not emoji picker ref dot current dot contains event dot target. Then we want to set show emoji picker as false, and this is handle outside click. After this we'll have document dot add event listener click handle outside, not handle emoji click, handle outside click, and return document dot remove event listener click handle outside click. So what we are doing is, whenever this component is mounted, we are having this registering that event listener. So whenever we click on the entire window, we'll check if the id, first we'll check if the id of that element, event.target is the element. If the id of the click is this element, we are checking is the element that was clicked is the emoji enabler icon. If it is, then we don't want to run this, so we have the not condition. So if it is other than that, then we'll proceed further, and we'll check if emoji picker ref dot current is there, if it is not a null value, and we'll check if the emoji, if this thing right here, any of these emojis are not clicked, this thing, if the click was outside of this, we are checking from this, and if it is outside of this, then we will set show emoji picker as false. Now let's run it. So as soon as I click outside of this, it will close the emoji picker, and if I click inside of this, it will not close it. So that's working. And yeah, so our emoji functionality is completed. Now let's add the functionality to add an image here to the chat. So let's do that. So now let's send the images. So for that, head over to the message bar, and what we are going to do here is we'll have an will have a state for grabbing. So head over to avatar and we have written the logic for that here. So grab the state first, grab and grab photo, paste it here. Now at the end we have this grab photo, paste it, and we are going to have that after this here. Import the photo picker. Now after this what we will do is let's copy this handler as well. Copy, paste it here. Oh, photo picker. It's okay, we don't need the entire handler. Now let's click this here. Okay, so on click of that attachment we will have the on click of this attachment we will set the grab value to true. So let's do that. So on click we want to set grab photo as true, and also we have used an use effect hook here like this. So we are going to use that as well. Copy, paste here, and let's test it out. Okay, it's opening. We would be having the file, so let's console out the files. So console log, I think this is going to be e.target.files. So e.target.files of 0. Let's console out that file. Solid color image, inspect. I think it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. Let's console out. Not console, just give it an alert if this is working. And now that's working, and now we have our image. I think we just have to do a reload. So now what we'll be doing is we have our image here, but we want to send it to the server. So for that we have to use the multer library to save it to the disk. So now let's head over to the message routes first, and we'll create a route here. Inside the message route we'll write router dot post. This is going to be add image message, and we'll have upload image dot single image. So now we have to create the upload image first. So const upload image equals to multer. Make sure that multer package is imported, and we'll pass in the destination here, and the destination would be uploads slash images inside the server. So upload single image, and now we want the controller of add image message. So add image message, we have to create this controller. Let's head over to message controllers.js, and in here we are going to create that controller at the end. So that is add image message. So at the end export const equals to request response next. Make sure that this is an async function. Wrap this around try catch error next error, and now we'll check if there is request dot file. Then we'll have const date equals to date dot now. After that we'll create a file name. So file name is equals to uploads slash images plus date plus request dot file dot original name. So these data are provided by multer request.file.original name, and what we are going to do is we'll rename this file by rename sync, and this function is imported by fs. So import rename sync from fs. Now rename sync. Now we'll get the Prisma is equals to Prisma. This is Prisma instance. Yeah. So this is get Prisma instance. Get Prisma instance, and inside this rename sync, we'll write request.file.path and pass in the file name that we wrote. Now, what we are going to do is we'll destructure the from and to from request.query. Const from to equals to request.query, and we'll check if from and to is there, then we'll store that inside our messages db. So messages.create. Now we are not going to save the entire image inside the database. We are going to just store the location of the image. So that's just going to be the URL. So let's do that. So data message, and we'll pass in the file name that we created above here, message file name. Connect that with sender and receiver, and we'll give it a type of image. Now for connecting sender receiver, I'm going to use that from here. We've already written this, y to repeat. We'll paste it here, from sender from receiver to, that's it. And after this is done, we'll return response.status 201.json, and the message, or if we don't have from and to, then we'll return response.status as 400 and send from to is required. This should be a string, and after this, if we don't have request.file, then we'll return response.status as 400 dot send image is required. That's it. So this is done. This controller error is done. Now let's import the add image message inside the route, save it, and now let's head over to API routes, and we are going to use that inside our API routes. So export const and add image message route equals to this, and we'll use $message route slash add image message, save it. Now let's head over to our message bar, and we have to send that message from here. So first what we'll do is const file equals to e.target.files of 0. I'll cut it from here, paste it here, remove this console, and now we'll wrap everything in try catch block, error, console log, error. Let's do one thing. Let's wrap that file in try as well. Now we'll create a new form data by const form data is equals to new form data. Now we'll append the image. So form data dot append image as file. Now we'll send it to server. So const response is equals to await axios dot post, and we'll use add image message route and pass in the form data, and we'll use headers here, and the headers are going to be content type multipart form data, this thing content type multipart slash form data. And after the headers we'll pass in the params, which is going to be from user info dot id, and we'll pass in 2 as current chat user dot id. So that is done, and now whatever the response it gets will do response dot status triple equals to 201. So remember, we are sending 201 from here when the image is created. So we'll check if the response dot status is 201, then we want to send this message using socket to the user. So I'm going to copy that from here, this thing as well as this thing, and I'm going to paste that here. So socket.current.emit send message to current chat id from userinfo.id, and message is response.data.message, and the dispatch here is reducer cases.add message, and this is going to be response.data.message. Now I'm just going to check one thing inside the message controllers. We have this message directly. Okay, that would work. Now you can see that we have this folder here, uploads images, and to also serve this images from the URL, we are going to do one thing inside our server. So let's head over to server index.js, and before this app.use we are going to use one more thing, which is uploads slash images slash upload slash images. Then we want to provide express dot static and provide those images from uploads slash images. So we are pointing that route to this directory from the browser. Now what I'm going to do is going to select Jamesha Mushroom. I'm going to send a message, this thing right here, internal server error. Let's check what's the error. Cannot read properties of undefined create. So that is on the line 86. Let's head over to message controller, line 86. This is undefined. Okay, Prisma, get Prisma instance. We have to call this. This is a function. Now let's try it again. Image, and there was not any error. Let's head over to uploads, and you can see that we don't have the image. Because do we have any error? No, we not. Let's check the console log of file name and request.file.path, request.file.path, and I'm going to remove this images from here. Loads images, and now let's reload the app. Head over to Jamesha Mushroom, send a file. We don't have any error. Check the uploads. We have the image here, but I think it was not successfully renamed. So we have this uploads and something undefined. Let's head over to message routes, not message routes, message controller. Message controller, I think I deleted that file. Yeah, it's here, message controller. And now inside of here at the end So this is the file name and this is request.file.path. Okay, so uploads images, we have the date, but request.file.original name is incorrect. So request.file.original name, is this incorrect, the name? Okay, I think the original name's n is not in capital, and let's try it again. um, Images, yeah, we have the image, yeah, this is it, but it's not stored inside the images, it's stored outside of it, not sure why. So file name should be upload slash images, and this is uploads slash images slash this. So rename sync, let's head over to the multer from index dot no message dot routes. So this is uploads slash images, let's add this here, and still this doesn't work, remove that. Upload image, uploads slash images, so this is working, but let's give this a slash and this as well. Message controller, file name slash uploads slash images, and let's try it again. And it's still not going inside of that, and I think the log.jpg file was, yeah, I think log.jpg file was not saved. Let's do one thing, I'll be adding one more file, which is again the log.jpg. So this is upload slash images. I don't know why this is not working. So uploads slash images slash this, and uploads images. I think it's not finding the file inside the images. For now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to revert everything that we did. We are going to fix this bug afterwards. Now let's just check quickly that we are able to store the images again. Why is this happening? Okay, so now it was saved. That's it. So let's close this. Image is being saved, and now we want to display that to the user. So for that, let's head over to the message chat container dot not message. So chat container, and here we have to add the type of image. So chat container, and where should we add it? So after this, we'll add this as message dot type triple equals to image, Then we will have image message, and pass in the message as message. And let's head over to the image message, and in here we'll have the message. And what we will be doing here is, let's remove this div, let's give this a class name, let's grab the current chat user and user info, current chat user info is equals to use state provider, and this is going to be dynamic, so adding of one rounded LG, and message dot sender ID triple equals to current chat user dot ID. Then we want to display BG incoming background, or else we will display BG outgoing background. And now inside of this we'll have a relative div. Inside of this we'll have image tag from Next.js, image, make sure that it is imported, source is going to be $host and slash message dot message, and let's give this a class name of rounded LG. Then we'll give it an alternate text of asset. Let's give this a height of 300 and a width of 300 units. After this we'll have another div which would have absolute, another class name is bottom of 1, right of 1, flex, items end, gap of 1, and in here we'll have the span for calculate time. So let's copy that from here, copy, paste, text bubble meta text 11 pixels, that's the same. After this we'll have span again with a class name of text bubble meta, text bubble meta, and inside of here we'll check if message dot sender ID triple equals to user info dot ID, and we'll have the message status. So let's copy the component from here. We could have copied all of that, save it, and now let's check, fingers crossed. Host is not defined, import the host from API routes, calculate time is not defined, message status is also not defined. So now undefined on next image, hostname localhost is not configured under images. So I know how to fix this error. I want you to head over to your next config file, and in here I'm going to have images object passing domains as localhost. If you are hosting this website, then you have to add your domain of the UI here, not UI but server here, to add the images from another source. Now let's refresh it. Okay, the server would have restarted because of the change. We have to restart it again, yarn dev. Let's refresh it. select this user. The images are not being loaded. Uploads. Okay, so what the URL was http localhost 3000 next image URL http localhost 3005 uploads images dot jpeg. Let's do one thing. Let's open it here. Localhost 3005 uploads images of undefined. That's correct. I think the images are not being able to served from the path. So let's head over to index.js server. So this is /upload/images /upload/images. Okay, we have to pass and slash over here. So that's the issue. So now let's head over to our message controllers and let's try this now. And I think we have to delete all of these messages. So let's discard this messages and let's delete all of this image type. So select, delete these records. Did we save it? Refresh. Yeah, those are deleted. Now let's try to resend it. Okay, so the image was here. It's being served and let's see if the issue that we were facing here was also solved. It's now inside the images. So this was because of this slash. Let's delete all of this stuff. Move to recycle bin. And now what I'm going to do is let's check if the sockets work perfectly. And I'm going to reduce the space. I don't know why this scroll bar is coming. We may need to fix this. Okay, refresh this. Let's select this user, select Harvey Specter. We have the image here as well. Let's remove this. Still it's coming this side, not this side. Not sure why. Let's send this image and it is loaded on both sides. Let's send from this user and I'm going to send this one from right here. And yeah, this is working perfectly. So we are able to send the images. Let's reset this. Yeah, so we are able to send the images and this is working. So the functionality to send the image is working. Now we have to work on the voice message. So that's a bit complicated, but let's try to accomplish that. So now what should we do? Now let's head over to the message bar and I'm going to create a new state here. So use state snippet and this is show audio recorder. Initially this is going to be false and what we will be doing is if show audio recorder is true, then we want to show the capture audio and after this we'll pass in an on change here. on change is equals to set show audio recorder. Now we'll also enable this microphone, and what we will be doing here is inside of here we'll check if the message dot length is true. If it is true, then we want to show this button. Okay, this should be inside of here. Yeah, then we want to show this, or we want to show this. And now on click we want to set show audio recorder as true. And now let's test it out. Now when we don't have any message here, the audio recorder option is shown. If we type anything here, then the send button is shown. Now let's remove this, and you can see that there is an audio button. Now on click of this, we want to show the capture audio here, so let's do that. And this is going to be a bit complicated, and what we want to do here is we also want to hide this when the capture audio is present. So inside of this div right here, we'll check if not capture audio, not show audio recorder, then only we want to show this. So this should be wrapped around this. Let me check. Okay, after the fragments like this, we'll wrap this inside the brackets. Okay, there's still some issue going on here. I think I need to add a div here. Oh, this thing is outside the fragments. Yeah, this is outside the fragments. That's it. Now capture audio is only shown. So now let's do the magic in the capture audio. Capture audio, not photo, capture audio. This is also inside the common. We'll have the hide here first. Hide, and let's remove this capture audio, and let's start. Give me a minute. Now first we have this div here. Give this a class name of flex text 2xl, width of full, justify end, item center, and after this we'll have padding top of one div, and inside of this we'll have f8 trash icon. F8 trash, give this a class name. This is going to be text panel header icon, and we'll provide an on click to this as well. When we click it, we want to hide this component. So let's test it out. Click, hide is not a function. So let's head over to message bar, and this is on change. Instead of, we'll give this a hide. Let's click this. We have our message bar. Okay, this is working. Now after this div, we'll have another div with mx of 4, padding y of 2, padding x of 4, text of white, text of large as well. give that a flex, a gap of 3, justify center, item center. Anything else? I'll just check it. Yeah, we have the background. So bg search input container background rounded full, drop shadow of large. That's it. Now after this, what we will do is we'll check if is recording. So we'll use a use state snippet here to use a state. So is recording state, and initially this is going to be false, and inside of here we'll check if is recording is true. Then we want to display our class with text red 500 and animate of pulse. Let's try this. Okay, so animate pulse, we'll just try it if this work. Width of 60 and text of center, and inside of here we'll just show recording for now, or else we'll just show a div. That's it. Now let's check it. Use state is not defined. Okay, we have this div, empty div, because of it's not recording. So what we'll do is we'll use a use effect as soon as the component is loaded, and we'll use that to set is recording. So give me a minute, I'll just check out the source code. Okay, we'll deal with that afterwards because we need many states there. So what we will be doing now is after this we'll have another thing, which is we'll check if recorded audio is there. So recorded audio is going to be a state here. So use state snippet recorded audio, and this is going to be null. And while we are here, let's create all the states that we are going to use, because that's messing out the code. So now we'll use state snippet again, waveform, and initially this is null, null. After waveform we need the recording duration, so use state snippet recording duration, set recording duration, duration is 0. After that we'll have current playback time, so use state snippet current playback time, this is also 0. Then use state snippet total duration, this is again 0. And we have one more state that is missing, which is no, the states are there. Now we need the refs, so const audio ref is equals to use ref, and this is going to be null. Then let's copy this, paste it 2 times, and this is going to be media recorder ref, and this is going to be waveform ref. That's it. And now let's grab the useState provider things. So const is equals to useState provider. We'll grab the user info, current chat user, socket, dispatch, and that's it. So these are the things that we needed. And now let's write the code further. So in here, after this recording, we'll add a span tag which will show the recording durations. So recording duration, and add the s here. That's it. And now inside of this div, we'll check if the recorded audio is there. Then we need the fragments, and we'll check not is playing. So for that again we do need a state. So I'm going to paste it over here. So this is a new state, is playing and set is playing. So we are checking if it is not playing. If it is not playing, then we need to show the play button. So FA play, FA play, or else we'll show FA stop. On click, handle play. We have to create the handlers for that. So const handle play recording is equals to n function, and const handle stop recording equals to n function. So handle play recording, and on click handle stop recording. So this is handle stop recording. I'll explain the code. This is a bit messy, this thing, so I'm just completing it, then I'll be able to explain you everything. So please bear with me. Now we'll have div with a width of 60, and we're going to give it a ref of waveform ref, and we'll mark this as hidden if it is recording, and this is a self-closing tag. So that's it. Now we'll check if recorded audio is there and is playing. Then what we are going to do is we'll have a span. Inside of it we'll have format time, and pass in the current playback time. We have to create this format time. We'll do that, and after this we'll check if recorded audio and oh, this is not a function. We have to provide and here as well. And not is playing, and then span. And in here goes the format time again. format time, and now we'll pass in the total duration here. That's it. After this, we'll have an audio tag. Ref is audio ref, and we'll have it hidden. That's it. Now we'll have denoting that it's playing or not. So div with mr of 4. We'll check if it is not recording. Then we want to show FA microphone, and class name would be text red 500, or else we want to show FA pause circle, class name is again text red 500, and we'll just have to add the on click listeners of handle start recording and handle stop recording. So on click handle start recording, I'm going to copy this, paste it, and this is handle stop recording, and in here we'll have const handle start recording, and const handle pause, not pause, the stop recording, handle stop recording. Let me check. Okay, so here we have to use the handle pause recording, handle pause recording, and we have to create that as well. Const that's it. Handle play pause recording, handle start stop recording, and now at the end we'll have a send button. After this we'll show a div with md send, with a class name of text panel, header icon, cursor pointer, mr of 4, title is send, on click is send recording. So we also have to create this const send recording equals to async. That's it. Now let's check it here. Oh, we have a mistake. Okay, so this is the UI. Now when we click over this, we want to start the recording, delete. So now let's write the functions to make it work, and then I will explain you everything. Now at the top, before this functions, we'll write our use effect. And this would be run initially when the component is loaded, and first we'll create the wave surfer here. So const wave surfer And yeah, for the waveforms, we are using the wavesurfer library. So wavesurfer.js, so wavesurfer.create. So make sure that wavesurfer is imported. So create, pass in the container as waveform ref dot current. After that, we'll pass wave color as hash ccc. Then we'll give it a progress color of hash 4a9eff. Then we'll give it a cursor color, and this is going to be hash 7ae3c3. We'll give it a bar width of 2, height of 30, responsive of true. That's it. And after this, we'll set the waveform. Set waveform as wavesurfer this thing. And after this, what we'll do is we'll have wave surfer dot on event on finish. When it is finished, we want to set is playing to false, and whenever this component is unmounted, we want to destroy the wave surfer. So wave surfer dot destroy. That's it. Now as soon as we have the waveform, we'll check waveform, then we want to handle start recording. So we'll start the recording as soon as the component is loaded. And after this, give me a minute. Yeah, we also needed a component to format the time, not component but a function. So this is it. I'm going to paste it. So format time, if it is not a number, return 00, and get the minutes and seconds and display it, just the JavaScript stuff. By the way, I have generated this code here by ChatGPT, so that was very interesting. So now after this, let's start the recording. So this things handle start recording, stop recording should be on the top. And first we'll set the set recording duration to 0, set the current playback time to 0, and set the total duration to 0, and set is recording to true. And we'll have navigator dot media devices dot get user media, and we'll have the access to audio. Then we'll get the stream, and inside of here we'll write our code. So const media recorder is equals to new media recorder, pass in the stream here, and what we will do here is media recorded ref dot current equals to media recorder audio ref dot current dot source object equals to the stream. After this, I'm going to paste in this code. So chunks is array media recorded data available. So pause the screen and you can write it, or else you can just buy the source code from buy me a coffee and get the component console log, and this is going to be this console message. Now after this we also need a new state of rendered audio and set rendered audio, and as soon as the recording started we want to use a new use effect hook, which is going to be this. Pasting this code here, this use effect. So we are just setting an interval and creating the interval. Pretty simple stuff. I'll explain everything when everything is working. So after the start recording we'll have the stop recording. So I'm just gonna paste in the code because it's just we are just copy pasting the writing the code. So I'm just pasting the code and I will just make you understand. Please follow this step by step. Now this is done. Now we just have to handle play recording. So inside of that I'm going to paste in this code, and for stopping it we'll paste in this code, and we need another use effect hook. When we have the recorded audio we'll paste that over here. So use effect, if we have recorded audio then we are registering some events of time. Let's save this and let's check if this works. Okay, so the audio has started recording. So as soon as the component mounts, the audio has started recording. We are going to pause this, and FA play is not defined. FA play, FA stop. Do we have the FA microphone? Yeah, we do have. This is also there. This is also there. Let's refresh it. Self is not defined. Okay, self is not defined. I think this is because we have to import this component as dynamic. So let's head over to message bar, and instead of importing like this component, what we are going to do is we are going to import dynamic first from next dynamic, and we'll replace this with const capture audio equals to dynamic. This is an arrow function, and we'll have import here like this. So first import the dynamic, then we'll have const capture audio is equals to dynamic this, and after this is done we'll pass an object with server side rendering as false. So we don't need server side rendering for this. I think this error is because of that. Yeah, the error is gone. Start the recording, and it is recording. Now let's pause the recording. Still FA play is not defined. Let's head over to, I forgot to save it, and I just want to confirm one thing. Rounded. Give me a minute. Okay, that this div should end before this class right here after the audio. So this div should end here. Now let's refresh this and let's see if it is working. Pause. We don't have the waveform. I think it was not recording because I'm using my current microphone for recording. Let's try that again. Yeah, this is working.
Let's try that again.
Yeah, it is working now.
Let's try that again.
So now we can send in this audio clip or delete this component. So now I'll just explain you the code. So now as soon as the component is loaded, we are getting the wave surfer instance and setting it to a state, and this one is when the wave surfer is event is finished, then we want to set is playing to false to reset the waveforms, and when we destroy this component we want to destroy the waveform as well. Now as soon as we have the waveform, we want to start the recording here. So inside the start recording, so first we are setting the recording duration, playback time and total duration to 0. If it has already been recorded, then we are resetting it, and we are set is recording to true. Now we are getting the media devices from navigator and getting the stream, and we are getting the media recorder from that stream. We are setting that inside the ref, and setting the audio inside the audio ref, and these are the chunks of audio. And as soon as data is available, so this is browser's event, as soon as the data is available we want to push it inside the chunks, and whenever the recorder is stopped, we want to change that audio to audio ggg, the chunks into this, and that generates a blob file, and after that blob file this generates that into an audio url using the create object url, and we get the audio from this audio url, and then we are setting the recorded audio to this, we are setting the audio to the recorded audio state, and then we are loading the waveform there with that recorded audio. Now after this, when we stop recording, we want to destroy the recording and stop the waveform, and add the event listeners of data available. So we are adding this data available, and this is being called here on data available, this thing we are pushing it. So this is that, and we are getting the audio blob, audio file, and set the rendered audio. Now this is just for updating the time, basic stuff. Now when we play the recording, first we want to stop the waveform, then play the waveform and also play the audio, and we want to set is playing to true, and when we pause the recording we want to stop the audio, pause the recording and set is playing to false. And this code is still remaining for sending the recording, so we'll do that, and this is also already explained, and the JSX is as follows. So first we'll check if it is recording, then we want to show the recording option with the recording duration, the animating thing, and if it is already recorded, then we want to show the play pause button, play stop button. I'll show you that. So now this is recording, I'm going to pause it, and now you can see that we have this play pause button, and this calls the handle play recording and handle pause recording. After that we have this waveform right here, and after that we have the current playback time. So this thing right here is the total duration, but as soon as we play, we are checking it. If the audio is playing, then we want to show the current playback time, or else we want to show the total duration. So as soon as we
So now
play,
this
we
is
can see that we
record.
have the
I'm going to
current playback time. Then we have the audio ref, which is audio which is hidden. We don't want to show that. Now we have this microphone and ff pause. So if it is not recording, then we want to show this microphone, and if it is recording, then we want to show the pause. So we are showing the pause, and this is for the send recording. Now let's send the recording to the user. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to message bar, and we have written that code on photo picker change. So I'm going to just copy all of this, head over to capture audio, and I'm going to paste that over here, try catch. Now we don't need this file, form data is same, and instead of this image we are going to use the audio, and this is going to be rendered audio, and this is going to be add audio message route. So we have to use still create that, and this all is the same. We just have to create the route for it. So let's head over to our message controller first, and let's create the controller for that. So I'm going to copy this add image message, paste it right here, and change this to add audio message, and this is going to be uploads slash recordings slash request.file.original name. This all is going to be the same, but I'm going to change the audio type, the type to audio, and this is going to be audio is required. Now let's head over to message routes, and I'm going to add first I'm going to add an upload for audio. So upload is equals to multer destination uploads slash recordings. That's it. Now router dot post add audio message, and this is going to be upload dot single audio, and we are going to have this as add audio message from controllers. That's it. And make sure that you append a slash right here, or else it will give an error. Now let's head over to API routes, and in here export const add audio message route equals to message route slash add audio message. Remove this. Let's head over to our capture audio, and this is going to be add audio message route, and let's try this if it works. Pause, we have the audio, send, and let's check in the console, do we have any error? We don't. Now let's check inside the uploads recordings. We don't have any recordings. Let's check the server.
Nothing is there. Let's see if we are actually calling this. We are calling this. Let's try to send the audio again, and I'll check in the network tab. Okay, so this is not sending the data. Don't know why. So alert, send, pause, send, and this is not actually doing anything. So md send on click. Oh, the spelling is incorrect here. Pause, and now let's send this. Send, and did we make it to the backend? No, still not. Let me check. Give me a minute. Okay, so I have figured out the issue. So we have to import Axios, and again I have to do one thing more, is when we start recording, I want to set recorded audio to null, and now let's try it. Pause. Okay, so we have the recording here. Let's try to send it. Alert, send, and reducer cases is not defined now, so our Axios was working. Pause and record, pause, record, and now we'll pause the audio. So now we have these waveforms, and let's try to send it. Send. I think that was sent, and let's head over to server, and we have this recordings. I'm going to delete all of these recordings, and now I will try to send it again. Internal server error. What was the error about? Okay, so the file was not found. It's strange. I think we have to create the recordings folder. It was because of that. Recordings. Now let's try it again. Send. Now we don't have any error, and we have the recording. So that is working perfectly. Now let's head over to message controller and remove the console if we have here any. Yeah, let's remove this console. And do we have the console here? Yeah, let's remove from here as well. Add image message. So that is fixed. Now what we want to do is, when we send the message, we want to show it here. So we have to add a message type of audio inside our message container, not message container, the chat container, this one right here. So we have to add message dot type triple equals to audio, and we need the voice image component. So make sure that you import the voice image from the same here. So voice image, and I think that we need to import that as we imported this capture audio like SSR false. So let's do that. So we have to make sure that server side rendering is off for this component. So let's change this to const, and this is dynamic voice message equals to dynamic from next dynamic. We'll have this function, have this here, and wrap this in an import. Close this function, and after this we'll pass in this SSR as false. That's it. Now let's also pass the message to this voice message, and let's head over to voice message. And what should we do here is, let me check. Okay, we have to do pretty much things here. So that is the same as the our audio recording component. So let's not copy it. First of all, I'm going to, yeah, we have to copy some things. So let's head over to our capture audio, and what I'm going to do is, we need the handle play recording and handle pause recording. So let's copy this, head over to voice message, paste it here. Also we need the format time function. Yeah, we also need this use effect, and let's paste it here. Now we need the format time, where it is. Okay, this thing. We'll copy this from here, head over to voice message, paste it here, format time, and we need the use effect for waveform. So I'm going to copy out this use effect from right here, and copy, and let's paste this. Now I want to do pretty much things here. So first let's grab the use state provider. So const equals to use state provider current chat user, and we need the user info. Now after this we need a use state for audio message and set audio message. So use state snippet, this is audio message and set audio message, and initially this is going to be null. Make sure that you import the use state and the use effect. Also make sure that you import the wavesurfer library from wavesurfer.js. Now let's again use the use state snippet, and this time this is going to is playing and set is playing. Initially this is not playing. After this we have the current playback time state and total duration. So I'm going to copy that from here, current playback time, total duration, copy, paste. Also we will need the waveform ref and waveform. So let's copy this, paste this here, and let's create another waveform equals to use ref, and this is going to be null. Now all the states are set. Now inside this use effect, what we want to do is, we want to run this effect only after waveform.current is not null. So waveform.current, no, sorry, we want to run it when it's null only. So let's wrap this around, and this is going to be the same, and we don't need this thing right here. And let's grab this inside of this, and instead of wavesurfer, what we are going to do is, we'll have waveform dot current dot on finish, we want set is playing to false, and return waveform dot current dot destroy. So let's copy this and we are going to paste it. So that's the change, and we don't have set is playing. So okay, so this is set is playing as false. That's it. Now after this we'll have another use effect to render out the audio message. So use effect, this should be run whenever we have the message from and the message. So message should be destructured from right here, message, and make sure that you have sent a message from the chat container. Message. Now let's head over to voice message, and okay, so this is not a wave surfer. Instead of, we'll have waveform dot current here, waveform dot current. So we are setting that inside our this ref. Now after this, in this effect, what we want to do is, let's create the audio URL. So audio URL equals to host and message dot message. After this we'll have const audio equals to new audio, and this is we are going to pass in the audio URL. This is audio URL that we created in the step above. Now we'll write set audio message as the audio, and we'll set waveform ready. We don't need waveform ready. Now we'll have waveform dot current dot load audio URL, and then we'll have waveform dot current dot on. Whenever it is ready, we want to set the total duration of the audio to waveform dot current dot get duration. This is the function called get duration. And now we will be having the handle play audio. So this is handle play audio, not recording. Handle play audio. Now if we have the audio message, we want to have this. Okay, so after this we don't need this waveform dot start storm. We have waveform dot current dot stop and play, and instead of recorded audio we'll have audio message dot play, and this is set is playing. Save this, and this is handle pause audio, not recording. This is waveform dot current dot stop. This is audio message dot pause, and this is set is playing, and that's it. Now for this step, this use effect, so instead of recorded audio we'll change this to audio message. So control D for selecting this all, and now I'm going to write audio message here. That's it. Audio message dot current time, update playback time, update playback time. That's it. Now after this, so yeah, it's all set. Now let's write our main thing here. So I'm going to head over to image message, and I am going to copy out this, but yeah, let's copy out this class name, and paste it here. Now instead of padding 1, let's remove this classes, we don't need this. We'll give it a flex, item center, we'll give it a gap of 5, text of white, px of 4, pr of 2, py of 4, text of small, and we'll give it a rounded of medium. So rounded medium, save this, and after this inside our goes our content. So first we'll have an avatar here, so div avatar, will use type as large, image as current chat user dot profile. This is not like that, this is question mark and dot, so profile picture. After this div we'll have another div with cursor pointer, also we'll give it a text of Excel, and this is going to be the start and stop. So if not playing, then we want to show fa play. Make sure that you import it from React Icons FA. We'll pass an on click here, and this is going to be handle play audio, not pause audio, handle play audio, and the other is fa stop if the audio is playing. Make sure that you import it from React Icons FA, on click, and this is going to be handle pause audio. That's it. Now after this div right here, we'll have a relative div. So give me a minute. This div will have relative inside of it will have a div with width of 60, and this is going to be our waveform. So ref waveform ref, and this is a self-closing div. Let's remove this. Inside this will have a text bubble meta, so text bubble meta class name will have text of 11 pixels, padding top of 1, give it a flex, justify between, we'll give it an absolute, we'll give it a bottom of minus 22 pixels, and give that a width of full. Inside of it we'll have a span and use the format time function, and if the audio is playing, then we want to show the current playback time, and if it is not, we want to show total duration. Now after this span we'll have another class name with flex and gap 1. Inside of this we'll have another span which would have calculate time. Make sure that you import that from utils, so calculate time, and we'll pass message dot created at, and after this span we'll have the message status, so message dot sender id triple equals to user info dot id. Then we want to show the message status, and we'll pass in the message status as message dot message status. That's it. And now let's check if that works. Oh, there's an error here. This is message. Check it again. We have the audio recording, but I think there's an error that it is not found. Upload slash recordings. Okay, I think let's head over to index.js in the servers. Yeah, we have to serve it using Express. So uploads recordings, and this is going to be recordings. Save it. Now let's select another user and select that user. Still we don't have the okay, so the last one was found. Let's reload it and check it. Okay, I think all of these recordings have been deleted by me, so it's not showing. Let's check it in our Prisma. We'll do one thing. We'll delete all of this audio messages. So audio, this one. Let's delete this. So we don't have any audio messages now. And now let's try it. Record. The voice is recording. Pause. We have the waveforms. We can play it. We can pause it. Now let's send it. Send. And we have it here. But the waveform is not loaded. Okay, so I think this is because I have an extension of IDM and I have to disable it. So let's head over to extensions, manage extensions. I'm going to remove this. Don't need it. Let's reload it. And let's select it. Okay, we still don't have this recording. Why is that? Let me check. Give me a minute. Okay, so that is fixed. We have the audio message here. It was causing due to I had IDM installed on my machine. So the voice is recording. Pause. I tap the button twice. Send. And we have the audio message. Now let's check this Jamisha user, and we need to refresh it because of the sockets. And let's select the chat. We have the audio message here. Let's send this again, and we have this message here. So that's working. And now when I will refresh it, you will able to see that the status of it would have been updated. It's not real time, but it's updating. We'll fix that eventually. So this is all working. So we are able to send the audio messages now. Now next thing we'll do is we'll have the search messages from here. So on click of this button, we'll open up a search bar just like this and search all the messages from here. So let's do that. So now for opening the search window, we are going to maintain it using our global state. So let's head over to the context and head over to constants. I'm going to add a new constant. So this is set search. Let's name this set message search. So I'm aligning this with our code source code. So if you are buying the source code, you can just reference it with the same name. Now let's head over to state reducers, and I will have this messages search as false. We are not maintaining any search term, we'll just have true or false. So reducer cases dot set message search, and we want to return dot state and message search as state dot message search. We are just reverting the state. So now let's head over to the chat header, and now on click of this we want to dispatch the search window event, dispatch. So on click, dispatch, and this is type as reducer cases dot set message search. That's it. And now I'm going to head over to the main.jsx, and in here I'm going to get that state. So that is message search, and now in here what I will be doing is, instead of this chat component, I'm going to have a div wrapped around it. And I'll give this a dynamic class name. So we'll give it a grid calls main. And no, we don't want to give all of these classes. We'll just check. Let's remove this template strings also, we don't need it. We'll optimize it. So message search is true. If message search is true, then we want to give grid and grid calls of 2, or else we want to give it a grid calls of 2 and we are having chat, and we'll check if message search is true, then we want the search messages window. Let's save it and maximize it. I'm going to click over this. Let's refresh it. This is not working. That seems strange. So let's head over to our chat header, and we have this on click dispatch. I think let's open up the inspect to check if there is any error. No, there's not. Type reducer cases set message search, and now inside the main, let's do one thing. Let's console log message search, and let's refresh it. Let's click over any of this, and message search is undefined. Why is that? Let's head over to our state reducers and message search. This is message search. Now let's head over to main.jsx, and did we import it correctly? Okay, so this is messages search, and let's change this as well, messages search. Let's open up this, and great. So that's working. We have this search messages panel. Now let's style this. So Give me a minute. Let's remove this console from here. Let's head over to search messages. So what we did here is we checked if the message search is open. If it is true, then we'll make this component as a grid and we'll give it a grid calls of 2, or else if it is false, then we'll make this as a grid calls of 2. So if there is only one component, then this will take the columns as 2, or these both have one single column. So that's that. And now let's head over to search messages, and in here what we are going to do is we'll give this a class name of border conversation border of left, then we'll give it the width of full bg conversation panel background. And what other classes are there? We'll also give it a flex and flex call. So flex call z index of 10, and we'll give it a max height of screen. And inside of here we'll have another class, another div with a class name of height of 16 units, padding of x4, padding y of 5. Let's give it a flex, gap of 10, item center, and we'll give it a background panel header background. And after that we'll also give this a text color, which is text primary strong, this thing. And inside of here we'll have our IO close icon. Make sure that is imported from IO5, React icons IO5. After this we'll give it a class name of cursor pointer text icon lighter text 2xl, and when we click over this, on click, we want to dispatch. So what I'm going to do is const dispatch equals to use state provider, and dispatch. Okay, so this is dispatch type as reducer cases dot, we are going to use set message search. Save this, and now let's try this. So when we click over this will close this panel. So let's try it. Okay, so this is working now. We can open up the panel, close the panel, and now we'll have the search bar here and search the messages. So this is the UI. Now let's proceed further. After this IO close, we'll have a span which will say search messages. So let's check it out. Search messages are here. Now after this div right here, I'm going to have another div with overflow of auto, and we'll give it a custom scroll bar class. We'll give it a height of full, and inside of it we'll have flex, item center, flex of call, width of full, and inside of this div we'll have flex. Inside of that we'll have padding x of 5, item center, gap of 3, and a height of 14, and a width of full. Now inside of this we'll have the search bar. So let's head over to the contacts list, and not contact list, let's over to list. Do we have a search bar here? Okay, so what component was this? This was chat list, search bar, and now let's I'm going to copy up this component. Give me a minute. Okay, so I'm going to copy this search bar component from here, from this div to this div. So copy, and inside the search messages we'll have that here. Let's paste it and let's check it. We need to import the icon. And let's select a chat, and we have the search bar. Great. So instead of this text, we'll have search messages text here. So this is search messages, and now what we are going to do is we are going to maintain this with a state. So use state snippet, search term, set search term, and initially the search term would be blank string. Now we'll add a value here as search term. I'm not able to access that. Value is search term, and on change is going to be e set search term as e dot target dot value. That's it. Now after leaving this div, and this div right here, we'll have a span tag which would have class name as empty10 and text secondary. Inside of this, we'll check if there is not a search term dot length, then we want search for messages with current chat user. So we need to grab the current chat user. So current chat user will also grab the messages. So current chat user dot name, let's check it out. Use state is not defined. VS Code should automatically import it when we use the use state snippet. Okay, we don't have the text here. Where is that? Not search term dot length, and we have the current chat user dot name. So current chat user is here. Not search term dot length. Let's write in text here and check. The text is here, so this is missing. Let's try this also. Current chat user dot name, that's also working, but so our condition has issue. Okay, so this is not set search term, this is search term. Okay, search for messages with Harvey Specter. So that's working perfectly. Now after this div right here, we'll have another div dot flex, and we'll add justify center to it, height of full, flex of call, and inside of this div, first we'll check search term dot length greater than 0, and we need to create a new state for searched messages. So use state snippet searched messages, and this is going to be an empty array, and we'll write not searched messages dot length. Then we want a span, not spam, we need a span, and we'll give this a span a class name of text secondary. Also we'll give this a width of full, flex and justify center, and inside of it we'll have no messages found text. So when we have filtered out the messages on the based on the search term, and if the length of the search term is greater than 0 and the length of the array is 0 or less than 0, then we want to write no messages found. So currently it will not show, but when we search for anything, then it will have no messages found. So that's working perfectly. Now after this, right here we'll have div with a class name of flex call, width of full, height of full, and inside of this we'll have search messages dot map. We'll have the message, and we are going to return a div. This div would have a class name of flex cursor pointer, flex call, justify center, hover. When we hover over this, we want bg hover, bg background default hover, and after that what we will be doing is we'll give it a width of full. We'll give this a width of full, px of 5, border bottom of 0.1 pixel, 0.1 pixels, and we'll give it a border secondary and padding vibe of 5. So we are going to map our messages inside of this searched messages, not the messages. So first we'll give this a div and use the calculate time from utils and pass the message dot created add, and let's give this a class name as well. This is going to have text small, and we'll give it a text color as text secondary, and after this we'll have another class which would have text icon green, and this would have message dot message. So that's for the JSX, and now we are going to write a use effect hook here. So as soon as we have a search term, so what we'll do is we'll filter out the messages that are inside our reducers context. So we'll get it and we'll filter out those messages based on the search term and store that inside the searched messages. So let's write a use effect hook which should run whenever the search term is changed. And now we'll check if there is a search term, then set searched messages as messages dot filter and we get the message in here, and we'll check if the message dot type triple equals to text. We only want to show the text messages, and message dot message, the actual message includes the search term. So message dot message dot includes the search term. Then we want to send this, so filter out this, or else we want to set searched messages as an empty array. Now let's try this. So I have this message, hello Jamisha. I'm going to copy it, going to paste it, and you can see that this message is here. Now I'll just search for this hi message, and we have this hi messages. We can also search for this test, and that's working. Let's try to search for emojis, and when we search the emojis, we also have the emojis search, so that's working. When we close it and when we open it, the states are resetted. So our search messages functionality is completed. Now what we will do is we'll get the contacts, uh, the contacts that we had chat with here, and we'll sort it according to the messages received or sent time, and we'll also show the total unread messages here. So let's do that. So now for the contacts, we will head over to our message controller, and we are going to create a new controller, which is export const get initial contacts with messages. This is an async function with request, response, and next injected. We'll use try catch because there's a database operation, next error. And now what we'll do is we'll get the user ID equals to parse int request dot parents dot from, and we'll get the Prisma is equals to get Prisma instance const user equals to await Prisma dot user dot find unique, and I'll pass in a where condition where ID as user ID, and we want to include the sent messages of this user, sent messages, and inside the sent messages we want to include the receiver as true and the sender as true, and we want to order by this with created at, and we want to order this by descending order. So that's that. Now after this one, this sent messages will have received messages, and we are going to use this include an order by, which is going to be the same. So we need all the sent messages and received messages, and we want to include the receiver ID and the sender ID of both, and we want to order that by the created ID, and that's in the descending form. So the messages that are arrived latest are at the top, and arrived at the end would be at the end. So now we have our messages inside this user, So we'll get all the users, not the users, just the messages. Now what we'll do is we'll create the messages by dot 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 user dot sent messages and dot 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 user dot received messages. So this will give us an user which will have the sent messages and the received messages. So if we head over to our Prisma and we'll head over to any of the user, you can see if I get this user Harvey Specter, then we'll get this sent messages and the received messages, and inside of this we are including the sender and the receiver. So we also want to include this, so we'll getting all of that. Now we are merging the sent messages and the received messages of the user inside the messages, and after that we'll sort them. So messages dot sort will use a b as the temporary variable, and we'll check b dot created at dot get time is greater than a dot created at dot get time. So this is the sort function, basic JavaScript. Now we'll get all the users from this messages, all the different users that has sent the messages and received the messages from the current user. So const user is equals to new map. We don't want to repeat any of the users, so we are going to use the map data structure here. And if we have to change the status of any messages, then we'll store the IDs of that messages here. So if the message status is sent, not received or read, then we want to change that to received. So we'll do that, not received, the delivered. So after this we'll loop over the messages. So messages dot for each get the messages, and this is going to be some complex logic. So const is sender, so we are checking that the current message that we are looping on is sent by the user that we are using here. So if we are calling the messages the contacts for Harvey Specter, then we are checking if this message is sent by Harvey Specter. So we'll check it by message dot sender id triple equals to user id. So user id is from the request dot params, and if it is true, the sender id is this, then this has been sent by Harvey Specter. And now const calculated id is if this is a sender, if the message is sent by this user, then we need the message dot receiver id, and if this message was not spent by the current user, then we need the message dot sender id. So let's consider this. One is Harvey and second is Kishan, and we are getting the messages for Harvey, and we are checking if the current message, so Harvey sent a message hi, and Kishan sent a message, Kishan had received this message hi. So we are checking that this message is sent by Harvey. Then if it is true, then this is true. Now inside this calculated id, we are getting the id of the user that send or received the message, because we don't want the id of Harvey here, not the current user. We want the opposite, because we are getting the contacts. So we'll check if it is a sender, then we need the receiver id. So if this message was sent by Harvey, then we want the ID of Kishan. And if it is um, in the opposite, if this message was sent by Kishan and its sender is false, then we need the ID of uh, sender, which is Kishan. So that's the basic logic. Now we have the ID, and now we are checking if message dot message status was sent. So it was not delivered or read while the user was offline. So if that was the case, so what we are doing here is we are adding that the ID of this message inside this message status change. So we'll just push it inside message.id, and after this what we'll do is if not users.get calculated ID. So what we are doing here is we are only adding a user once. So let's do the opposite first so that you can understand. Give me a minute. Yeah, we'll do the else if first. So message dot status not equal read. If it was not read and it was not sended by this, so not is sender, then we'll proceed further and get the user, and users dot get calculated ID and users dot set calculated ID dot user and total 100 messages as user dot total 100 messages plus 1. I'll explain this in a minute. Give me a minute. So else if case is completed. Now let's write the if case. So this is something complex, so I'll just write it first and I'll explain everything afterwards. So const equals to message. We are going to destructure the values that we need. So we need the ID, type, message status created at sender ID and receiver ID from this message, and after this we'll have user equals to this. So that is going to be message ID is this ID, type is this message status created at sender ID, receiver ID. That's it. Now what we will check if is sender. If this message was sent by this user, then we'll spread the user and we'll have message dot receiver. We'll spread the message dot receiver and set total unread messages as 0. And if that is not the case, and if this message was not sent by this user, then we are going to do the opposite of it. So user equals to spread the user and not like this, then spread the message dot receiver, not receiver, sender this time, and total unread message would be if the message status not equals to read, then it's 1 or 0. Now after this else is completed, we'll have users dot set calculate id and select the user. That's it. Now I'll just explain it. So what we are doing is we have this map of users. So what maps do is it only has the key value pair, so it doesn't repeats the value for the same key. So we only want a single user, not the multiple users. So it might be the case that messages multiple messages are from the same user, so we just want the latest message, not after that. So what we are going to do here is, first we are checking if the message is not sent, then we are adding that to the message status change. And now we are checking if this calculated id user is not inside this map, then we want to go inside this condition. Now we are destructuring this and creating a user object, and now we are checking if this message was sent by this user, then we want the data of the receiver, because here we will show the data of the receiver, not the current user. And else if it was sent by the opposite user, then we want its id as its data as message.sender. And in this case, if this message was sent by us, then the total unread messages would be 0, because when we click over that, we will mark every message as read, so the total unread message is going to be 0 in this case. But inside the opposite case, if the message was received, then we'll check if the message status is not read, then we want the message the total unread messages to be 1, or if it was read, then we'll write it as 0. And after that we are setting that with calculated id as the key and value as the destructured user. Now if this user is already set with the calculated id and this is repeating, then we have this else if condition. So what we are doing here is we are getting the user, and we are doing this for only the messages that was not read. So we are not changing anything here, we just want to change the total unread messages. If the message was not read, then only we want to come in here, and it was not sent by the current user, it was received by the current user. Then we are getting here, we'll get the user and set it again with the calculated id, and this time we'll spread the user, this user that we get from the users, and we are just changing the total unread messages. So from here it would be set as 0 or 1, and we are incrementing that by 1 if this message was not read. So that's the logic. Now after this, if there are unread messages, so message.status.change, not unread messages, but the message that were not delivered, and if the array length is greater than 0, then we want to change their status. So what I'm going to do is await Prisma dot messages. I think we can copy that from above somewhere here. Yeah, this thing, Prisma dot messages unread messages, and I'm going to copy it. Copy, and at the end, instead of this, pasted prisma.messages.update many where id in, this is not unread messages, this is going to be message status change, and data message status is not read, but this is going to be delivered. That's it. Now everything is done, everything is complete. Now let's return response.status 200.json. We'll pass the users here as array.from users.values. So we are getting the values of the all the values of the map, and creating an array out of it. And from here we'll also send in the online users. So array dot from online users. So online users is the global thing that we wrote here. So whenever we create a add user event, we set it to the online users, so that's reusable here. And what we are doing is online users dot keys. We just need the keys, the IDs of the online users. So whenever we getting the contact, so we also know that this contact is online or this contact is offline. So that's that. Now we are going to receive this inside the chat, not chat but the list component. I think the list, yeah, we are going to get this inside the list. So let's write the API route for this, and also added the route inside the messages route. So now let's head over to message routes, and here I will have router dot get initial contacts, and we'll use a param. So from, and then we'll have get initial contacts with messages. That's it. Now let's copy this route from here because it's a long one, and let's head over to API routes and add this route over here. API routes, so let's add this here. Export const get initial contacts route messages route, and add that, save it. Now let's head over to our list component, and we are going to call that over here. So first we'll get const, and we'll get user info, and we'll have use state provider here, and we'll use effect here, use effect, and this should run when we have user info. And let's create a function const get contacts equals to async arrow function, and wrap try catch around it because we are going to call API try catch console log error. And here we'll get the data const data, and inside the data we want the users and the online users equals to await, and we'll use template string and use get initial contacts slash user info dot id. That's it. And okay, we have to call this using Axios. Make sure that you import Axios, don't make mistakes that I make. Axios. And now we are going to dispatch the user contacts and the online users. So for that, let's head over to the, I think, our state reducers, and I'm going to add user contacts here, and this is going to be an empty array. And let's head over to constants, and in here let's add the constant as well of set online users and set user contacts. So set user contacts is the same. Let's copy paste, and set online users is also the same, paste, head over to state, not context but state reducers. So let's head over to state reducers, and I'm going to also have the online users here. So online users is going to be an empty array, online users empty array, and in here case reducer cases dot set user contacts and return dot state user contacts. And what we will do here is action dot user contacts. So action dot user contacts, that's it. Also we'll add a case for reducer cases dot set online users, and in here we'll do the same as return dot state, and this is going to be online users, and we'll have action dot online users. That's it. Now let's head over to our list component and let's dispatch the actions. So after this I'm going to use dispatch. So let's use the dispatch and let's grab the user contacts as well. User contacts, this is going to be dispatch type reducer cases dot set online users. First we'll set the online users and pass in the online users. Now let's dispatch type reducer cases dot set user contacts, and we'll pass in user contacts as users. That's it. And now we are going to call out this function from here, get contacts. So that's it. And now we have to map all the contacts. So what I'm going to do is in here I'm going to use the chat list item. So user contacts, this thing, user contacts dot map, we'll get the contact and have this should be wrapped like this, chat list item, and we are going to pass the data as contact, and the key would be contact.id. That's it. And now let's check. User contacts is undefined, user contacts. So let's head over to our state reducers, find user contacts. We have the user contacts and it's not undefined at the moment, it's an empty array. So user contacts, why is this not working? Let's refresh this. And we don't have any contact here. Let's inspect it. Do we have any error? Okay, internal server error is there. Get time is not a function, so let's check it. So let's head over to message controller, and in here, okay, so issue is this, get time. Now let's reload it. We still have some error that needs to be fixed. This time message status is not defined. On which line? Line number 206, message status. So this should be message status. Okay, message status. I think we should destructure this thing outside of this if, and let's reload it again. Still an error. Array.form. Okay, we have a spelling mistake. It's not a form, it's from. Array.from. Reload. And yeah, we have our contact here and it is working perfectly. We have an error here. Wait, userinfo.id. Okay, so I think we have to do one thing. Let's head over to here and we'll have an if condition to fix it. If userinfo.id is there, then only we want to call the function console, and we don't have the error now, and we have the contact here. So let's do one thing. I'm going to open up something new and send a new message. Localhost 3000, and I'm this user, and let's send this a message. Hi. Now let's reload it. We have this. We sent Jimisha Mashru and message, and this is Jimisha Mashru, and now we'll have Kishan here as well. Yeah, that's working. So perfect. So that's working. Now what we will be doing is let's have the message here. So on click of this, we don't want to open up this one. What we will do is we'll show the message. We'll show the message, and when we click over this, we'll change the current chat user and fetch the messages. So let's do that. So now let's head over to source code, and now what I'm going to do is let's head over to chat list item, and in here we are going to make some changes. So first of all, inside of this, I'm going to check if is a contact page or not. So we'll grab that by is contact page. Okay, so we have that already here. So if this is not a contact page, not user contacts, is contacts page, then we want to run this, or else we will run this thing right here. Set all contacts page and change current chat app user. Now what we will do is, yeah, inside of here we'll dispatch the data for changing the current chat user. So what we will do is dispatch type reducer cases dot change current chat user, and the user is going to be this thing. So what I'm going to do is paste it right here. So name is data.name, about is data.about, profile picture is data.profile picture, email is data.email, id is now if userinfo.id triple equals to sender.id, the last message, so the data.sender id, then we need the receiver id or we need the sender id. So that's it. Save this and let's try it on the front end now. If I click here, then you can see that the user is changed and the messages are also being changed. How cool is that? I'll add one more message here, and you can see that messages are actually being fetched from server, and this is also being changed. Now let's show the messages here. So for that, let's head over to here, and inside of here what we will be doing is, after the name right here, after this div, I'm going to check if this is not a contact page, then we want to render out a div which has a span with a class name as if that shows the total unread messages, number of total unread messages. So if data dot total unread messages greater than 0, if this condition is false, then we want to display text secondary, and if this condition is true, then we want to show text icon green, and inside of this also we'll give it a text of small, so text small, and inside of this we'll calculate the time by calculate time. Make sure that it is imported from utils, and we'll pass in data dot created at, and now let's check it. We have the time of the message that we sent, so that's perfect. And after that, what we will be doing is, yeah, this thing right here inside the span. So what we will do is, we'll first we are going to check if this is a contact page, then we want to show this, or else we are going to show a div inside of this div and give this a class name flex items center gap of 1 max width of width would be 200 pixels. And what should we give after this? So I think we need this responsive, so I'm just gonna paste in the classes for responsiveness. So after this we'll have when the screen is small, we'll have 250 pixels of width. When it is at medium, we'll have 3 pixels. When it is large, we'll have 200 pixels, and we'll have 300 pixels with Excel. And that's it. Now after this, inside of here, we'll check if data dot sender ID triple equals to user info dot ID. Then we want to show the message status component. If the message is sent by the current user, so we are checking if the message is sent by the current user, then we want to know the status of that message, that if that message was read or delivered. So that's it. Message status is equals to data dot message status. Let's check it out. Okay, the message is delivered. Now after that we'll donate, not donate, but we'll just have, if the data dot type is text, audio or image, then we'll just show that if data dot type triple equals to text, then what we are going to do is we'll have a span tag and give it a class name of truncate, and this would have content as data dot message. And let's check it out. We have this, but now what if we share an image? Okay, I need to reload this. Okay, we have sent an image, so we have to handle for that. So data dot type triple equals to image, then what we will show is a span with the class name of flex gap of 1 and items center, and inside of it we'll have FA microphone, which will have class name of text panel header icon, and besides this we'll have this is for the audio. We did this wrong, so this is for audio, and we are going to copy this, paste it, and do that for image, and this is going to be FA camera and image. Now let's check. We have this camera and the image. Now let's check for the recording. So this is the recording. Send the recording. We need to remove this alert, and now let's refresh this, and we have the audio, so that's working. Now let's do one thing. Let's head over to record voice message, not this one, I think. Let's do one thing. Let's search for global alert. Okay, that's in capture audio. And now, okay, so the contacts are fetched successfully, and we have shown the status here also. Now let's do one thing. I'll head over to the Harvey Specter user, and I'm going to read that message. And yeah, we have one more thing to do. As this message is unread, so we should also show notifications. So let's do that. So not in the voice message, in the chat list item, after this div right here, and this span right here, what we'll do is we'll have data dot total unread messages greater than 0. Then we will have a span which would have data dot total unread messages, and let's give this a class name. It would have bg icon green, px of 50 pixels, and rounded full, and text of small, and px should be 5 pixels, and this is looking perfect. So as we have 100 message from this user, so we have this, and we don't have the ticks here because that was message was received from Kishan Sheet. Let's do one thing. I'm going to this user and I'm going to send one more message, one more, and two more, and I'm going to send an image to this. And now let's refresh this, and you can see that we have 4 messages with last message as the image. And we should do one thing. When we click over this, we also want to mark this message as read, so we'll also fix that. We'll do that in the subsequent sections. For now, we don't want to fix this. Now next thing we want to do is we want to search the messages here. So if I write Kishan here, then the contact name only should be here, and same for this here. So let's fix that. So let's do that. Now let's head over to the code base, and I'm going to head over to the search bar, and in here what we are going to do is on change we are going to change the contact, and this would be maintained throughout the context, because both the components, the chat list component and the list component, not the chat list, the list component and the search bar are on different levels. So what I'm going to do is let's head over to state reducers, and we'll define the new state here as filtered contacts, and this is going to be empty array for now. And let's create reducer for set contact search and copy this, paste it here. Let's head over to the state reducers and let's add the case here. So case reducer cases dot set contact search, and what we are going to do is we are going to filter contacts state dot user contacts dot filter. We'll get the contact and we'll check contact dot name dot to lowercase dot includes action dot contact search dot to lowercase. Make sure that you write lowercase also, and what we'll do is return dot 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 state and contact search as action dot contact search, and filtered contacts would be this. So what we are doing here is when we call up this contact search set contact search reducer, we send this contact search inside the action. So that's a basic string. So if I like I send Kishan here, so this would contain Kishan. So what we are doing is we have all the contacts. So user contacts has all the contacts, and we are filtering out the contacts with the includes that includes the Kishan. So that's the JavaScript, and make sure that it has lowercase, because if it is in capitals like I have written Kishan, then it would not match because K is in capital and we have K in small. So that's that. So now let's use this reducer inside our search bar. So first const dispatch is equals to use state provider, and we are going to use the contact search here to maintain the value contact search. So this is going to be the value contact search, and on change grab the event and dispatch it. Dispatch type as reducer cases dot set search set contact search, and we'll pass in the contact search as e dot target dot value. That's it. Let me check. That's it. And now we'll head over to the list component and we'll get the filtered contacts from here. Filtered contacts. And what we are going to do here is before this we'll check if filtered contacts are there, and filtered contacts dot length is greater than 0. If that's the case, then we want to use this Control X, use this, but instead of user contacts we'll use the filtered contacts and its length is less than 0. Then we want to use the user contacts. So let's wrap this in a bracket and do the same for this right here. We don't know why this is not working. Let's remove this. This is that bracket, this bracket. Let's have this on another line. Okay, So we need one more bracket and one more bracket. Now that is working. Now let's try. I'm going to search for Harvey and that is working. Let's search for mushroom. That's also working. So yeah, search contacts are working. Now what we are going to do is we want to search these contacts. So new chat contacts. So let's do that. Oh, we have an error here. We don't want to share this invalid date on the contacts page. So let's head over to the list, chat list item, and where was the, so if it is a contact page, we want the status, or else we want this. So that is working, but if it is not a contact page, is contact page is false. Why is this coming here? So not is contact page. I think let's reload this and check it. Yeah, this is there. Let's console out is contact page, and yeah, for now let's console out this. So this is false. Oh, why there is a false here? Is contact page. Let's head over to contact list, and we are saying contact page is true. Is contact page is true. And let's head over to chat list item, and is contact page is false here. I think let's remove this, and what we'll do is let's refresh it, and yeah, it's still here. Let's keep this, and not is contact paged. So when this is false, give me a minute. Okay, so I've removed the console from here and I have figured out the issue. So it's from here. We have to pass this prop as its contacts page, and this is working perfectly now. This is working perfectly, and this is working also perfectly. Now let's do the search functionality for here. So let's head over to our contact list page, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some local states. So that is going to be the search term, search contacts, and all contacts. So all contacts are here. We just have to create the search term and search contacts. So use state snippet search term, set search term. This is going to be an empty string, and use state snippet, and the search contacts empty array as default. We'll use an use effect hook. As soon as the search term is changed, we want to run this. Search term is changed, we want to run this. Now if search term dot length, then we want to run this, or else we want to set search contacts as all contacts. Now inside of here we'll have const filtered data as an object. We'll use object dot keys all contacts and loop it over with for each. Get the key, use filtered data of key as all contacts of key dot filter, get the object from it, have object dot name dot to lowercase dot includes search term dot to lowercase. Now we are going to set search contacts as filtered data, and from here when we get the contacts we are going to set all contacts and set search contacts as the all contacts as well. I think, yeah, not the all contacts but users. And after this, instead of mapping over the all contacts, we'll map over search contacts. So let's search for the S. That's not working. Okay, we also have to implement this. Value is equals to search term, and on change event set search term as e dot target dot value. Let's search for S. Value sets search term, set search term e dot target dot value. Still this is not able to search. I'm not sure why. Component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. Okay, we have spelling mistake on change. Let's try S. Oh, that's working. Now what we will do here is, let's do one thing. We'll check if there is user list dot length and end, then only show this. Let's search for Stella, and this is taking the space here. So instead of this, I'm gonna cut out this and add the condition here that if user list dot length, then only we want to return from here. Why is it messing with the code? Okay, this should be let's close this and where is this blue one? Okay, we need to have it through here, and we'll have fragments. Still we have an issue. Expected, is this expected? What is expected now? Let's remove this. We don't want to do that. We'll fix it afterwards. It's wasting time. So this is working. We just have to remove this. So object.entries, what we will do is let's see if user list dot length greater than 0, then return this less than equal to 0. Then we want to return fragments, or we'll return this. Expression. So let's return this. Not sure why this is not working. Let's remove this and close this div and write it here if that works. User list dot length greater than 0, and end this. Let's try it again. Yeah, this is working now. And now I'll explain this. What we are doing here is if there is search term here, then we'll get the filtered data by object.keys. So this has all the letters, all contacts, and inside of it we have the array. So we'll loop it over and check by the filter method, and if this has the data, we set it to the search contacts. So that's pretty simple. So the searching for here as well as here is completed. Now let's move over to create the video call and the voice call. That's the main attraction of this clone. Then we'll fix all of the small things like online, offline, logout, exit chat. So first of all, let's complete the voice call and video call. So let's do that. So for video calls and voice call, first let's head over to the constants in context, and we are going to add several contexts here. So first, this is going to be set voice call and video call. So set video call as set video call, and let's copy this, paste it, and we are going to change the video to voice set voice call. Now we want to end the call, so we'll have end call as end call. After that we'll have set incoming voice call and set incoming video call. So set incoming voice call, and let's copy this, paste it. Let's copy this entire line and replace this voice with video, set incoming video call. And now let's so this is for outgoing. When we click on the video call button, we want to set this, and when we end the call, we want to set this. When we are receiving any calls, we want to set this. So I think that's pretty much it, and now we have to set it. So now let's set it. Now let's head over to the state reducers, and we have to add the states for it. So after this, I'm going to add video call as undefined. We'll have voice call as undefined, then I will have incoming voice call as undefined, and I will have incoming video call as undefined. Now that's the 4 state we need, and now let's maintain them with the reduce of call functions. So at the end I will have case reducer cases dot set video call, and this is going to return state and video call as action dot video call. After this we'll have case reducer cases dot set voice call, which will do the same, return state and voice call as action dot voice call. Now the other thing is, let's have the incoming video call and incoming voice call. So case reducer cases dot incoming set incoming voice call, which would have return state incoming voice call action dot incoming voice call. Let's copy this, paste it, and change this to incoming video call, and change this to incoming video call. So action dot incoming video call. Now we'll have case reducer cases dot end call. So we'll return for the ending we'll have state, then we'll set voice call as undefined, we'll set video call as undefined, we'll set incoming video call as undefined, and we'll set incoming voice call as undefined. That's it. So all these are the reducer cases for setting the video call, incoming voice call or video call, and ending the call. So when we end the call, we want to make everything undefined. So now let's head over to the chat list header. We have the voice call and video call there. It's not here. This is the component, right? Okay, that's not chat list header. We want to head over to chat header. So we have this here, and now we have the dispatch, and what we are going to do here is we'll create two functions, handle voice call and handle video call. So after this we'll have const handle voice call equals to function, and we'll dispatch type as reducer cases dot set voice call, and we'll pass in voice call as, we'll spread the current chat user. We need the incoming voice call person's details, so we are setting the current chat user here, and we'll have type as outgoing, and we'll also set call type as voice, because this is a voice call, and we'll create a room ID for the room. So this is used by the Zegocloud's library. So we need the room ID. So we'll pass date.now, and I'm going to copy this paste it here and change this to handle video call. Handle video call. Change this to set video call, and this is going to be video call, and this is going to be video. That's it. Now let's use this md call on click, handle voice call, and for the video cam on click, handle video call. That's it. Now let's head over to main.jsx and let's grab that from the use state provider, the states. So in here I'm going to grab the video call, the voice call, the incoming voice call, incoming voice call, and incoming video call. That's it. Now after this, here we had the fragments right here, so I will check here if the video call is there. If it is not undefined, then I want to use a div. I'll give it a class name of height of screen, width of screen, give it a max height of full, overflow of hidden, and inside of that we'll have video call component. That's it. Let's do the same for the voice call. So video call, voice call, and instead of video call we'll have voice call here. That's it. Now let's try it. When I click over this, I have the voice call component, and when I click over this, I have the video call component. So that's working. So now what we'll do is head over to video call component, and inside of here, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this container component, but with the SSR as false. So we'll use the dynamic by Next.js. So container is equals to dynamic, and import, and this is going to be /container, and we'll pass SSR as false. That's it. Let's use this in the voice call as well. Paste it here, video call, and in here what I'm going to do is we'll grab the data. So video call socket and user info equals to use state provider, and inside of here, instead of this div, we'll have the container component and pass in the data as the video call. And let's head over to the container now, and inside the container first we'll grab the data, then we'll have socket user info and dispatch here from use state provider, and instead of this also we'll have a call accepted use state. So use state snippet call accepted, set call accepted, and this is going to be initially this is going to be false, and this is capital C. Now what we will do is, in here is the main UI of the receiving call and the ending call. So if the call is ongoing and video is showing, so this is the UI that is going to be shown. Dynamic is not defined in the voice call, so let's import the dynamic. Let's call a user, video call, use state is not defined. Refresh. Okay, we don't have any content here, so that's displaying. Now inside of here we'll give this a class name of border conversation, border of L with a full BG conversation panel background. And do we need anything else? Yeah, we'll give it a flex call and everything. So give me a minute. Yeah, so this is flex call, height of 100 viewport height, overflow of hidden, item center, justify center, and a text of white. That's it. Let's check it here. Let's call a user, and we're able to see this. That's odd. With full height is 100 viewport height. Why is this not working? I'm not sure. Let's save it, reload it. Okay, so the chat component is still here and we need this on the top. So let me check. Okay, so we can do one thing. Let's head over to the main component and we'll only render this when there is no video call, and no voice call. So let's wrap this div around this, and now let's check it out. This vector, video call, and yeah, this is working perfectly. Now let's head over to the container and continue our things. So now inside of our div we'll have another div with flex call, gap 3, then I will give item center. Let's have a span, and in here I will have data dot name. Let's check it. Yeah, the name is here. Class name as text 5xl. After this span we'll have another span with class name textlg. Inside of this span we'll have call accepted if the call is accepted, and then data dot call type triple not equals to video. Then we want to show ongoing call, or we want to show calling. So at the current moment it will only show calling, and when we have voice call and the call is accepted, then we will have ongoing call. So currently it will show calling. That's it. Now after this span and after this div, what we will do is, so now inside of here we'll check if the call is not accepted, or data dot call type is audio, then we want to show this. Let's wrap this in a brackets and we'll show our image here. So class name would be margin y of 24, and inside of this goes our next image. Source would be data dot profile picture, and let's give this an alternative text of avatar. Let's give it a height of 300 units and a width of 300 units as well. And let's give it a class name of rounded full. Now let's check it. Yeah, we have the image here. So we are calling Harvey Specter. So we have this image and the name. And now we'll have the call end button. So after this thing right here, we'll have div with height of 16. We'll also give it the width of 16, bg red of 600, flex item center, justify center. We'll give it a rounded full, and what do we need is, now inside of this we'll have an MD outline call end that should be imported from React icons MD. And now inside of here we'll have a class name of text 3xl and cursor pointer. Now let's check it. Now when we click over this, we want to end the call. So we have already written the dispatch method for it, so we'll use end call, and this is going to be a simple function, arrow function, and we'll dispatch type as reducer cases dot end call, and let's use that here. So this is end call, so on click end call. Now when we click over this, the call should end. Yeah, it's working. Let's again call video call. Now let's do the same for the voice call. So for voice call, we are going to head over to the video call, and I'm just going to copy this thing from here, head over to voice call and replace this with this and replace this with voice call, save it, and use state provider is not defined, we need that. That's it. Let's call voice call, and it's working. Voice call and video call both are working. Now what we'll do is, whenever we call this Harvey Specter, and when we call this, we want to send an socket event, that outgoing voice call, and the other user would have its call received in the here section. So let's do that. So now what we'll do is, after this component is loaded, use effect hook, and whenever there is voice call here, what we will do is, we'll check if the voice call dot type triple equals to outgoing, then we'll emit an socket event. So socket dot current dot emit outgoing voice call, and we'll pass in the data. So 2 is voice call dot id, and from is id user info dot id, and profile picture is user info dot profile picture, and name is user info dot name, and we'll add call type as voice call dot call type, and we'll add room id as voice call dot room id. So now let's register this event in the server. So let's head over to index.js, and now we'll create this what was the event, outgoing voice call. So inside of this, after the set message, we'll have socket dot on outgoing voice call. We'll get the data, and inside of it we'll first check send user socket equals to online users dot get data dot to, and if there is send user socket, then we want to emit the event to the user. So send user socket dot emit incoming voice call, and will pass from room id and call type. So call type, so all these things are from the data. So data dot from data dot room id and data dot call type, data dot call type. That's it. Or else no, we don't want to use the else case. So that's pretty much it. Now let's do one thing. We'll do for the video call as well. So outgoing video call, we just want to change this to video, outgoing video call, and this is the same, and this is going to be video call. So our incoming video call type and everything is handled from front end. And now what we'll do is we'll also create sockets for rejecting the call. So socket dot on reject voice call, get the data and check the data dot to. So for that, let's copy this entire thing, paste it. So for rejection, we will get this from data dot from, and if we have send user socket, then we'll emit that to data, not data but send user socket, and dot emit voice call rejected. That's it. And let's do the same for video call. So whenever the video call is rejected, we want to run this video call rejected. Also we will add one more event to accept the call. So after this, we'll have socket dot on accept incoming call, and we'll get the ID, get the send user socket. So const send user socket is equals to online users dot get ID and socket dot to send user socket dot emit, and this is going to be accept call. So whenever the call is accepted, we want to run this socket. We will run this from front end. Don't worry, I'll just explain that And for the video call, give me a minute, I'm just checking it. Okay, so we are going to use this accept incoming call for both the voice calls and video calls. So these are the sockets that we use in the server. This is for sending the call and sending the user notification for incoming voice call, and that's the basic stuff. And now let's head over to our main.jsx, and in here we are going to register for this events. So after this, I'm going to have socket dot incoming voice call, socket dot current dot on incoming voice call, and then we need the from, room ID, and the call type from it, and we are going to dispatch type reducer cases dot set incoming voice call, and we'll have incoming voice call as destructure the from, room ID, and the call type. That's it. And incoming voice call, and let's do the incoming video call as well. Incoming voice call, incoming video call. Let's change this to video call, and let's change this to set incoming video call, and this is going to be incoming video call. That's it. Now let's do for the rejection. So whenever the call is rejected, so after this we'll have socket dot current dot on voice call rejected, and will dispatch if the call is rejected, let's end the call. So for that, what we'll do is type reducer cases dot end call, and let's do the same for video call. Video call rejected. That's done. Now for call accepted, let's write that as well. So socket dot on accept incoming call, then we need the ID, and const send user socket. Oh, it's not like that. We have to use this in the incoming call and incoming video call. So let's do that afterwards. So now after this, inside the main, what should we do is we'll check here if there is incoming video call, then we want to show incoming video call, and if there is incoming voice call, we want to show incoming voice call. That's it. Now let's do the UI for video call and voice call. So let's do that. They are going to be pretty same, no difference. So let's quickly do that. So now inside of incoming video call, we'll use the use state provider, and grab some data. So const equals to this dispatch, and we need the incoming video call data. Incoming video call I small. Save this, and now after this what we will do is we'll create const accept call function and const reject call function, and now let's style the actual component. So we have to give many classes here. So this is going to have a class name of height 24, width 80, position is fixed with a bottom of 8, margin bottom is 0, right 6, then z index of 50, rounded small, not s, small, then we'll give it a flex, gap of 5, item center, justify start, padding of 4, background conversation panel background, text white, drop shadow of 2xl, then we will give it a border icon green, we'll give it a border of 2, and we'll give it a padding y of 14. That's it. Now inside of this, instead of this, we'll have a div and image, and we'll have source as incoming video call dot profile picture. We'll give it alternative text as avatar, provided a width of 70, a height of 70, and a class name of rounded full. That's it. And after this div, we'll have another div which would have incoming video call dot name. So incoming video call dot name. After that, we'll have div with text extra small, which would have incoming video call as text, and after that we'll have buttons for accepting the call and rejecting the call. So it would have flex, gap of 2, margin top of 2. Inside the div we'll have button with a class name as bg red, 500, padding of 1, padding x of 3, text of small, rounded full, and instead of this button we'll have reject, and on click of this we want to reject the call. Save this, and I am going to copy this button right here, copy, paste it, change this to accept, and change this to accept call, and change this to green, and that's it. Now let's test the incoming voice call, and not the voice call, just the incoming video call. Let's test it. So this is the Harvey Specter user. I'm going to video call him. We don't have the component here. Let's call this user. video call. Let's fix this issue by, let's first head over to main.jsx and let's see if we are receiving the incoming video call event. So incoming video call, alert, incoming video call, refresh this as well. Let's call it. We don't have anything. Let's head over to our server.js and check index.js, outgoing voice call, console log, outgoing call, and let's see the data and the send user socket. Let's open up the console, refresh this, call the user, and the issue seems to be from here. The event is not being sent, so outgoing voice call. Let's head over to the, oh, this is the voice call, so we want to console this in the video call. Let's refresh this, call the user, and let's check the server. Still we don't have this, so let's copy this outgoing voice call and let's head over to voice call and compare this. Okay, this is the same, and let's check if this is correct outgoing. So let's head over to chat header and outgoing. Okay, so this text is also correct. Let's head over to voice call and alert here, that's sending the event, sending event. Let's remove this, refresh this. Okay, incoming voice call from is not defined. Let's head over to the main, incoming voice call. Okay, this is not from, this is from. And let's try that again. Let's head over to our server. Okay, outgoing call event is here, so now we'll have this incoming video call, but we don't have any alert here. So let's copy this incoming video call. Let's head over to our server, search this. We have this incoming video call. I think we need to refresh this. Video call. Okay, so the event is not here. Give me a moment, I'll just fix it. Okay, so I found the issue. First, I'm going to delete out this alerts. Then in here, instead of incoming voice call, we have incoming call component. So that was the mistake. And other is, we have written this inside the voice call. So this event, but we forgot to write this inside the video call, so I'm going to use that here. And let's remove this. Let's change this to video call, and now let's test it if that works. Video call, and use effect is not defined. Refresh. Now voice call is not defined. If voice call, this is video call, man. And we have this incoming call component, but that should be okay. Incoming voice call, we have this incoming call only. Incoming video call, every time we call this, okay, we also need to change this to video, my bad. And we have this right here. Let's call the user again, and we have this here. If we reject it, accept it, we still have to do this. And for the avatar, what's the issue here? Profile picture. Is this the profile picture or profile image? Let's console out the user info. So console log user info. I'm going to refresh this and refresh this as well. Call the user info, and we have profile image. So this is profile image, and let's head over to voice call and use the profile image here as well, and refresh this. Let's close this, and we have the image. Let's call Jamisha Mushroom, or let's fix the image for this user, Kishan sheet with an avatar. So user Kishan shade, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to use avatar 4.png avatars, save one change, and let's refresh this. And the other user, refresh it. I'm going to call this user, and we have Harvey Specter. Now let's do the thing for accepting and rejecting the call. And when we do this, we also want to reject the call, so let's do that. Now let's remove this alert, and now let's head over to incoming video call, and let's write the logic for the incoming video call. What should we do is, when we accept the call, we'll get the call by const call is equals to incoming video call, and we want to dispatch type as reducer cases. And why am I doing this? I don't want that. So reducer cases dot set video call, and video call would be incoming video call, and type would be in string incoming After this, we'll dispatch another event of type reducer cases dot set incoming call. After the call is incoming video call, after the call is accepted, we don't want to show the UI, so incoming video call is going to be undefined. And after this, we are going to socket dot current dot emit accept incoming call with id as incoming video call dot id. Okay, I'm going to run this before this, and make sure that you import the socket here as well. Socket, and this is that socket. And for rejection of call, what I'm going to do is dispatch type reducer cases dot end call, and after that we'll have socket dot current dot emit reject video call, and from is video call dot id. Make sure that this is on top, and this should work now. Let's try it. Video call, I'm going to accept it, and we have this. Let's end this call and this call as well. I'm going to video call again, and this time I'm going to reject it. Now we have an error, video call is not defined. What is that? When we reject, so okay, so this is going to be incoming video call. So incoming video call reject, and did you see, as soon as we rejected from here, this was also closed. So let's try this again. I'm going to video call, and I'm going to reject from here, and this is also closing. So that is working, but we still have to cover one use case. So when we end the call from here, this should also be ended. So let's work on that. So for that, let's head over to the container component inside the call container, and in here, when we end the call, we will dispatch, also will end the call with the sockets. So const id is equals to data dot id and socket dot current dot emit reject voice call or video call. This is going to be a pretty tough logic, so reject voice call, and from id let's check data dot call type triple equals to voice. If then we want to do this, else let's copy this, and this is reject video call. That's it. Now let's try this. Video call, and I'm going to reject it, and that is working. Now video call, accept, I'm going to reject it, that's also working. Now we have to work for the voice call, so that's the same. Now let's head over to incoming call and I'm going to copy everything from, not everything, just these things, from const to this incoming call, replace it. Why is that not working? Copy, paste, copy, paste. Yeah, that's working. Now instead of incoming video call, we'll change this to incoming voice call, and instead of this we'll set, this was set video call, so we'll use set. Okay, we need to import the reducer cases, the set voice call, and after this let's check okay, this should be changed to voice call, except incoming call, set incoming video call, set incoming voice call, incoming voice call, reject voice call, incoming voice call dot id, end call, incoming voice call dot profile picture, incoming voice call, incoming voice call, and yeah, that is working. Now let's try. Okay, use state provider is not defined, we need to import that. Voice call. Okay, we need the image also. Next image, refresh, voice call, and yeah, incoming voice call. Accept the voice call, call is accepted. Reject the voice call. Yeah, that's working. So the UI stuff is done. Now let's connect everything with Zegocloud. So for that, first we'll need to create an account in Zegocloud and get the app ID and the server secret. So let's do that.
So now let's head over to Zegocloud, zegocloud.com. Now I'm going to sign up for a new user. I'll just fill out my details. And here you can see that you have 10,000 of free minutes and you also have access to their community. So let's head over to the dashboard. And now I'm going to create a new project and I'm going to select voice and video call. Hit next and I'm going to name my project as WhatsApp clone. Okay, I'll just name it as WhatsApp. I'm going to select the second option, the SDKs. Also, you can check out their UI kits. They are pre-built UI kits, and we are going to use this SDK. So start with custom SDKs. Wait for it to create your project. Okay, so our project was created. Now let's head over to the My Project section and click on your project. Now we need the app ID from here, this thing, and we need the server secret from here. So let's grab those things and store it in our server. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this app ID and head over to next.config.js, and in here I'm going to add the environment variables as next public underscore Zego underscore app underscore ID. This is Zego. And I'm going to paste that ID. Make sure that you don't write in a string format. It's a number. And then we need next public Zego underscore server ID, and this is going to be in string. So now let's copy that, the server secret. I'm going to copy it and paste it. That's it. Now I'm going to copy these both and head over to .env in the server, and I'm going to paste it here. So this time this is going to be just Zego app ID and Zego server ID. That's it. Now we have to add a comma here, and now we can close these files and we don't need anything from here. And you can also close this project configuration, and our Zegocloud setup was successfully completed. Now you can also head over to Zegocloud's website and check their documentation for its voice call and video call services. It's very simple to integrate those services, and they have support for multiple platforms. So we are going to use the web, and you can see that how seamlessly we can integrate Zegocloud services into our application. So you can read out their documentation. It's a very detailed guide and very simple. So now let's close this and let's get started. So now first we need to create a token for the Zegocloud services. So we'll head over to our message controller. So let's head over to message controller, and in here we'll be adding not here, not inside the message controller. Let's add that inside the auth controller. So auth controller, and let's add export const generate token is equals to request response and next. Now we'll wrap this in a try and catch block next error, and inside of here first we'll get the app ID is equals to parse int. Make sure that you parse it. So we'll get it from process.env.zego app ID. Then we'll get server secret. So this is const server secret is equals to process.env.zego app. This is Zego app secret. Now after this we'll have const user ID. So user ID equals to request dot parents dot user ID. After this we'll have const effective time, which is equals to 3600 seconds, and payload equals to an empty string. Now if there is app ID and server secret and the user ID, then we are going to generate the token by const token equals to generate token, and not generate token, we are going to use the generate token 04. So generate token 04, and that should be imported from the token generator. I have already written this. So this is also provided by Zegocloud. I have just copied this from their SDK and pasted it here. So that's it. I'm going to import it from token generator. So let's import that generate token 04 from utils, and
Inside of this, I'm going to pass in our app ID, then the user ID, then we'll pass the server secret. Make sure that you maintain this order. Then we need the effective time and we need the payload. That's it. Now, after this, we'll have response dot status as 200 dot send. Not send, we'll have JSON and we'll send it using a token. And if we don't have anything that is required, then we'll share it with response dot status as 400 and send user ID, app ID, and server secret is required. That's it. Now we can close this, but we have to add a auth route for that. So auth route. After this, I'm going to add router dot get generate token, and this would have user ID as its parent, generate token slash user ID as its param, and we'll pass in the generate token, this thing, and let's copy this thing from here and add this to our API routes to generate the token. So let's close this and I'm going to add it here. Export const get call token equals to auth route and generate token. Let's paste it so we don't make any mistake. Generate token, and we don't need this thing right here. And now let's head over to our container to set up things. So inside the container, first what we'll do is we'll have a use effect to check if the call was accepted. So use effect if data dot type triple equals to outgoing, then we'll have socket dot current dot on accept call, and we'll pass in our callback function which will set call accepted as true. So whenever the other user accepts its call, we want to set the call accepted to true. So this is just doing that. And if it's not an outgoing call, then we'll set a timeout. As soon as we accept the call, after 1 second, we want to set call accepted to true. If we don't give it a second, then the component is not loaded and it will cause issues. So after this, we want to run this as soon as we have the data, and after this we want to generate a token as soon as the call is accepted. So use effect and call accepted, then we'll have const get token equals to async try and catch error console log error, and here we'll get the token from data token equals to Axios. Make sure that you import Axios dot get, use the template strings, and we'll pass get call token, and after this we'll pass in the user info dot id. So tokens should have a unique IDs also of the user.
And after the token is returned, we'll set the token, set token. Oh, we also need a use state for storing our tokens. So use state snippet token, set token. Initially the token is undefined, and this is set token, and this is the, let's write this token as returned token and store the returned token. That's it. Now after this, what I want to do is, as soon as we have the token, we want to initialize the Zegocloud services. So after this use effect, what I am going to do is, as soon as we have the token, we are going to write a function to start the call, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to import Zego Express Engine WebRTC package that has been already installed using the package.json. This package is provided by Zegocloud for its WebRTC video call and voice call. Make sure that you installed it, and I want you to install this specific version 2.24.5 because this library keeps changing, and if the version is upgraded and new features are added, then your application might break. So we want to use the fixed version, which is 2.24.5. So make sure that you remove it. And now let's head over to container, and after this I'll have then, and inside the then we'll have async, and we'll get access to Zego Express Engine, and this is an arrow function. Now let's use this const Zego is equals to new Zego Express Engine, call it, and we are going to provide it our Next.js Zego app ID and the Zego server ID that we set up earlier. So process.env.next public Zego app ID and process.env.zego, not Zego, just we have to use next public and Zego server ID. That's it. And after this is done, what we want to do is we are going to set the Zegocloud instance in our state. So use state snippet, we'll set this as zgvar, and this is undefined. This would be used when we log out from the Zegocloud room. So after this we'll set zgvar as zg, and now we'll write zg dot on room stream update, this function that is already this one, room stream update, that has been provided by Zegocloud, and we'll have an callback function with multiple values. So from this we will need the room ID. So this is the first parameter. Then we'll have update type, then we will have stream list, and then we will have extended data. Let's close this, and after this what I will be doing is I will check if the update type triple equals to add. So if any user is added into the room, then what we want to do, and other is else if we will check if update type triple equals to delete, then what we want to do, and here we'll pass multiple conditions that if we have zg, if we have the local stream, we have to set this state. So local stream, so for that I'm going to use state again. So local stream and publish stream, so use state snippet. This is going to be local stream undefined, and we are going to use publish stream as well. So publish stream, this is going to be undefined as well. Save this, and now let's have this look ended local stream, and we will have the last thing was the stream list, I think. Yeah, it is stream list of 0th value dot stream id. And now what we will do is, if it is a delete, then we'll destroy the Zego stream. So zg dot destroy stream local stream, and zg dot stop publishing stream list of 0 dot stream id. After this, we'll log out from Zegocloud's room using zg dot logout room, and we'll pass in our room id. So data dot room id dot toString. That's it. And we'll dispatch an event of type reducer cases dot end call. Now this is for the delete, and for adding the stream, what we'll be doing is we'll get the remote video and store our remote video inside of that. But for getting it, we have to create some elements inside our JSX. So after this image right here, I'm going to have a div with a class name as my5, and I'll pass in a relative here, and the ID of this is going to be the remote video, the video that is coming from the other user. And now inside of it we have an absolute class name, and we'll give this a bottom of 5 and the right of 5 as well, and give this an ID of local video. So this is our video, we want that. Now let's add the elements when the user is added into the room. So after this, what I'm going to do is const rm video, which is remote video, is equals to document dot get element by id, and we'll have remote video here. After this, we'll have const vd is equals to document dot create element, and we'll check if data dot call type triple equals to video. If this is a video call, then we want to create a video element, or we want to create an audio element. This is the HTML elements. Now we'll give this an ID of stream list of 0 dot stream ID. After that, we will give this an autoplay value of true. We want the video to play autoplay. Then we'll have vd dot plays inline as true. These functions are not from Zegocloud. These are browsers local functions, local methods. So vd dot muted is false, so we don't want to mute the video. And if there is rm video, then we will append that child by rm video dot append child with vd. So vd, so rm video is this thing here. So what we are doing is we are getting this remote video element, this thing right here, and we are appending this with a new element which is a video element. If this is a video call, or an audio element if this is an audio call. So first we are creating it and providing the Zegocloud's ID to it and appending that child here. Now after that, what we will do is we'll use Zegocloud's playing start playing stream function. Will pass the stream list of 0 dot stream list stream id. So we are telling Zegocloud that we want to start the stream, and will pass audio as true and video as true, telling Zegocloud to enable the audio and video. And then we receive the live stream from Zegocloud. And what we are going to do, so we are going to set that live stream inside our source object of the newly created element. So this is the stream. This stream might be the audio stream or the video stream based on your configurations here. Now after this logic is for adding the user. So now adding and removing the user's logic is done. Now after this, what we want to do is we want to log in into the Zegocloud's room. So zg dot login room. In here we'll pass in data dot room id, data dot room id dot toString. Then we'll pass in the token that we generated from the server, and now we'll pass in the user id, which is going to be user info dot id dot toString. Make sure that this is in a string format. After this, we'll pass in the username, which is user info dot name, and make sure that you use this last option correctly, which is user update as true. This what this method will do is whenever the other user has joined the room, we want to get an update. So if this is true, then only this will execute. So make sure that you have user update as true. Now after this, we want to start our local video. This is for the remote video, but now we also want to start our local video. So we'll use again Zegocloud services for that. So first we want to create a local stream for that. So local stream is equals to await zg dot create stream, pass in the camera options. So audio is going to be always true, but video is going to be only available when the data dot call type triple equals to video. So if it is a video call, then we'll provide it a true, or else we'll provide it a false. After this, we'll get our local video element by local video equals to document dot get element by id. And now we are going to target this element right here, this thing, local audio. So you can name this anything, local audio, remote audio, local audio. After this, I'm going to create a new video element, same as we did above. So we can actually copy that. I'm just going to copy this and paste it right here.
Now we'll give this a video element dot id equals to video local dash Zego, and after that we'll give it a video element dot class name, video element dot class name equals to, we'll give it a height of 28 and width of 32. Then we'll also specify the autoplay, which is true. So video element dot autoplay is going to be true. After that, video element dot muted is going to be false. We don't want to mute the call. And then video element dot plays inline is going to be true. After this, we are going to append this child. So local video dot append child video element. That's it. And now what we will be doing is we'll be getting that const td is equals to document dot get element by id. So what we'll do is we will get this element again from the DOM with this id. So get element by id video local Zego, and then we'll set as source object as our local stream that we just created, and then we'll have stream id. So this is going to be unique, so make sure that you write a unique text. So I'm going to use date.now function of JavaScript to create a unique string. After that, we'll have set publish stream to stream id. We are storing this, and set local stream as local stream. And after this, we'll use Zegocloud dot start publishing stream, and we'll pass in our stream id as well as the local stream. That's it. And after this, if there is token, then we want to start the call. So that was it. And now we have this thing right here to end the call. Now when we end the call, we also want to log out from Zegocloud's room so that our camera has stopped. So for that, what we are going to do is first we'll check if zgvar is there, and local stream is there, and publish stream is there. So let's take this outside, and if all of these are set, that means that call has already been started. And if these are not setted, then the call has not been started. That means that call has not yet been accepted. So if the call has been accepted, then we want to destroy the stream by zgvar.destroy stream. That's also provided by Zegocloud. After that, we can use zgvar dot stop publishing stream, zgvar dot, it's not a comma, zgvar stop publishing stream, and we'll give it a publish stream that we stored in our use state. Now we want to log out from the room, so zgvar dot logout room with data dot room id dot toString. That's it. And now we want to dispatch the end call. So hope this works. Now let's try it. Okay, so now before proceeding further, we have to solve some bugs. So inside the get token, we want to
call this function here. We forgot to do that, so call get token. Also we have async here, but we failed to write await here, so make sure that you write await. Now also this is wrong, next public Zego app ID, so make sure that you have the spelling correct. Now after that, in here the user IDs D should be capital, so user capital I and capital D should be there. That's all on the front end side. Now in the back end side, inside the auth controller, make sure that you have this process.env Zego app ID and Zego server ID, and inside the env you have equals to here instead of colons, so make sure that you fix that. So now let's test the audio call and the video call. So I'm going to call Jimisha, video call. Okay, so the audio call and video call has been started and it's working perfectly. You can see that this is our video and this is the caller's video. So this is working perfectly. Now let's end the call. Now let's do a voice call. Accept the call. And yes, the call has been accepted and we can conversate via voice call. So this has been working using the Zegocloud's audio call and voice call functionality. So make sure that you check it out and use in your project. Now let's move further. Now let's do the exit chat functionality. For that we need to head over to chat header, and inside of here what I'm going to do is we want to open a context menu. So for that I'm going to paste in this code. You can copy this code from avatar also. So this is use state for storing the x and y coordinates. Then we are just checking if context menu is visible or not. Then for showing the context menu, set the coordinates and set is context menu visible. And let's remove this, and we are dispatching that set exit chat. So we still have to create this dispatch action, so we will do that. But before that we want to use the context menu at the end of our component. So give me a minute, let's do that. So after all of this, after this I'm going to have this. Make sure that you import the context menu. After that let's head over to reducer, and what was the event? I just have to check it. It was exit chat. So let's copy this and let's head over to state reducers and constants. So let's have set exit chat and set exit chat. Now let's head over to state reducers, and after this I will have case reducer cases dot set exit chat and return destructure, not destructure but spread the state. And next what we'll do is we'll have current chat user as undefined. Now let's test it out. I have, okay, we need the use state inside this, so let's import the use state. Now a context menu should be visible. We have errors, use state is not defined. Let's refresh this. Oh, we also have to add an on-click listener of show context menu. So when we click over this bi 3 dots vertical, we want to show the context menu. So on click, callback and show context menu. That's it. Now let's test it out. Okay, we also have to pass the event from here. Let's reload this, and now let's try it out. Still it's not working. Why is that?
Let me check. E don't prevent default, set is context menu visible, and if it is context menu visible, then we want to show the context menu, context menu options. And I think we have to pass an ID that we were using in the avatar. So inside the avatar, if you remember, yeah, we were using this ID context opener, and we have to also use that here, context opener. Let's click this, and we have this exit button. Now let's click on this, and callback is not a function, so this occurred there. So why was that? Dispatch. So context menu options, callback. Okay, so this B should be small. Now let's try it. Exit, and yeah, so the chat was exited. Let's try it again. That's working. Now we want to do the logout. So when we click over this, we want to log out the user. So let's do that. So for logout user, we have to do many things, and when we log out the user, we will also maintain the online and offline status of the user. So that was remaining. So let's head over to chat list header, and inside of here, I'm just gonna copy some code for the context menu. So that's pretty simple. You can do that by yourself. So I'm going to paste it. So we need the context menu coordinates is visible, and the show context menu, and this callback, make sure that B is small, and make sure that you import use state. And now what we will do is, we have this BS 3 dots vertical, we'll add this show context menu, and if the context menu is true, then what we want to do is show this, and again inside the this context menu option, we are just pushing it to the logout page. So let's do that. Context menu is not defined, let's import it up. Logout, router is not defined, so we'll have to create router. So const router is equals to use router, and now let's try it. Logout, we are inside the logout page. Now let's head over to logout page, logout, this thing right here, and in here we have to do many things. So first we'll get the use state provider. So use state provider, and from that we need many things. So this is equals to socket and user info, and we need the dispatch. Now we also need the router. So const router is equals to use router. After this we'll have an use effect hook. That would say, as soon as we have the socket here, we will dispatch type as reducer cases dot set user info, and we will send user info as undefined, and after that we will sign out using Firebase method. So we are also signed in with the Firebase, so we are signing out with the Firebase also. And after all of this is done, we will push the router to login, and we don't want this text logout here. Instead of, we'll give this a class name of bg conversation panel background, and the main thing that we are going to do here is we are going to emit an event. So socket.current.emit sign out, and we'll use userinfo.id. Now let's save it, and after this let's head over to index.js in server, and in here we are going to create a sign out thing. So let's remove this console also, we don't have to use the consoles. So after this, not this, after this we'll have socket.on sign out, then we'll have the id, and we'll use online users dot delete method, delete, pass in the id, and have socket dot broadcast. This time I'm using broadcast dot emit because we want to send the status of this all the online users to all the users, so that maintains the online and offline thing. And we'll use online users as array dot from. This time make sure that you use from, don't make mistakes like me. Online users dot keys, and that's it. Now we will also do this emit of this when we add a user. So after the user is added, and will emit a event of online users. So when we log in, when we add a user, then also we want to add that user into the online users of every user, so we can know that if this user is online or offline. And when we sign out, then also we want to do the same thing. So let's head over to our main component now, and in here we are going to use this. So after this, socket dot current dot on, whenever we receive the online users event, so online users, we'll grab the online users and dispatch type as reducer cases dot set online users, and provide the online users. And after this we'll head over to the chat header, and in here remember that we have this online offline text. So now instead of this online offline text, what we are going to check is online users. So we need the online users from our useState provider. So online users, and online users dot includes current chat user dot id. If the current chat user is inside of that, we will return online, or else we'll return offline. That's it. Now socket.current is not there, so this is logout. So let's head over to logout, socket.current.emit. Why it cannot find the socket, I'm not sure. Now let's log out. Oh, sweet, that worked perfectly. Now let's log in. Let's log out and let's go to the chat page. Let's see if this works. No, it is not working, so that's good. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to open up different users so that you can see. Now you can see that this Harvey Specter is offline. Now we'll log in with Google now, and you can see that it automatically updated to online. And let's head over to this user, and you can see that it's already online. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to log out this user Jamisha Mashru, and you'll see that it will automatically convert to offline. Log out, and you can see that it was converted to offline, so that is working. With this, our WhatsApp clone is complete, and if I have left any features by mistake, you can just buy out the source code from the description of the video. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more amazing content. This is me, Kishan Shade, signing out. See you next time.